blonde girl, eyes downcast, reflects on her deep affection for comics, pondering how her current situation spiraled into such complexity. A vibrant red-haired girl, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, holds a hand, playfully questioning if it's truly the appropriate moment for such declarations. A dark-haired girl in a traditional kimono shyly seeks an opinion, her expression a delicate blend of anticipation and nervousness. A blue-haired girl beams with confident enthusiasm, declaring a newly discovered passion, but her thoughts are abruptly cut short by an unspoken why. A hand shoots forward with decisive force, its swift motion slicing through the air with palpable energy. A dark-haired man recoils, a hand pressed to his face in shock, as an external voice exclaims in surprise, identifying him as Yoo-sung Kim. Against a backdrop of stark black, a lone, vibrant green heartbeat line pulses erratically, a fragile indicator of life's precarious hold. In the oppressive darkness, a single eye slowly opens, its gaze piercing through the gloom as an urgent, distant voice calls out, "Teacher!"
Yoo-sung Kim, bandaged and pale, stirs in a hospital bed, his eyes fluttering open as an excited voice announces his awakening, prompting him to question his unfamiliar surroundings.
A concerned doctor leans in, asking the protagonist if he can hear him, if he knows who he is, and if he remembers the accident, to which the protagonist replies, "Me? I'm just an ordinary graduate student." A searing flashback ignites, revealing a lab engulfed in flames. The protagonist desperately attempts to retrieve a hard drive with vital research data, but succumbs to the smoke and loses consciousness. Back in the hospital bed, the protagonist's thoughts race, a sudden realization dawning as he deduces his unfamiliar surroundings must be a hospital. His eye snaps wide open, a silent huh echoing in his thoughts as a sudden, deeply unsettling realization begins to take hold. He stares intently at his reflection, a single word, "this," hanging in his mind as he struggles to process the unfamiliar image before him. A shocking thought erupts in his mind, "This isn't my face?" The implication sends a jolt of disbelief and terror through him. As hazy memories from his 2-day hospital stay surface, the protagonist begins to grasp a profound truth about his current state, hinted at by the image of a car on a solitary road. The chilling realization solidifies in his mind. He has possessed someone else's body entirely. The original owner of this body, Yoo-sung Kim, was an ordinary middle schooler in Japan, a second-generation Korean resident preparing for high school exams. He hears a nurse confirm his new identity. Silhouette of Yoo-sung Kim stands, as the narrator explains that the body's original owner suffered a traffic accident over the weekend, leaving him unconscious for several days. Holding his chest, the protagonist grapples with the terrifying question. Did his original self perish in the lab fire, allowing his consciousness to possess this unconscious body? A surge of exhilaration washes over the protagonist as he wonders if he's finally escaped the dreadful, monotonous grind of graduate school life. Riding in a car, the protagonist cautions himself not to jump to conclusions, fearing a sudden, unexpected return to his original body. An establishing shot of a building highlights the protagonist's internal struggle. How will he possibly adapt to this new life and its unfamiliar surroundings? Yoo-sung Kim ascends the stairs, his mother telling him to get plenty of rest, to which he dutifully replies, "Yes, Mom." Standing before a closed door, the protagonist observes his new room, acknowledging it as the personal space belonging to his new identity, Yoo-sung Kim. Strange sensation washes over him. His body moves with an unnerving familiarity, as if it already knows this place intimately. He peeks cautiously into the room, a sense of profound unease settling in as he feels strange entering someone else's personal space, hesitantly muttering, "Excuse me."
His eye widens in utter shock, reflecting a sudden, horrifying discovery within the confines of the room.
The shock intensifies as a vibrant, almost blinding light erupts from the bookshelf, accompanied by an intense, resonating sound. In the dazzling light, a cheerful, chibi-styled anime girl materializes, prompting the protagonist's bewildered thought, "This guy." The scene expands to reveal more animated figures, striking various poses amidst a shimmering, almost magical aura, deepening the protagonist's confusion. The young man stands in the room, taking in the full extent of the bizarre decor. Posters of anime girls and a small, horned creature by the door, confirming his unsettling discovery. A stark realization dawns on the protagonist, manifesting as a dark, spiky thought, undeniably a hardcore otaku. With a heavy sigh, the protagonist vocalizes his frustration, lamenting, "Oh man, seriously." He looks down, a sense of resignation washing over him as the implications of his situation begin to sink in.
Sitting on the floor, the protagonist contemplates his new reality, questioning internally, "Can I live as Yoo-sung Kim?"
His gaze falls upon a framed picture, a male figure resembling him, prompting a curious "Huh? What's that?" Examining the framed image closely, the protagonist notes the striking resemblance to Yoo-sung, observing a poster, but somehow it looks like Yoo-sung. The bracelet and the hairstyle. A sudden, sharp realization hits him, his eyes widening as the pieces click into place.
Surrounded by a chaotic mix of manga genres, from fighting fantasy to romantic comedy, the protagonist deduces, then he must have acted exactly like the characters from these manhwa. What a wild mix of genres. Let's search for it.
He picks up a book with an overtly flashy cover, titled The Insanely OP Level Up Novel Only I Know, Volume 1, and internally critiques, what is this Chuniotaku-style cover? A flicker of recognition crosses his face as he holds the novel, thinking, come to think of it, I feel like I've seen a similar character before. I remember.
The narrator introduces Scramble Love, a shonen manhwa that achieved record-breaking sales of 10 million copies.
Living up to its slogan, a return to the old era, the manhwa faithfully followed the classic romantic comedy formula, earning high praise for its unique style. However, in its final volume, the story defied expectations by having the male lead choose the childhood friend, enraging the fandom over the unexpected ending. Online forums erupted in a storm of furious comments, with fans questioning the sudden childhood friend ending and demanding Mia get out. The protagonist recalls the internet's fiery debate, remembering posts that argued both for and against the controversial conclusion. Sitting amidst the bookshelves, the protagonist muses, this seems like the same kind of thing, I guess I'll try reading it for now, as he opens the book.
Pages turn rapidly as the protagonist becomes utterly engrossed, his face showing a mix of exhaustion and fascination, unable to stop reading.
A wide yawn escapes the protagonist's lips, a clear sign of his all-night reading marathon. Yusong's mother approaches him, phone in hand, asking, Yusong, if customers come in for a bit, could you take their orders? The protagonist internally confirms, understood, my creator, while his mother thinks, our son is the same as always, I'll be right back. He then marvels, I can't believe this method actually works. Yusong Kim, just what kind of life did you live? Donning an apron, the protagonist adjusts to his new role, appreciating the perks of being a barbecue restaurant owner's son for protein intake, and greets an incoming customer with a polite, oh welcome. The protagonist, Yusong Kim, still adjusting to his new reality, lets out a surprised huh as he processes the incoming customer. As the customers approach, Yusong Kim's thoughts race, recognizing them. Those people, I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Meanwhile, Yukika playfully clings to Ruji, who tells her, you don't cling to me so much. She retorts, so what? They'll just think we're close siblings. Yukika beams, declaring with a cheerful glint in her eye, I'll feed you today, so you can't run away. Yusong Kim's eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Ryuji? He wonders, a sudden realization dawning on him. Could it be?
A vivid image flashes in Yusong Kim's mind, Ruji, surrounded by two girls, one of whom is Yukika, cheerfully exclaiming, huh, table for two. Yusong Kim realizes this is a scene from Scramble Love.
A chilling thought interrupts Yusong Kim's composure. Wait, the narration echoes as Ruji and Yukika stand cluelessly in the restaurant. Yusong Kim turns away from the customers, his mind racing as he takes in the familiar setting of the barbecue restaurant. His face contorts in a mix of shock and horror. It was a novel possession? He gasps, the terrifying realization solidifying. A mental book flips open, revealing the definition of a novel possession story. Yusong Kim takes a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. Okay, let's sort this out. Yusong Kim recounts his origin. I was an ordinary graduate student who got caught in a fire and lost consciousness. He continues, when I woke up, I had possessed the body of a boy named Yusong Kim. Yusong Kim summarizes his predicament. Simply put, it means I possessed a character inside a book. He then remembers the possession genre manhwa I stayed up all night reading.
A system alert beeps, confirming his worst fear. The problem is, I never read Scramble Love, he laments, realizing, that gives me zero advantage. In the background, Yukika coos, appa, while Ruji gently reassures her, Yukika, it's fine, I'll eat it.
Yusong Kim tries to rationalize his situation. No, think carefully, he muses. Even if it's inside a book, to me it feels no different from reality. He concludes, since it's a romantic comedy genre, the world probably won't end. He comes to a crucial decision, the words forming in his mind. So, I just need to avoid getting involved. With the protagonist, Ruji Sakamoto, he finishes his thought. Meanwhile, Ruji, oblivious to Yusong Kim's internal turmoil, cheerfully insists, I'll eat it, please just stay still. With a renewed sense of purpose, Yusong Kim decides, then I should be able to live a normal life like an extra. After that, I lived extremely busy, Yusong Kim narrates. First, I read through all the books in the room to properly act as Yusong Kim. He strategically applied to a private high school far away. I entered as the top student and secured a full scholarship. His efforts didn't stop there. After enrollment, I also joined the student council. He even used puberty as an excuse to slowly change his personality, meticulously crafting his new persona. Despite all his efforts to adapt, a stark reality remained. Even so, the possession never wore off. Resigning himself to his fate, Yoo Kim acknowledges, "In the end, I really have to adapt to this life." He ponders, what can I do to prepare for any possible future? His thoughts turn to practical matters, as expected, studying and saving money, stocks, maybe. He jots down ideas like Tesla, Samsung, Pineapple, before sighing, I don't have any money.
A new idea sparks in his mind: working out.
He starts running on a treadmill, reasoning muscles are a very important factor in life, Stamina is national power. He concludes, even if this is a romantic comedy genre, wouldn't it be better to have it just in case? Pushes through push-ups, grunting, 10, 11. A muscular man watches in the background. Wow. But he struggles, counting 1, 2, 3. Just one more. Lying on a bench, struggling with weights, even with assistance, Yoo Kim groans, this thing called exercise really... Despite the initial pain, a surprising thought emerges. So delicious, so fun.
Sweaty but beaming, Yoo Kim feels a sense of accomplishment. The narrator explains, graduate students enjoy activities with clear cause and effect. Plus, typical beginner gymgoer gains.
Scene shifts to a serene school building under a bright sky, cherry blossoms gently falling, signaling the passage of time and a new chapter. Amidst the falling cherry blossoms, a girl stands, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as a towering figure strides past, their presence commanding attention. From a new perspective, another student watches intently as the figure passes, the gentle fall of petals continuing around them. Student, now revealed from behind, carries a classic school briefcase as he pauses before a class roster, the names awaiting his gaze. A subtle smile plays upon Yoo-sung's lips, a hint of satisfaction or anticipation reflecting in his expression amidst the soft, falling petals.
With a sudden spark of recognition, Yoo-sung exclaims, "Oh! You came early?"
An unknown male student greets Yoo-sung loudly, asking, "Yoo-sung, which class did you get?" The unknown male student maintains a serious gaze, awaiting Yoo-sung's reply, the soft petals still falling around him. Yoo-sung stands beneath the blossoming cherry tree, reflecting internally, to think I'm already in my second year. His thoughts continue, a year passing in a blur. 1 year sure went by quickly. Over the past few months.
The visual shifts to Yoo-sung in a grueling training montage, muscles straining as he lifts immense weights, his thoughts concluding, I managed to get insanely buff.
His eye gleams with fierce resolve, the underlying reason for his transformation clear, to protect myself. Yoo-sung reflects on his reality while reading, realizing this is a world inside a manga. It's commonplace for aliens, ghosts, and yakuza to pop out of nowhere. At least the romantic comedies I've seen were like that.
Clenching his fist, Yoo-sung asserts, right, this is all to prepare for an uncertain future. It's definitely not just because I wanted bigger muscles. A fleeting thought immediately crosses his mind, losing muscle mass gives absurd remarks.
As Yoo-sung walks away, his back to the viewer, he resolves, since I've spent a fulfilling year so far, let's make this year a good one, too. A bright voice calls out, Ruji, good morning, as the camera focuses on the classroom door, Mar 2B. Mayaguchi, the main heroine of the original work, greets the new day with a cheerful wave and a bright smile. Ruji Sakamoto, the protagonist of the original work, responds with an exasperated sigh, no, it's not a very good morning. Yoo-sung, observing Mai and Ruji's interaction, thinks to himself, this is a disaster, to end up in the same class as Ruji Sakamoto of all people. His frustration mounts as he clenches his fist, lamenting, I purposely came to a far-off school to avoid getting involved. If I get swept up in that for nothing, my peaceful school life is over. The thing is, today feels like a total mess right from the start.
A jolt of realization hits Yoo-sung as he recalls, and I bumped into a girl I've never seen before on the street. Bumped?
Suddenly, the classroom door slides open with a loud bang as an unknown male voice booms. Now, everyone quiet down.
The unknown male, now revealed as the teacher, commands, take your seats. Yoo-sung, seeing the teacher, internally notes, it's the teacher. I should get back to my seat, too.
The teacher, holding a clipboard, addresses the class, his voice cutting through the lingering chatter. He commands everyone to settle down for a moment. Students like Sakamoto and a female classmate listen intently as the teacher announces he has a rather important announcement for them today. The female student wonders internally about the nature of this announcement.
With a welcoming gesture towards the door, the teacher reveals the big news, a new transfer student. He calls for her to come on in.
A cascade of bright blonde hair shimmers into view, framed by an ethereal glow as the new student steps into the classroom. Rika Kishimoto, the transfer student, beams with a dazzling smile, exuding a vibrant energy as she confidently announces her presence. The classroom erupts in murmurs, students whispering about her beauty and speculating if she's a foreigner. The teacher playfully scolds them, urging them to pay the same close attention to the blackboard during class. Rika Kishimoto formally introduces herself, stating she came all the way from Shizuoka, listing her likes as cats, sweets, and natto soup, and expressing her eagerness to study with everyone. From the back, Kim observes the scene, his internal monologue confirming his suspicion. A heroine has transferred into his class, just as expected for a protagonist story. Kim glances at his phone, revealing Rika Kishimoto's profile. Even without having read the original Scrambled Love, he knows she's the undisputed #1 in the popularity polls. Kim's thoughts continue, acknowledging that Rika Kishimoto, despite her popularity, didn't win in the end. The teacher then begins to assign Kishimoto her seat. The teacher points to a desk, saying it should be fine, then instructs Sakamoto, the blonde male student, to take good care of her, as she'll be sitting right next to him. Sakamoto's eye widens in shock and disbelief, a sudden realization dawning on him as he gasps, recognizing the transfer student. Rika Kishimoto, equally stunned and enraged, points directly at Sakamoto, her face contorted in anger as she recognizes him. Rika Kishimoto's fury intensifies as she identifies Sakamoto as the guy she bumped into that morning, screaming "pervert" at him. The teacher, amused by the sudden drama, playfully remarks that it's even better if the two already know each other, then urges Rika Kishimoto to quickly take her seat. Kim watches the unfolding rom-com cliché with a resigned expression, internally lamenting that he'll have to endure this play for the next 2 years and seriously considers transferring. Time passes quickly, marked by the rhythmic ticking of the classroom clock, signaling the end of the school day. Another student approaches Kim, asking if he can borrow the manga he is holding, to which Kim readily agrees. Kim smiles as he hands over the manga, internally musing that even in high school, he hasn't outgrown his love for manga, considering it vital for his future. Kim reflects on the rom-com rules that govern this world. Although he hasn't read Scrambled Love, the predictable tropes make events somewhat clear. He acknowledges that manga rarely flows exactly as expected, and by constantly reading the latest magazines, he seeks to understand the subtle deviations from the standard narrative.
Yoo-sung Kim immerses himself in the intricate world of romantic comedies, observing scenarios where charming schoolgirls playfully tease a seemingly ordinary boy, needing to stay on top of every plot development.
Suddenly, a blonde boy grabs the girl's hand, urgently asking her to follow him for a private conversation, stating he has something important to discuss. Her eyes widen slightly as the boy reveals the topic is the morning's accident, prompting her hesitant agreement to hear him out for just a moment.
As the blonde boy and girl walk past, Yoo-sung Kim observes their departure with a knowing smirk.
Yoo-sung Kim remarks on the suspicious interaction between the two, then casually announces his own departure with a crude excuse. Yoo-sung Kim calmly walks out of the classroom, leaving the other students behind as he moves down the brightly lit hallway. His hand grips the wall, moving with a subtle, swift motion, indicating a deliberate and rapid movement.
A dark, shimmering purple aura emanates from Yoo-sung Kim, highlighting his imposing presence as he stands in the dimly lit space.
Students recoil in visible shock and alarm, their faces contorted in wide-eyed expressions of fear at the sudden shift in atmosphere.
The students whisper in awe and fear, recognizing him as Yoo-sung Kim, a figure rumored to be a successor to a post-apocalyptic assassination art, an intellectual yakuza favored by a powerful clan boss. Yoo-sung Kim sighs internally, finding the students' dramatic reaction to his presence akin to the parting of the Red Sea, though he admits his recent bulk-up makes navigating the hallways surprisingly easy.
Despite his ability to infer rom-com developments, Yoo-sung Kim thinks he should hurry to observe the unfolding event firsthand.
Yoo-sung Kim contemplates the most probable location within the school for a private, one-on-one conversation, his mind working through the possibilities.
His eye sharpens with realization, concluding that there is only one logical place for such a clandestine meeting. The blonde boy leads the girl with enthusiasm, declaring they are heading to the back of the school. A striking collage of 4 distinct figures appears, rendered in stark purple and black hues, hinting at a cast of powerful and mysterious individuals. The blonde boy bows profoundly, hands pressed together in a desperate apology, insisting he didn't do it on purpose. Hidden amongst the foliage, Yoo-sung Kim observes the scene, mentally identifying the boy's gesture as the classic apologetic bow. Yoo-sung Kim watches, internally cringing at the boy's exaggerated pose, yet acknowledging it as typical behavior for a rom-com protagonist. A suppressed snort escapes her lips, a clear indication she's struggling to contain her amusement. Unable to hold back, the blonde girl erupts into boisterous laughter, clutching her stomach as the blonde boy stares in stunned disbelief. With a mischievous grin and a hint of fangs, the blonde girl teases him, commenting on his surprising innocence. Blonde boy, bewildered, asks if she wasn't mad, to which she replies that she understands the morning's incident was an accident, implying she's not one to hold grudges. The blonde girl's thought reveals she simply wanted to tease him after seeing his surprised face, while Yoo-sung Kim, still hidden, clenches his jaw in exasperation at the unfolding cliché. Blonde girl is revealed as Rika Kishimoto, the first-ranked student in the popularity poll, known for her bright personality, as she playfully laughs beside the flustered boy. From his hidden vantage point, Yoo-sung Kim meticulously notes this as the quintessential first meeting event with the story's male lead. Yoo-sung Kim observes the unfolding scene from his crouched position, noting to himself that this is truly the quintessential start of a typical romantic comedy.
Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the air, directly addressing Yoo-sung Kim. The speaker questions why the secretary of the Great Student Council is found squatting suspiciously in the bushes.
A woman's hands elegantly hold a red fan, obscuring her face as she delivers a pointed accusation, asking if he's engaged in something as undignified as peeping on female students. President, with her long dark hair adorned with red ribbons, stands with a stern, piercing gaze, her red fan held defensively before her. Despite her formidable presence, Yoo-sung Kim's internal monologue reveals her as a tragic figure, a sub-heroine destined to be involved with the protagonist, Ruji, in some capacity. The president looks on, partially hidden by the bush, her expression shifting as she processes Yoo-sung Kim's unexpected response. Yoo-sung Kim holds up a small, leafy branch, claiming he was simply admiring it and thought it would look nice in the student council room. His inner thoughts emphasize the importance of appearing ordinary.
The president's eyes narrow suspiciously as she repeats his words, clearly unconvinced that such a humble branch belongs in the student council room.
A tight shot on the president's eye reveals a subtle flicker of emotion, a hint of her internal struggle with his absurd explanation. Her delicate hand reaches out towards the branch Yoo-sung Kim is still holding, a silent gesture of acceptance or perhaps a test. Now holding the branch herself, the president declares her intention to place it in the student council room as a show of appreciation for his effort, a surprising twist of generosity. Yoo-sung Kim expresses his thanks, internally marveling that his impromptu excuse actually worked, a testament to his quick thinking. President then inquires about Yoo-sung Kim's presence, noting his usual busy schedule at the start of the semester, hinting at her awareness of his activities. With a confident smile, the president announces her plan to have a meal with the student council members and extends a special invitation to Yoo-sung Kim, implying a hidden motive. She urges them to hurry to the student cafeteria, emphasizing the need to secure seats as they begin to walk together, side by side. President halts abruptly, her expression shifting to one of dismay as she internally questions going to the student cafeteria, believing the food there unsuitable for her status. Turning to Yoo-sung Kim with a sly smirk, she playfully asserts that he doesn't truly know her, hinting at a hidden depth to her character. The president beams, challenging his assumption that she's unfamiliar with commoner food and culture, proudly recounting a delicious spicy stir-fried pork rice bowl she once enjoyed at his family's shop. A visual of the spicy stir-fried pork rice bowl is presented as the chibi president confidently declares her ability to enjoy such commoner food, contrasting herself with ignorant fools.
Yoo-sung Kim observes her, a purple aura surrounding him, as he internally notes her subtly insulting tone towards his family's shop, finding her adaptability surprising for someone accustomed to luxury.
Yoo-sung Kim delivers the disappointing news to the surprised president. The student cafeteria does not serve spicy stir-fried pork rice bowls. The president reacts with shock and indignation, demanding to know what they do serve, to which Yoo-sung Kim calmly replies that they have a similar dish called jayadin. The president's face contorts in distress as she tries to recall the name jayadin, internally dismissing it as sounding explicit and akin to junk food. From behind, the president appears troubled, pondering whether she should eat that jayadin thing, while Yoo-sung Kim internally reminds her of her earlier boasts about understanding commoner food. Yoo-sung Kim turns, a slight jolt of surprise visible, as another voice calls out, addressing the president with formal deference.
Shinjiro Akagi, the student council vice president and Kumiko's confidant, adjusts his glasses, expressing his relief at finding the president and urging her to return to prevent their steak from getting cold.
Shinjiro Akagi then turns his attention to Yoo-sung Kim, recognizing him, as the president looks on with a startled expression. A close-up on Shinjiro Akagi's eyes, partially obscured by his glasses, reveals a knowing glint as he internally deduces the true reason behind Yoo-sung Kim's presence.
Shinjiro Akagi, his eyes now blazing with conviction, points accusingly at Yoo-sung Kim, declaring his lack of awareness regarding his position in the Great Student Council. Yoo-sung Kim, caught off guard by the sudden confrontation, questions Akaji's abrupt appearance and strange accusations.
Shinjiro Akaji continues his impassioned speech, revealing that because Yoo-sung Kim rarely visits the student council room, their poor lady skipped her meal and went searching for him, causing her distress. Yoo-sung Kim processes this information, a look of utter confusion clouding his features as he internally questions the poor lady and the notion of her skipping a meal for him. The lady herself, standing behind Yoo-sung Kim, flusters dramatically, denying any sadness and demanding to know what Shinjiro Akaji is talking about.
Shinjiro Akaji remains resolute, declaring he can no longer stand by while Yoo-sung Kim acts arrogantly towards his lady. The lady, still embarrassed, insists that his interpretation is incorrect.
As the lady tugs Shinjiro Akaji away, she apologizes to Yoo-sung Kim, promising a meal another time. Shinjiro Akaji, however, continues his threats, warning Yoo-sung Kim that the Akaji family will retaliate if the lady is made sad. Yoo-sung Kim is left alone, utterly perplexed by the bizarre encounter, his mind reeling with question marks as he tries to comprehend what just transpired. The scene shifts to a picturesque view of the school grounds, bathed in the soft light of cherry blossoms, as students move about their day. The narrative transitions to the bustling subway station after school, a common waypoint for students heading home. Yoo-sung Kim stands out in the crowd, his imposing physique commanding attention as other students, including a curious girl, notice his presence. He reflects on the day's events, understanding that the encounter with the protagonists marks the true beginning of Scramble Love, a new chapter in his life. He revels in the effectiveness of his physical training, acknowledging that size truly reigns supreme, while a nearby student mistakes his imposing figure for that of a mobster. A digital display at the subway station indicates the current time is 18:19, with 10 minutes remaining until the next train's arrival. Suddenly, a can of soda clatters and rolls across the platform, drawing attention to its unexpected fall. Yoo-sung Kim calmly picks up the fallen can, internally reaffirming his goal to live an ordinary life as an extra, believing the main storyline will unfold naturally around the protagonists. A close-up on Yoo-sung Kim's hand as he holds the can reveals a subtle smirk, indicating his satisfaction with how smoothly his plan to remain an extra is progressing. His moment of quiet satisfaction is interrupted as his ear twitches, suggesting he's heard something unexpected, a subtle shift in his surroundings.
A cheerful blonde girl, Rika Kishimoto, introduces herself as the new transfer student from his class, recognizing him as Kim and startling Yoo-sung Kim with her sudden appearance.
Yoo-sung Kim's face flushes with shock and confusion as he internally questions why Rika Kishimoto, a protagonist, is here and interacting with him. Vibrant, chaotic collage of characters in a purple hue flashes across the screen, symbolizing the intertwining destinies and the unfolding Scramble Love event. Rika Kishimoto beams with relief and happiness, expressing her joy at running into Yoo-sung Kim, as she had been worried and unsure of what to do. She tugs on Yoo-sung Kim's arm, asking if he knows how to get to a certain place, her request pulling him further into the unfolding narrative. Yoo-sung Kim, still bewildered, confirms he knows the way but immediately questions how Rika Kishimoto knew his name. Rika Kishimoto dismisses his confusion with a knowing smile, her finger pointing directly at his name tag, which clearly displays "Why Yoo-sung Kim?" With a wide grin, Rika Kishimoto emphasizes her point, clearly articulating his full name, Yoo-sung Kim, as it is written on his tag. A sheepish Yoo-sung Kim finally understands, realizing with a groan that his own name tag was the obvious source of her knowledge, a detail he had completely overlooked. Her stifled laugh escapes, a soft "Pfft," as Rika Kishimoto tries to contain her amusement at Yoo-sung Kim's realization. Rika Kishimoto beams, declaring that Yoo-sung Kim is indeed a good person, just as she suspected.
His brow furrows further, a sweat drop forming as Yoo-sung Kim's mind races, utterly bewildered by her statements.
Yoo-sung Kim presses her, asking what she means by knowing it, to which Rika Kishimoto confidently replies he's exactly the person she imagined. He then questions how she even remembered him. Rika Kishimoto, a hint of exasperation in her voice, asks if Yoo-sung Kim is truly oblivious, pointing out his strange, dark aura that makes him impossible to overlook in class. She elaborates on the numerous rumors surrounding him, from fighting biker gangs to Yakuza recruitment, but admits his serious demeanor in class made her doubt if he truly fit those intimidating tales.
Rika Kishimoto smiles, explaining that his comfortable and joking demeanor, despite this being their first real conversation, solidified her belief. As expected, Yoo-sung Kim is a good person.
Yoo-sung Kim looks away, his mind reeling. Rika Kishimoto, in such a short span, he thinks. Wave of panic washes over Yoo-sung Kim as he realizes Rika Kishimoto has formed a massive misunderstanding about him, all because he forgot about his name tag. This is bad, he thinks, getting tangled up with a heroine. Yoo Kim's mind races, connecting Rika Kishimoto's bold approach despite his scary rumors to her top popularity ranking. He debates whether to lean into the rumors and scare her off before Rika Kishimoto's voice cuts through his thoughts, calling his name.
Yoo Kim snaps out of his internal debate, a jolt of surprise evident on his face as he looks up.
Rika Kishimoto pouts, confronting Yoo Kim for his lack of response to her compliment. He quickly offers a sheepish apology. Rika Kishimoto presses him for an answer. Yoo Kim, still flustered, manages a hesitant "thanks for the compliment." A satisfied smile plays on Rika Kishimoto's lips, clearly pleased with his awkward reply. Rika Kishimoto continues, acknowledging that other classmates misunderstand Yoo Kim but confidently states they will eventually recognize his true self.
She asserts that others will soon realize the scary stories about him are mere rumors, convinced that despite his intimidating exterior, Yoo Kim is truly a nice person. With an effervescent smile, Rika Kishimoto declares she will be his friend until others see his true nature, eagerly looking forward to getting to know him better.
Yoo Kim's expression remains unreadable, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air as he processes her words. Yoo Kim concedes that scaring Rika Kishimoto off would likely have been futile. He realizes that with her personality, their fates were intertwined simply by being in the same class, regardless of his appearance. "I guess I'll just have to go with the flow for now," he muses. Internally, Yoo Kim resolves to maintain his facade as a plain extra, even as a powerful, dark aura emanates from him. Outwardly, he offers Rika Kishimoto a calm, "I look forward to it too, Rika." Rika Kishimoto's smile widens into a joyful grin, exclaiming, "Yeah," in delight. Rika Kishimoto suddenly remembers something, turning to Yoo Kim to ask if he knows the way to her new address, Seiho, Setagaya-ku, Tokyo, near Seijogakuin-mei Station. Rika Kishimoto explains her new house's location, admitting the subway lines are too confusing for her. Yoo Kim, looking at his phone, recognizes the address with a surprised, "Huh? This place is..."
Yoo Kim's thoughts race as he recognizes Seiho as a wealthy neighborhood, filled with high-end residences. He wonders if Rika Kishimoto's character setting involves her being a rich man's daughter.
Yoo Kim informs her that her new house is near his, suggesting they can take the same train. Rika Kishimoto clenches her fists in delight, exclaiming that asking him was the right choice. Rika Kishimoto's eyes widen slightly in a moment of surprised realization. Rika Kishimoto, visibly surprised, asks if his house is truly near hers. Yoo Kim confirms, specifying Chitose Funabashi Station, only 2 stops from Seiho.
Rika Kishimoto beams, marveling at the close proximity of their homes and declaring it must be destiny that they met. Yoo Kim, however, internally groans, finding the situation problematic as she's meant for Ruji. The unexpected closeness with Rika forces Yoo Kim to reconsider his strategy. He internally muses, realizing a new approach is necessary given this unforeseen turn of events.
Despite his elaborate preparations for survival, Yoo Kim faces a critical flaw. He has not actually read the original Scramble love story, leaving him without crucial foreknowledge. He acknowledges that understanding rom-com tropes is one thing, but direct intelligence from Rika herself would be far more accurate than merely existing as an extra in this narrative. If gaining Rika's friendship is the surest path to information, Yoo Kim believes he might even be able to guide the main couple if their relationship falters, a bold, almost menacing thought. He rationalizes that seeking help from a classmate is a common rom-com trope, assuring himself that such a minor deviation shouldn't drastically alter the original story's flow. Yoo Kim turns to Rika, offering to buy her a drink. Her eyes widen in surprise and delight at the unexpected gesture. He explains it's a thank you for their burgeoning friendship, prompting Rika to gleefully choose a cola from the vending machine. Rika Kishimoto takes a long, satisfying gulp of the cold cola, the carbonation a refreshing burst. A radiant smile spreads across Rika's face as she exclaims her joy, declaring that the carbonation is truly the best, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Yoo Kim observes that she must really like cola, but Rika clarifies that it's simply been a long time since she allowed herself one due to her self-care regimen. Yoo Kim raises an eyebrow, questioning her statement about looking after herself, prompting Rika to elaborate.
With a flourish, Rika proudly presents her phone, revealing a dazzling array of her fashion photos, showcasing her past as a model.
She explains that she was once a fashion magazine model in her hometown, emphasizing the critical importance of self-care for her profession. Yoo Kim, ever blunt, points out a difference between the photos and reality, suggesting it might be her makeup, instantly infuriating Rika. Suddenly, a system notification announces the train's arrival. Yoo Kim swiftly changes the subject, urging Rika to board the arriving train. Rika, still fuming, demands to know why he's abruptly shifting topics. The train rushes past the platform, a blur of motion and speed. Two men whisper nervously, one remarking on a mobster-like figure, while the other warns him to silence himself before they're overheard. As Yoo Kim and Rika walk through the station, the whispering man panics, advising against eye contact. Another woman laments being too scared to ride the train. Rika, oblivious to the fear Yoo Kim inspires, remarks on the perks of being with him, while he internally groans, recognizing it as a significant drawback. Rika, ever optimistic, suggests they take their time to find their way, pointing at a subway map on her phone with cheerful determination. Yoo Kim points ahead, indicating the correct path. Rika, however, is bewildered, struggling to memorize the route and unsure of their current location. Yoo Kim strides ahead, warning Rika to hurry or be left behind. Rika playfully calls him cold as a system notification announces the doors are opening. Yoo Kim informs Rika that Seiho is 2 stops away and that he's departing. Rika cheerfully thanks him for the day. Yoo Kim glances back as Rika calls out his name, a slight turn of his head acknowledging her.
Yoo Kim stands, a thoughtful expression on his face, as the implications of Rika's words settle in, further complicating his carefully laid plans.
As the school bell rings, signaling the start of lunch, a vibrant energy fills the air. Voices call out, inviting Satoru to join them at the cafeteria, a stark contrast to Yoo Kim's solitary contemplation. Satoru, however, finds himself in a predicament, realizing he's left his lunchbox behind, adding a touch of everyday chaos to the otherwise ordinary school day. Meanwhile, Yoo Kim, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding commotion, prepares his own meal. His fingers skillfully handle a wooden lunchbox filled with neatly arranged gimbap. He brings a piece of the delicious-looking gimbap to his lips, ready to savor his quiet lunch.
Just as he's about to take a bite, a sudden, bright voice calls out his name, startling him mid-mouthful.
Yoo Kim looks up, his expression a mix of surprise and slight annoyance, recognizing the source of the interruption. Rika.
Rika approaches, her face etched with concern, questioning if Yoo Kim has been eating alone in such an isolated spot every day.
Yoo Kim explains his preference for solitude, feeling his presence makes others uncomfortable. Rika, however, insists they should eat together, bewildered by his choice of a spot near the garbage bins. He calmly reiterates his comfort with eating alone and reminds Rika of her own past words about friends eventually seeing one for who they truly are, implying he's biding his time. Rika, though flustered by his logic, still expresses her concern, believing he shouldn't be by himself, even as she internally acknowledges his self-sufficiency. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignites in Rika's eyes, her attention caught by something intriguing. Her gaze falls upon Yoo Kim's lunchbox, filled with the vibrant gimbap.
Her previous worries instantly vanish, replaced by excitement as she recognizes the Korean dish, gimbap, from K-dramas, eagerly asking if she can try a piece.
Yoo Kim, caught off guard by her sudden shift in mood, hesitantly agrees, internally remarking on how quickly she stopped crying. Rika, now beaming, playfully dismisses his surprise and declares her intention to join him for lunch every day from now on. Yoo Kim tries to temper her enthusiasm, stating he can't bring gimbap daily, which only prompts an indignant, chibified Rika to insist her intentions aren't solely for the food.
Despite his initial reservations, Yoo Kim finds himself growing closer to Rika, acknowledging her surprisingly bright personality and the ease of their interactions, as expected from the most popular character.
Rika eagerly takes a bite of the gimbap, her expression radiating pure delight. Her eyes sparkle with joy as she exclaims over the deliciousness, confirming her suspicion that Yoo Kim's family runs a Korean restaurant. Sitting together on a bench, Yoo Kim downplays his gimbap as nothing special, but thanks Rika for enjoying it. Rika, still enthusiastic, tells him to convey her enjoyment to his mother. Rika then offers Yoo Kim some dashimaki tamago from her own lunchbox, presenting it as a return gift for his gimbap. Yoo Kim agrees to try just one piece, his gaze falling upon the colorful contents of her lunchbox. He takes a bite of the dashimaki tamago, his expression initially neutral. However, a moment later, his eyes widen in shock, his face contorting in an expression of intense surprise as the flavor hits him. He thinks of a saying about life being half sugar, but quickly concludes that even for something sweet, this omelet is overwhelmingly so, wondering if Rika used an entire jar of sugar. Yoo Kim cautiously asks Rika about the amount of sugar she used. She replies innocently that she just put in a reasonable amount, asking if it's sweet. He then realizes Rika's undeniable love for sugar. With a fiery determination, Yoo-sung Kim declares that eating only sweet things is detrimental to her health. For her sake, he vows to teach her how to make a zero-sugar K-rolled omelet next time. Rika, confused, asks what else goes into a rolled omelet. Yoo-sung Kim simply states, salt. Her disbelief is palpable, wondering why anyone would put salty ingredients when sweet soy sauce is available. With a forced, wide smile, Rika comments on Yoo-sung Kim's unique palate, trying to reassure him that everyone has different tastes. Yet, her internal thoughts betray her, wondering if his taste buds are paralyzed and if he's on a direct path to diabetes.
Suddenly, a bright flash erupts, momentarily startling both Yoo-sung Kim and Rika as they turn their attention towards the unexpected light.
A close-up reveals the dark-haired girl, holding a red fan to her mouth, her expression a mix of intensity and slight trepidation, as if she's been identified as the president. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes. A chibi Rika, complete with cat ears, looks surprised, while Yoo-sung Kim maintains his composed demeanor. The student council president, shrouded in a dark, ominous aura, contemplates the notion of innocent relationships between students, only to declare, however. Her resolve hardens as she steps forward, a red book clutched in her outstretched hand, vehemently stating that the student council president absolutely will not tolerate it.
Yoo-sung Kim, visibly perplexed, looks on with a furrowed brow, questioning the president's accusation of an inappropriate relationship. Her footsteps draw nearer as the president clarifies her stance, asserting that choosing to eat lunch strictly as a single male and female alone together in a secluded place like this can only be considered an inappropriate relationship.
The bespectacled male assistant chimes in, his expression stern, chastising Yoo-sung Kim for making excuses after being caught, and then directly calls out, Kim Yoo-sung. Yoo-sung Kim, looking annoyed, defends himself by stating that this is neither an inappropriate relationship nor an excuse. He then pointedly remarks on the frequency of his encounters with them lately. The student council president responds, reminding Yoo-sung Kim that as members of the great student council, frequent meetings are natural, then questions if he's feeling anxious, before admitting that running into him every single lunch break is indeed a bit strange. Slightly flustered, the student council president clutches her fan, stammering, what is it? Do you have something you want to say to me? A sudden realization dawns on Rika, who points excitedly at the president, exclaiming that she remembers the rumors of the dark student council president. The president's eyes widen in shock and a hint of hurt as she repeats the unexpected moniker, the dark student council president? Rika, still cheerfully oblivious to the president's discomfort, explains that rumors circulate about her always wearing a black uniform alone, and now, seeing her in person, Rika understands the dark nickname.
Enraged, the president shouts at Rika, calling her how incredibly rude, and passionately defends her uniform as strictly meant to display the dignity of the student council.
Rika, misunderstanding the president's anger, attempts to reassure her, stating she doesn't need to explain herself. She adds that everyone teases her by calling it a cosplay, but it's not a problem as long as she remains confident. The president's shoulders slump in despair as she processes the devastating revelation that the students tease me by calling it a cosplay, while a chibi Rika innocently offers her a piece of tamago. Rika's expression shifts to a subtle look of concern, perhaps finally registering the full impact of her words on the president. With a dramatic flourish, the president declares a tactical retreat for the day, but not without a fierce promise to return for revenge, proclaiming, I will definitely be back next time. Fleeing in utter humiliation, the president vows vengeance, muttering, this humiliation, I will absolutely, without a doubt, get my revenge, while her male assistant calls out in confusion, ah, my lady, where are you going all of a sudden? Yoo-sung Kim and Rika watch as the male assistant desperately calls out, please wait up, my lady, chasing after the rapidly retreating president. Rika turns to Yoo-sung Kim, genuinely bewildered and asking, Kim-kun, did I do something wrong? To which he responds with a deadpan admission, well, I have absolutely no idea. The school clock tower chimes, its melodious rings signaling the passage of time and the end of the lunch break. Back in the classroom, Yoo-sung Kim sits at his desk, arms crossed, seemingly unbothered by the earlier commotion as other students prepare to leave.
Yoo-sung Kim's gaze shifts to the side, a subtle glint in his eyes indicating he's noticed something or someone approaching.
Rika appears beside Yoo-sung Kim, holding her school bag, and asks him with a bright smile, what are you doing instead of heading home?
Rika points to a club promotional booklet, questioning why Yoo-sung Kim, a second year, still hasn't joined a club. He explains that his first year was consumed by student council duties, but now with things more relaxed, he's considering joining one. Beaming, Rika suggests they go around trying out different clubs together after school, starting today. Yoo-sung Kim responds with a questioning, club trials?
Rika clarifies her intention, explaining that direct experience is essential for choosing a club, far better than overthinking it. Yoo-sung Kim ponders her words, a thoughtful hum escaping him. Yoo-sung Kim quickly agrees, declaring Rika's approach the best way to choose. He then eagerly asks if they should head out immediately, ready to find out where to go first. Yoo-sung Kim suddenly reveals his ambitious plan. He intends to visit every single sports club. Rika is visibly startled, questioning his extreme goal. With a chilling smile, Yoo-sung Kim's eyes glow with a powerful purple aura as he begins to explain his true motivation. Surrounded by an intense violet energy, Yoo-sung Kim declares his curiosity, eager to discover the full extent of his own strength. A montage of powerful figures, some human, some monstrous, all imbued with a similar dark, mystical energy, flashes across the screen.
Their first destination is clearly marked, the soccer club.
On the field, a powerful kick sends a soccer ball hurtling through the air with immense force.
A goalkeeper watches the ball fly past, unimpressed, remarking that the player sucks at this.
Two students, one with blonde hair and one with dark hair, stand frustrated. The blonde student curses his inability to score, while the dark-haired student mocks him for 5 missed attempts. The blonde student challenges his friend to try, threatening him with dire consequences if he misses. Meanwhile, the goalkeeper and a smaller student with glasses inwardly complain about the disruptive pair. The dark-haired student confidently accepts the challenge, asserting that scoring is not even that hard as he turns toward the goal.
They look up in shock as a tall, imposing figure in a number 10 jersey stands before them.
The new arrival, exuding a cold aura, calmly states that they need the field and asks the two students to step aside. The two troublemakers flinch in terror as they realize they've just encountered Ryohei, the formidable third-year soccer club captain, whose kicks are legendary for their blinding speed. Sweating profusely, the dark-haired student nervously apologizes, claiming they lost track of time while having fun, and quickly announces their departure.
Shifting topics, Ryohei asks his teammate about the new freshman, only to hear that no one has stood out so far.
A red glow surrounds Ryohei as he inwardly expresses his concern, determined to win nationals this year but frustrated by the team's current lack of talent. He imagines the impact of recruiting even one absolute beast of a freshman, believing it would completely transform their season. Ryohei's frustration boils over, his teeth gritted, as he grows increasingly agitated by the team's prospects. The blonde student, still fuming, suggests going back to beat the shit out of them, but his dark-haired companion quickly warns him he's on his own. The blonde student scoffs at his friend's fear of Ryohei, reminding him of their promise to conquer the school, but the dark-haired student reiterates Ryohei's power, mentioning his 100 km/h kicks. The blonde student dismisses physical stats, asserting that experience is key and that even Ryohei would fall to one of his punches. Mid-boast, the blonde student is shoulder-checked, turning back in a rage, demanding to know who dared to bump into him. Yoo-sung Kim stands, looking back with slight annoyance, having just bumped into the loud student. Yoo-sung Kim's eye glows purple as he asks the furious student to repeat himself, a subtle smirk playing on his lips.
The two troublemaking students recoil in terror, their faces pale with shock, as they recognize the intimidating aura emanating from Yoo-sung Kim.
The two troublemaking students shriek in utter panic, their faces contorted in terror as they recognize the terrifying successor of the assassination fist, Kim Yoo-sung, and scramble to flee from his overwhelming purple aura. Kim Yoo-sung stands utterly bewildered, questioning the bizarre reaction, while the blonde girl beside him murmurs her confusion about the mention of assassination. Other students whisper in awe and fear, marveling at Kim Yoo-sung's power as he effortlessly dispatched the troublemakers with nothing but a piercing glare. Kim Yoo-sung himself seems slightly troubled by the attention. The blonde girl scolds Kim Yoo-sung, reminding him of his goal to make friends and get along. He simply states that he only looked at someone who started talking to him.
On the school soccer field, a student in a white jersey with the number 5 bends down, gathering soccer balls, seemingly preparing for practice.
The soccer player looks up, his expression shifting to one of surprise and slight confusion as he notices something off-panel. A gasp ripples through the field as students recognize Kim Yoo-sung, wondering why the notorious troublemaker is here. The blonde girl suggests they start their club visits with the soccer team. The troublemaking students from earlier are still reeling in fear, convinced that Kim Yoo-sung is seeking revenge. They mutter grim predictions about the soccer club's fate. A reassuring hand firmly rests on the shoulder of the startled soccer player, attempting to calm him. Soccer captain calmly tells the anxious player to settle down, dismissing the idea that Kim Yoo-sung is here for something so trivial. The player, surprised, addresses him as captain. The player, still unconvinced, expresses his disbelief, recounting rumors of Kim Yoo-sung's notorious reputation as a troublemaker and his forced entry into the student council, questioning why such a person would suddenly join the soccer club. Ryo-hae acknowledges the widespread rumors about Kim Yoo-sung but states that seeing him in person has solidified his own judgment. Ryo-hae internally assesses Kim Yoo-sung, concluding that his presence here is not for petty reasons, and his imposing physique alone suggests a formidable, national-level boss. A foot in a dark sneaker steps onto the grassy field, marking a decisive arrival. Ryo-hae addresses Kim Yoo-sung directly, acknowledging his reputation and stating he's heard much about him. Ryo-hae introduces himself as the leader of the soccer club and extends a welcome to Kim Yoo-sung before directly asking the reason for his visit. Kim Yoo-sung straightforwardly declares his intention to try out for the soccer club and asks about the required procedures. Ryo-hae gasps in internal shock, realizing that despite their similar heights, Kim Yoo-sung's presence makes him feel dwarfed, an overwhelming sensation. Ryo-hae's thoughts continue, focusing on Kim Yoo-sung's immense musculature, which strains against his uniform, revealing his absolutely overwhelming physical prowess. Ryo-hae's imagination ignites, envisioning a triumphant future where Kim Yoo-sung's presence guarantees a national championship. He desperately wants him to join the team. Noticing Ryo-hae's dazed state, Kim Yoo-sung asks if he's alright. Ryo-hae snaps back to reality, apologizing and offering to explain the entry test. Ryo-hae explains the simple entry test. Stand at the penalty line, kick the ball as hard as possible into the goal, with only one attempt. Kim Yoo-sung's lips curl slightly as he internally repeats the instruction to kick as hard as he can, a subtle challenge in his mind. His eyes burn with fierce determination as the full weight of the one-shot rule settles in. He clenches his fists, resolving to unleash his absolute maximum power. His resolve hardens, his internal declaration echoing with explosive power, out. As he prepares, the system highlights his incredible strength, activating powerlifting and squats as his muscles tense with immense, focused energy. His face contorts with supreme concentration, his jaw clenched as the system registers an incredible 300 kilograms of raw power building within him. With a devastating, arcing motion, Kim Yoo-sung unleashes a supercharged kick, his leg wreathed in crackling purple energy, aimed directly at the soccer ball.
The supercharged kick connects with devastating force, purple energy exploding around Kim Yoo-sung's leg as it impacts the soccer ball.
One player stammers that it was an incredible shot, confessing he couldn't even track the ball, while another looks on with wide-eyed astonishment. The players stare at the empty goal, the realization dawning on them that the ball, or what was left of it, must have vanished entirely. Close-up reveals another player's face twisted in horror, demanding to know what just happened and what kind of power that was. Kim Yoo-sung stands calmly amidst the destruction, a completely flattened, burst soccer ball at his feet, leaving everyone to wonder how a human could literally pop a ball. Kim Yoo-sung concludes that soccer isn't going to work out and asks Rika about other available sports clubs, to which she mentions the baseball and basketball clubs nearby. As they walk away, Kim Yoo-sung suggests they head to the basketball club first, while Rika gleefully remarks that it feels like they're on a dojo hunting adventure. Word quickly spreads among the students that Kim Yoo-sung is heading to the basketball club, with many questioning if he intends to crush all the athletic clubs. Excited students eagerly anticipate what Kim Yoo-sung will do to the other clubs, urging each other not to miss the unfolding spectacle. A determined female student observes the commotion, wondering if Kim Yoo-sung has finally begun to make his move, before calling out his name with intensity. Kim Yoo-sung, wreathed in purple energy, delivers a powerful swing, shattering a baseball bat and sending a terrified player scrambling in fear.
On a tennis court, Kim Yoo-sung stands over a broken racket and a massive crater, leaving other players utterly bewildered by the destruction.
A list of sports clubs is shown, with soccer club, baseball club, and tennis club already crossed out, marking Kim Yoo-sung's path of conquest.
Rika beams with excitement, holding her notebook, and declares triumphantly that they've achieved one bingo on their list.
Kim Yoo-sung turns to Rika, inquiring how many sports clubs are still remaining on their list. Rika responds with a sly grin, teasing Kim Yoo-sung about his curiosity regarding the remaining clubs.
With a flourish, Rika raises her hand and puts on a pair of glasses, preparing for a dramatic reveal.
Now wearing her glasses, Rika strikes a pose and grandly announces that she will answer Kim Yoo-sung's question using the big data gathered from their bingo. Kim Yoo-sung stares blankly, a large question mark appearing beside him, utterly bewildered by Rika's theatrical presentation. Rika explains that, excluding the table tennis, volleyball, and judo clubs which aren't holding tryouts today, only 3 clubs remain. She then describes the track club, highlighting its focus on building stamina and concentration as chibi runners dash across the screen. Next, Rika details the kendo club, emphasizing its role in cultivating manners and mental fortitude, illustrated by chibi figures practicing with kendo sticks. Adjusting her glasses, Rika concludes her explanation, stating that these are the 3 sports clubs currently holding tryouts. Rika, adjusting her glasses with a triumphant smile, asks Kim Yoo-sung if her explanation was perfect. Internally, Kim Yoo-sung appreciates her effort but wonders about the sudden appearance of her glasses. With an eager chibi expression, Rika then asks Kim Yoo-sung where they should head next to continue their club visits. Rika confidently declares she'll guide him anywhere he wishes to go. Kim Yoo-sung remains silent, deep in thought, a pensive look on his face.
Suddenly, Kim Yoo-sung asks Rika if she's ever acted beyond modeling, catching her completely off guard. Her face flushes with surprise and embarrassment as she stammers a confused reply.
Kim Yoo-sung explains that she simply seems to have a natural knack for acting, adding that he doesn't mind if he's mistaken. Rika, still flustered, tries to explain her past experiences.
Rika admits that her past acting endeavors are a bit embarrassing to talk about, nervously clutching her arm as she speaks.
She then confirms that she did do something similar to acting, striking a pose with a shy yet slightly proud expression, leaving Kim Yoo-sung to ponder. Kim Yoo-sung's mind races, connecting her Japanese background with his own assumptions about embarrassing acting, quickly dismissing the inappropriate thoughts.
He reassures himself that Rika, a main heroine, couldn't possibly have such a backstory, yet he considers asking to fully understand the original narrative.
Before he can delve deeper, Rika decisively grabs his arm, her grip firm. Rika quickly changes the subject, urging Kim Yoo-sung to drop the topic and reminding him they still have 3 clubs left to visit for tryouts.
Seeing Rika's clear panic, Kim Yoo-sung wisely decides not to press her further, realizing it's best to avoid any potential awkwardness between them.
Kim Yoo-sung suggests they start with the kendo club. Rika, regaining her cheerful demeanor, confidently tells him to trust her and follow along. A crowd of students gathers outside a large door, their murmurs filling the air with anticipation. The announcement rings out. Kim Yoo-sung has arrived at the kendo club, his presence radiating an intense aura that causes a stir among the onlookers. Whispers spread through the crowd, speculating on Kim Yoo-sung's motives after his rumored crushing of other sports clubs, noting his formidable presence in person. A student scolds her companion for not interviewing Kim Yoo-sung, only for the other student to admit she's too terrified to approach him. Rika, now sporting her glasses with a determined grin, steps forward, surprising the nervous student who refers to her as manager. Stern voice from off-panel questions Kim Yoo-sung's arrival, as he looks on with a slightly surprised yet composed expression. The speaker, a female, denounces Kim Yoo-sung as a third-rate thug, using tryouts to dismantle clubs, acknowledging his previous victories. Kim Yoo-sung's gaze sharpens as a kendo stick swiftly enters the frame, setting a serious tone for the impending confrontation. Fuma Yukika, the third-year kendo club captain, stands ready, declaring that Kim Yoo-sung's rampage ends with her. Students cheer for Fuma Yukika, impressed by her unwavering resolve as she faces Kim Yoo-sung, completely unintimidated. Kim Yoo-sung calmly asserts his genuine interest in the kendo club and directly asks Fuma Yukika to explain the tryout procedures. Fuma Yukika, with a stern expression, acknowledges Kim Yoo-sung's arrogance before curtly agreeing to his request. She begins to explain the rules, detailing that the tryout will be a 1-point match, her hand gripping her kendo stick firmly. Fuma Yukika clarifies that victory goes to the first to land a valid strike, then challenges Kim Yoo-sung to step into the dojo, announcing she will be his opponent. A male student in the crowd expresses his excitement, exclaiming that the highly anticipated match between the human weapon and the kendo club captain is finally about to begin. Crowd roars with anticipation, students exclaiming that a match of this caliber is a once-in-a-lifetime event. They urge their captain to utterly dominate, while others lament that those waiting for Kim Yoo-sung elsewhere are missing out on the spectacle.
The fervent crowd declares that Kim Yoo-sung's evil deeds are about to meet their end. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-sung himself internally sighs, realizing he's being painted as the ultimate villain.
Suddenly, the kendo club captain's voice cuts through the din, a powerful, resonating shout of quiet that silences the entire hallway. With a calm yet firm demeanor, the kendo club captain announces that this is a strict one-on-one match with Kim Yoo-sung, and no one unrelated will be permitted inside the dojo. Her eyes glow with an intense, almost menacing purple light as she warns that anyone who insists on entering will be dealt with personally before she even faces Kim Yoo-sung. The crowd remains utterly silent, intimidated by the captain's aura and her stern warning, their previous excitement replaced by nervous apprehension. Kim Yu-sung observes the captain, noting that she possesses a distinct and powerful aura, unlike any other sports club captain they've encountered so far. Rika agrees with his assessment. Kim Yu-sung's expression turns serious as he acknowledges that Rika's previous warnings about the captain were indeed correct, confirming the immense power he senses.
Behind the Kendo Club captain, a colossal, ethereal serpent manifests, its eyes glowing crimson, radiating an overwhelming aura that signals its immense power. The narrator confirms this aura is no joke.
Kim Yu-sung instructs Rika to wait outside, promising to return shortly. Rika, sensing the formidable atmosphere, agrees, admitting she'd likely be scolded if she entered, and wishes him luck. Inside the sun-drenched dojo, kendo gear, including protective masks and practice swords, is neatly arranged on shelves, awaiting use. The kendo club captain stands poised, holding her practice sword, and asks Kim Yu-sung if he truly intends to fight without armor, ready to begin the moment he is prepared. Kim Yu-sung, holding his own kendo stick, states that no armor would fit him anyway, so he will fight as he is. The captain observes his large stature and, for the sake of fairness, decides to forego her own armor as well.
Kim Yu-sung grips his kendo stick, a determined look on his face, and sternly warns the captain that he will not be held responsible if she gets hurt during their match. The kendo club captain, with a confident smirk, dismisses his warning, finding his words amusing as she tightens her grip on her own kendo stick.
Her confidence unwavering, the captain declares that despite his efforts, Kim Yu-sung won't even be able to graze her clothes, emphasizing her superior skill. With a final, chilling resolve, the kendo club captain issues her ultimate challenge. Prepare yourself, Kim Yu-sung. The scene shifts to a bustling classroom where students are engrossed in a different kind of speculation, with one asking who Sakamoto will choose to date. One male student enthusiastically argues that Yaguchi is clearly the superior choice, praising her kindness and assets, while Yaguchi herself beams with a gentle smile. Kim Yu-sung sits at his desk, deep in thought, finding it amusing how everyone is making such a huge deal out of what transpired earlier.
Sakamoto aggressively points at a male student, declaring, "You, be my man." Kim Yu-sung observes this with a slightly annoyed expression, reflecting on the bomb she just dropped.
Rika turns to Kim Yu-sung, calling his name Ryu, prompting him to respond with a questioning HM as she prepares to ask something. The mischievous grin, Rika asks Kim Yu-sung for his prediction. Ryu, who do you think Sakamoto's gonna date? Kim Yu-sung, looking away, admits he's not really sure, which elicits a disappointed "boo, you're no fun" from Rika. Kim Yu-sung then reveals, through a thought bubble, that if the story follows its original path, Sakamoto ends up with her childhood friend, Mia, declaring it a confirmed ending. Kim Yu-sung's thoughts echo with a knowing confidence as he muses I already know who he'll choose. Blonde girl, Rika Kishimoto, declares with a playful wink, Sakamoto is going to date Tojo. But Rika quickly adds a caveat, that's only if I give Tojo some dating advice. Kim Yu-sung, behind her, can only stare in disbelief. Kim Yu-sung repeats, dating advice. You're really that confident in yourself? Rika beams, of course. When it comes to love, I'm the great Rika Kishimoto. Rika boasts, people are practically lining up to hear my wisdom. Kim Yu-sung, however, thinks to himself, but I don't think she even knows who you are. Rika exclaims, ugh, that's the issue. I'm seriously so ready to help her out. Kim Yu-sung internally questions, such a busybody. Why is she getting this fired up over it? Rika, with sparkling eyes and clasped hands, wishes, please I hope she asks me for advice soon. Kim Yu-sung simply stares, utterly baffled. The morning sun casts a gentle glow over the school building, signaling the start of another day. A hand pushes open a classroom door, revealing the bustling school life within. Kim Yu-sung's eyes widen slightly in recognition as he utters, oh, that's... His thoughts complete, Tojo, as the camera reveals a red-haired girl, Karen Tojo, sitting on a desk while Sakamoto stands nearby. Kim Yu-sung greets Satoru, asking, hey Satoru, what's Tojo doing in our classroom? Satoru casually replies, morning. Satoru explains that Karen Tojo is bugging Sakamoto about meeting up this weekend, adding that she wanted to buy him a meal as an apology or something.
Kim Yu-sung exclaims, a meal over the weekend? Isn't that basically a date? Satoru leans in, confirming, exactly what I was thinking.
Satoru then shifts the topic, asking Kim Yu-sung, by the way, did you hear the rumor? They say she's the daughter of someone super powerful. Kim Yu-sung replies, powerful? Kim Yu-sung repeats, the Daoxiai clan. You mean the Yakuza? Satoru confirms, exactly. It's a huge organization that controls the entire Kanto region. Kim Yu-sung responds with a flat, wow, that's wild. Satoru, visibly annoyed by his indifference, asks, you seriously don't believe me at all, do you? Kim Yu-sung dismisses the rumor. Well, sort of, but even if it's true, she hasn't done anything to us, so who cares? Satoru can only manage a stunned you. Satoru, impressed despite himself, declares, I seriously want to start calling you big bro right now. Kim Yu-sung, his face shadowed, curtly replies, that's gross. Don't. A sudden realization dawns on Kim Yu-sung as he thinks, wait, now that I think about it, I'm already inside a rom-com manga, so something like that totally could happen, huh?
Karen Tojo bursts out, yelling Sakamoto. As Kim Yu-sung's mind races, then, is Tojo really the daughter of a Yakuza boss? Karen Tojo aggressively demands of Sakamoto, why haven't you accepted my invitation for this weekend yet? I need to properly apologize to you. Sakamoto, overwhelmed, stammers, no, it's just.
Mia interjects, cut it out already. You're making Ruji uncomfortable. Karen Tojo snaps back, this has nothing to do with you.
As three male students lament, ugh, why does it have to be Sakamoto? I wish girls like me too. Kim Yu-sung, observing the chaos, muses, I don't know, is it really all that great?
Teacher, fed up with the disruption, shouts, Sakamoto, just accept the invitation already, then reminds everyone, class still isn't over. Karen Tojo bursts into the changing room, yelling, are you in here? Startling the other students who gasp and shriek in surprise. Karen Tojo relentlessly pursues Sakamoto, shouting, Sakamoto, we are having a meal together this weekend. Karen Tojo's voice echoes, Sakamoto. As Sakamoto, looking utterly drained, thinks, give it a rest already. In the cafeteria, Rika Kishimoto asks Kim Yu-sung, Ryu, what are you doing during Golden Week? Kim Yu-sung replies to Rika, stating he has no specific plans for Golden Week, thinking only of helping out at his family's restaurant. Rika, surprised, acknowledges his family owns a restaurant, praising him as a good son.
Rika Kishimoto boldly extends an invitation to Kim Yu-sung, asking if he'd like to visit her house if he has the time. Kim Yu-sung reacts with visible surprise at the unexpected offer.
Rika enthusiastically describes her father's vast collection, claiming it's extensive enough to blow Kim Yu-sung's mind and is practically a manga cafe. Kim Yu-sung looks on, intrigued by the mention of her father's hobby. Kim Yu-sung smiles, agreeing to call Rika when he's free. Rika, delighted, urges him to let her know anytime, promising to inform her father in advance.
Kim Yu-sung's eye narrows slightly, a subtle HM, indicating a thought or observation has caught his attention.
Rika Kishimoto pauses, looking thoughtful as Kim Yu-sung observes her. He notes that despite her slender physique, she consumes a surprising amount of food. Rika looks up, questioning Kim Yu-sung's observation, asking if he truly thinks so and if everyone doesn't eat this much. She explains that if she doesn't eat a substantial lunch, she ends up snacking later. She adds that she's fortunate to be the type who doesn't gain weight easily, as she picks up another piece of food with her chopsticks. Rika grins, confidently declaring that everything she eats goes straight to her chest. Kim Yu-sung's expression shifts to one of utter shock and bewilderment at her suggestive comment. Rika recoils, feigning indignation and calling Kim Yu-sung a pervert, asking where he's staring. Kim Yu-sung, however, realizes he's been expertly set up by her playful trick.
Rika's eye widens dramatically, a flash of surprise or recognition crossing her face as she looks off-panel.
Suddenly, Rika exclaims Tojo in surprise, drawing the attention of Kim Yu-sung and a new red-haired character, Karen Tojo, who is seen carrying a lunch tray. Rika's eyes sparkle with excitement, realizing this is her chance. She springs up, calling out hey to Karen Tojo, much to Kim Yu-sung's silent consternation. Rika directly addresses the red-haired girl, asking, hey, you're Karen Tojo, right? Karen Tojo looks back with a curious expression. Rika, with a confident smile, states that Karen Tojo seems to have a lot on her mind lately and offers to help. Karen Tojo reacts with surprise, asking if Kishimoto is truly that famous, to which Rika replies, oh, you've heard of me? Karen Tojo stammers, trying to say dating, while Rika looks at her with a questioning expression, anticipating her words. Karen Tojo, blushing, reveals she heard Rika is an expert at giving dating advice. Kim Yu-sung, overhearing, is shocked, wondering if the rumors are actually true. Karen Tojo, still flustered, asks Rika how she knew she was troubled. Rika calmly explains that Karen Tojo comes to their class every break looking for Sakamoto, making it obvious to anyone observing. Karen Tojo, mortified, shouts for Rika to keep it down, covering Rika's mouth to prevent everyone from hearing. Rika struggles, muffled by the sudden action. With Rika's mouth still covered, Karen Tojo explains that she actually wanted to ask Rika for some advice, her expression earnest. Rika, beaming with enthusiasm, suggests they all meet up after school tomorrow for a proper talk. Kim Yu-sung, visibly annoyed, is reluctantly included in the plan, agreeing with a resigned fine. The scene abruptly shifts to a gym, where a muscular man is intensely lifting weights, grunting with effort, while another individual performs crunches. Kim Yoo-sung observes the unexpected environment with a look of utter confusion. Kim Yoo-sung's eyes widen in disbelief, remarking on the sheer coincidence of encountering someone familiar in such an unexpected place, struggling to identify the person before him. The focus shifts to a woman in athletic wear, her toned physique on display as Kim Yoo-sung's voice echoes, identifying her as Fuma. A sudden, vibrant collage of 4 distinct figures flashes across the screen in shades of purple, hinting at a hidden world or past connections.
Kim Yoo-sung, still holding his gym bag, turns to face the woman, confirming her identity with a question, "You are Fuma Yukika?"
Fuma Yukika, a slight blush on her face, explains that her club activities alone don't provide enough exercise, adding that she had no idea Kim Yoo-sung also frequented this gym.
Kim Yoo-sung chuckles, a bead of sweat on his brow, realizing that Fuma Yukika's presence is precisely why the other gym members have suddenly become so intensely motivated.
Fuma Yukika stands thoughtfully, hands on her hips, contemplating her workout, while Kim Yoo-sung internally acknowledges her captivating beauty, which undoubtedly stirred the gym's atmosphere. Kim Yoo-sung gestures towards Fuma Yukika, mentioning his surprise that she lives nearby, to which she simply states that she recently moved. Kim Yoo-sung's expression shifts from initial surprise to enthusiastic delight upon hearing about Fuma Yukika's recent move. Nakayama Yujiro wraps an arm around a bewildered Kim Yoo-sung, giving Fuma Yukika a thumbs up, suggesting that it would be more comfortable for Kim Yoo-sung to train her since they attend the same school. Nakayama Yujiro leans in conspiratorially, whispering to a shocked Kim Yoo-sung that Fuma Yukika likely came to the gym because of him, urging him to make the most of the situation. Nakayama Yujiro cheerfully advises Fuma Yukika to take it easy on her first day, completely unaware of Kim Yoo-sung's internal thought that the gym owner is gravely misunderstanding the entire situation. Kim Yoo-sung, Nakayama Yujiro, and Fuma Yukika gather around a heavily loaded barbell, which gleams with an intense light, signaling the start of their training. Nakayama Yujiro's smiling face contrasts with Fuma Yukika's shocked expression as he casually suggests starting with a light 220 kilograms, leaving her aghast at the immense weight. Kim Yoo-sung stands confidently by the barbell, while Nakayama Yujiro reassures Fuma Yukika, boasting about his 2 decades of experience in the fitness industry. Nakayama Yujiro's thoughts continue, admitting he has never encountered a monster like Kim Yoo-sung, as intense red energy radiates from Kim Yoo-sung's hand gripping the barbell and his tensed leg. Nakayama Yujiro grins with approval as Kim Yoo-sung effortlessly squats with the heavy barbell, leaving Fuma Yukika wide-eyed and utterly stunned by his incredible strength. Nakayama Yujiro, satisfied with Kim Yoo-sung's performance, decides to increase the weight to 270 kilograms, prompting a shocked 270 kilograms from Fuma Yukika, while Kim Yoo-sung simply agrees. Kim Yoo-sung calmly stretches his chest, completely unfazed, after effortlessly completing 5 sets of the monstrous weight, leaving both Nakayama Yujiro and Fuma Yukika utterly dumbfounded. Nakayama Yujiro proudly gives a thumbs up, reiterating that Kim Yoo-sung is a monster, while Fuma Yukika, looking distressed, questions if such intense training isn't self-abuse, acknowledging his incredible strength. Fuma Yukika's face hardens in contemplation, admitting that Kim Yoo-sung's physique is far beyond that of a high school student, realizing he is truly a monster and wondering if he possesses a legendary power. A powerful purple aura erupts around Kim Yoo-sung, his eyes obscured by shadow, as Fuma Yukika's thoughts confirm her suspicion. He possesses the fabled ultimate yang physique. The intense purple energy of the ultimate yang physique continues to radiate from Kim Yoo-sung, emphasizing his shadowed, powerful presence. A visual explanation appears, illustrating a theory that legendary heroes from history and ancient myths also possess this very same ultimate yang physique. Fuma Yukika's thoughts appear, accompanied by a dynamic, blurred image of her clashing with Kim Yoo-sung, as she asserts her certainty, having personally experienced his power in combat and recognizing it as something beyond mere training. With a determined expression, Fuma Yukika concludes that Kim Yoo-sung's power is not achievable through normal means, resolving to immediately report this critical fact to that person. The serene quiet of a traditional Japanese home is broken only by the gentle sounds of the morning, as sunlight bathes the ancient roof. Ryu's mind races, questioning the bizarre reality he stepped into. He wonders if Tojo's family is truly a Yakuza clan, perplexed by Kishimoto Rika's lack of surprise, and whether such a situation is considered normal in this world. He internally laments, admitting that ever since his reincarnation, he simply cannot grow accustomed to the strange unfolding of events around him. Suddenly, a stern-faced subordinate, sporting a distinctive mustache, reacts with a startled expression as he notices someone unexpected. Subordinate stares up in disbelief, a dark aura radiating from Ryu, exclaiming, "Who is this giant?" The subordinate aggressively points at Ryu, stuttering before accusing him of being a spy from a rival syndicate, while Ryu simply questions, "What?" He then urgently warns Tojo to take cover, declaring the situation dangerous. Tojo, clearly annoyed, retorts that her friends came to help her, deeming the subordinate's behavior rude. Meanwhile, the subordinate's internal thoughts betray his shock at Ryu's masculine grimace and murderous aura, convinced that such a face couldn't possibly belong to a high school student. From off-panel, a voice apologizes, admitting that their subordinates were out of line, as the scene shifts to a pristine kitchen.
Ryu, now wearing an apron, dismisses the apology, stating it's fine, though he admits that such misunderstandings are a frequent occurrence for him.
Ryu expresses his gratitude for the invitation but humbly states he doesn't believe he can help with relationship troubles. Kishimoto Rika, however, vehemently disagrees, asserting that a guy's opinion is precisely what matters most in such situations. Kishimoto Rika instructs Tojo to begin by learning to cook. Tojo, holding an onion, doubts if cooking can truly win Sakamoto's heart, but Kishimoto Rika confidently declares that nothing beats a home-cooked meal for expressing feelings to someone you like.
Kishimoto Rika confidently proclaims herself a love expert, urging trust in her advice, much to Tojo's wide-eyed admiration. Ryu, however, is left silently horrified, questioning how she can say such a thing without embarrassment.
With a surge of enthusiasm, the girls declare they are ready to begin cooking, their hands raised in eager anticipation, while a more subdued yes echoes from Ryu. Time ticks by, the clock hands moving steadily, as a triumphant cry of "Hiya!" signals the culmination of their efforts.
Tojo, looking utterly drained but beaming with pride, presents her finished bento box, which radiates with a magical glow, declaring, "We're done." With a mix of exhaustion and pride, Tojo reveals this is the very first lunchbox she has ever made, while Kishimoto Rika claps enthusiastically, praising her with a simple good work.
Tojo complains about the heat, but Kishimoto Rika corrects her, pointing out it wasn't the fire itself. Tojo then stares in horror at her creation, a bento box emanating a ghostly aura, labeled a chicken from the twisted nether. Ryu, observing the culinary disaster, concludes that even for a first attempt, this was a perilous journey, realizing he's witnessing a true rom-com meal.
Ryu declares that smelling the food, despite its questionable quality, has made him hungry, offering to whip up something quick for dinner. Kishimoto Rika and Tojo look at him in surprise, questioning, "You?" Ryu responds with a confident smirk, assuring them, "Yeah, leave it to me."
Suddenly, the kitchen erupts in a fiery display as Ryu expertly stir-fries food in a wok, flames leaping high with an intense sizzle. Ryu, with a focused intensity, commands the flames as he cooks, while Tojo and Kishimoto Rika watch in utter astonishment, mesmerized by his culinary prowess. The flourish, Ryu presents a perfectly cooked dish, declaring, "All right, it's done." The onlookers exclaim in awe, "Wow, it looks absolutely delicious." Tojo and Kishimoto Rika eagerly dig into the meal, their faces alight with delight as they exclaim, "It's so good and amazing."
Kishimoto Rika, still savoring the food, asks Ryu when he became such a skilled cook. Ryu, looking content, explains that he started packing his own lunches around the second semester of his first year, suggesting that's when his cooking improved. A flashback reveals a younger Ryu, filled with guilt, watching his mother, who would wake at dawn to prepare his lunches during his first semester. He recalls feeling immense guilt seeing her exhausted. Returning to the present, Ryu continues his tale, admitting he struggled initially due to clumsiness but gradually improved. Kishimoto Rika, in a chibi-style thought bubble, finds his dedication to packing his own lunch to spare his hard-working mother incredibly touching.
Ryu then asks Kishimoto Rika who packs her lunch. She proudly declares that her mama prepares them with lots of love, prompting Ryu to dryly comment, "Ah, so you're a toxic daughter?"
Kishimoto Rika suddenly gasps, remembering she had something to give Tojo, admitting she completely forgot while busy eating. Tojo looks surprised, asking, "Huh? For me?"
Kishimoto Rika presents a gift bag to Tojo, explaining that she visited a cosmetics store yesterday and bought a whole bunch of makeup she thought Tojo might need. Kishimoto Rika further elaborates on her gift, explaining that she even noted down basic skincare types for Tojo to easily repurchase once they run out. Tojo, still flustered, manages a shy thank you.
Kishimoto Rika enthusiastically suggests starting with makeup, then moving on to clothes shopping once Tojo secures a date. Tojo looks surprised, asking if clothes are also part of the plan, while Ryu watches them from the background. Kishimoto Rika ponders Tojo's current style, noting that despite only seeing her at school, her usual look is a bit peculiar. Tojo's expression tightens, sensing the impending critique.
Kishimoto Rika bursts into laughter, bluntly stating Tojo's style is old-man-ish, even comparing it to wearing a gym jacket over a school uniform. Tojo is visibly shocked and offended by the harsh assessment.
Tojo, exasperated, concedes to Kishimoto Rika's blunt assessment. Observing the interaction, Ryu internally notes Kishimoto Rika's directness and resolves to master makeup to secure his own date. Kishimoto Rika claps her hands, beaming with approval at Tojo's newfound determination. She then instructs Ryu to wait as they head off for the makeup session. Ryu looks surprised, questioning if he's to wait alone. Kishimoto Rika points a finger, declaring that watching a girl transform is a crime, leaving Ryu to his own devices.
Kishimoto Rika cheerfully pulls a hesitant Tojo away, ready to begin their transformation journey. Ryu remains seated, watching them depart. Ryu, depicted in a chibi style, looks utterly confused. He recalls Kishimoto Rika's earlier statement about a guy's opinion matching, finding the current situation contradictory.
As they walk, Ryu voices his sincere hope that Tojo will successfully set up her date, a genuine smile gracing his face.
Ryu suddenly pauses, a thought striking him, prompting Kishimoto Rika to look at him with a curious huh. Ryu asks Kishimoto Rika if they can stop at a convenience store, explaining his desire to buy this week's manga magazine. Kishimoto Rika enthusiastically agrees, sharing his excitement. A hand reaches for a new manga magazine, its colorful cover depicting various characters, ready to be devoured by a passionate reader. Kishimoto Rika, holding her own manga, asks Ryu if he also buys it weekly. Ryu confirms, sharing his father's belief that manga lovers are inherently good people. Ryu playfully counters, asking if Kishimoto Rika also buys it every week. She giggles, admitting it's true, then innocently asks if that makes her a good person too.
Ryu pauses, then affirms that Kishimoto Rika is indeed a good person. Her eyes widen in surprise, a blush creeping onto her cheeks.
Ryu continues, praising Kishimoto Rika for her unwavering efforts for Tojo throughout the day. He states that anyone capable of such dedication for another is, in his opinion, a truly good person.
Kishimoto Rika's face flushes a deep red as Ryu's words resonate, confirming her as a good person.
Kishimoto Rika stammers and her face still flushed, while Ryu looks at her with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, Kishimoto Rika declares it's getting late and rushes off to pay. She bids Ryu goodbye with a casual sure, leaving him behind. Ryu looks after Kishimoto Rika, a thoughtful expression on his face, as a realization begins to dawn on him. The scene shifts to the next day, a bright and sunny morning at school, setting the stage for new developments. Two male students gaze in astonishment, their expressions conveying a mix of surprise and admiration as someone new catches their eye. Students are captivated by the sight of Tojo, who now appears strikingly cute with her transformed look, her eyes still obscured as she walks through the hallway. The students wonder if such a girl has always been at their school, then express further surprise as she heads towards Class 2B, questioning her identity. A close-up reveals a hand holding a formal letter, hinting at an important message or challenge about to be delivered. Tojo, with newfound confidence, presents a challenge to Sakamoto, stating there's a place he needs to accompany her to this weekend. Sakamoto looks utterly baffled by the unexpected proposition.
Tojo, clearly flustered by Sakamoto's lingering gaze after her unexpected proposition, demands to know what he's staring at. A vibrant, purple-hued montage flashes across the screen, showcasing a diverse cast of formidable figures, hinting at the powerful individuals who will soon shape the unfolding narrative.
The scene shifts dramatically to the bustling heart of Shibuya, a vibrant district known for its fashion and entertainment, marking the destination of their unexpected outing. Karen, brimming with enthusiasm, recounts Tojo's earlier challenge as a moment of pure intensity, while Tojo shyly expresses her gratitude. Karen then warmly suggests Tojo call her by her first name. Tojo, with a bright smile, proposes that Karen should also call her Rika, as Sakamoto stands by, silently processing the whirlwind of female camaraderie.
A quick recollection reveals Karen's insistence that Sakamoto join them, declaring that as a comrade, he must participate, leaving him with no choice but to accompany Tojo in selecting an outfit for her upcoming date.
Karen's eyes light up as she spots a particularly pretty outfit displayed in a store window, immediately exclaiming her approval. Karen continues her energetic spree, holding up another outfit and exclaiming how great it looks, as a bewildered Tojo is swamped with choices, all under Sakamoto's watchful eye. Karen, with unyielding determination, pushes Tojo forward, commanding her to change into the chosen outfit immediately, leaving Tojo utterly bewildered by the sudden urgency. Tojo protests that such a cute style doesn't suit her, but Karen, undeterred, declares she needs to step in, telling Sakamoto to wait here for a moment. Tojo, startled, questions Karen, who, with a mischievous grin, reassures her that Big Sis will handle everything, instructing her to simply stay still.
From inside the changing room, Tojo's voice can be heard, asking for gentleness in a sensitive spot, leaving Sakamoto utterly baffled and wondering what on earth is transpiring within.
Tojo's hands nervously clasp together, adorned in a new, frilly black and white ensemble, as she tentatively begins to assess her transformed appearance. Karen proudly presents the transformed Tojo to Sakamoto, asking for his opinion. Sakamoto, with a genuine smile, affirms that the outfit suits her remarkably well.
Tojo, reflecting on her new appearance, muses internally about the truth of the saying that clothes make the person, astonished by how much she is transformed.
The narrative shifts to an imposing traditional Japanese mansion with a tiled roof, revealed to be the prestigious Tojo clan mansion, also known as Tojo Karen's house.
Within the solemn confines of a grand, dimly lit room, a gathering of stern-faced men in suits convenes, their attention fixed on the red-haired figure seated at the head of the imposing table.
The focal point shifts to the stern-faced man, revealed as Tojo Naoto, the formidable sixth chairman of the Tojo clan, his gaze sharp behind his glasses. Known ominously as Blood Naoto, the chairman's voice rumbles, initiating a discussion about Karen, his expression hinting at a serious matter. His subordinates react with shock and indignation, questioning the news about Lady Karen. Tojo Naoto, his back to them, dismisses the suitor's status, stating he doesn't care who the man is. Tojo Naoto, his face etched with anger, asserts his refusal to simply give his daughter away to just anyone, then sharply calls out to Sento, who immediately responds with a firm yes. Tojo Naoto, his voice laced with a dangerous curiosity, asks Sento to confirm the name of the man Karen likes, specifically asking if it was Sakamoto. Sento nervously confirms it.
The screen presents key information. The man in question is Ruji Sakamoto, who attends the prestigious private Ichijo Academy, the very same institution as the young lady.
The narration concludes by revealing that just yesterday, the young lady expressed a desire to visit a hair salon for the first time, prompting her escort to personally accompany her. True to that desire, today, a flurry of new transactions appeared on Karen's card, all originating from high-end clothing stores, indicating a significant shopping spree.
But the news that truly ignited a furious rage was the revelation that Karen had scheduled a date with one Ruji Sakamoto this very weekend.
A thunderous cry of Sakamoto erupted from Tojo Naoto, the chairman, as he stood, veins throbbing, his fury radiating outwards while his subordinates frantically tried to calm him. With a grim resolve, Chairman Tojo Naoto issued a chilling command. Everyone who has free time this weekend, assemble. The air crackled with his barely contained anger. He declared their objective. We will tail Karen on her date and stop that punk named Sakamoto from doing anything foolish. His voice brooked no argument. The Tojo clan's sixth chairman, Tojo Naoto, along with 8 of his major executives, responded with a unified and resounding yes, ready to execute his orders. Meanwhile, after her extensive shopping, Karen slumped over a table laden with fast food, lamenting, "Ugh, I'm completely exhausted." Karen sighed, claiming she lacked the strength to chew, yet continued to eat, prompting Yusong Kim to dryly observe, "But you're eating quite well." Rika extended her gratitude to Karen for the day, to which Karen cheerfully replied, "Oh, stop it, what are friends for after all? So don't worry about it." Rika shared that she had also enjoyed the shopping, while Karen acknowledged, "Right, you've been helping me out like that from the very beginning." A close-up reveals Rika's focused gaze, her eyes holding a thoughtful expression.
Rika inquired if the hamburger was sufficient for Yusong Kim's build, assuring him she was paying and he could eat as much as he desired. Yusong Kim responded he'd had a big lunch and preferred rice anyway.
Rika internally mused, "I thought he just had a total thug-like personality, but now that we're close, he actually has a pretty attentive side."
She continued her thoughts, as expected, you really have to experience a person firsthand to know. Before Yusong Kim interrupted, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Karen then quipped, "Yeah, ketchup?" Rika outlined her date plan, "Yeah. I decided to go into a cafe and have a cup of tea, then go to the movie theater, and then part ways after eating. Isn't that enough?" Karen scoffed, naive. Rika looked utterly bewildered as Karen's face contorted in an expression of disbelief, demanding, "Huh?"
Karen passionately declared, "If you just follow along normally like everyone else does, you can't win the heart of the person you like." She then presented her phone, suggesting, "So instead of a movie theater, how about here?"
Rika's eyes widened in surprise as she saw the image on Karen's phone, stammering, an aquarium?"
Karen, with an excited gesture, painted a vivid picture, beautifully shimmering waves, peacefully dancing fish and coral reefs. She continued, describing the perfect setting, along with perfectly dim indoor lighting, quietly sharing conversations while your feelings for each other grow deeper. The sun dips below the horizon, casting a warm, orange glow across the towering city buildings, hinting at the close of a busy day. Even as the day concludes, the fiery spirit of Rika Kishimoto ignites, passionately declaring to Yoo Sung Kim that comrades must take responsibility for Karen's happiness until the very end. Yoo Sung Kim, overwhelmed, concedes with a sigh, internally questioning if Rika is merely warm-hearted or perhaps a bit too nosy. With a triumphant grin, Rika Kishimoto high-fives Yoo Sung Kim, exclaiming her approval and referring to him affectionately as Ryu, as if sealing their pact. A system notification flashes, confirming the formation of a powerful alliance. Rika Kishimoto and Yoo Sung Kim combo formed. The urban landscape glistens under a bright, clear sky, the towering buildings reflecting the golden light of a new day, setting the stage for unfolding events. Two women, caught off guard, turn to look back, their expressions hinting at a sudden surprise or an unusual sight that has drawn their attention.
The source of their surprise is revealed. The chairman, a formidable figure in sunglasses, surveys the area. His imposing presence, surrounded by an entourage, draws the attention of passers-by, with a child innocently pointing out his striking red hair, quickly hushed by their mother.
The chairman's thoughts are clear. He is at the precise location where his daughter, Karen, is about to embark on her very first date. The city bustles under a vibrant sky, its modern architecture gleaming, as the stage is set for a significant encounter.
Sakamoto, a blonde-haired boy, waves enthusiastically, calling out Tojo, as he spots Karen, a red-haired girl in a stylish dress, holding a purple box. Karen beams brightly, her expression radiating warmth and happiness as she reassures Sakamoto.
A moment of awkward silence hangs between Karen and Sakamoto, their gazes meeting with a hint of shyness. Sakamoto, mumbling shyly, compliments Karen on her clothes, causing her cheeks to flush with a delicate blush. Karen bashfully thanks Sakamoto, a soft giggle escaping her lips as they begin to walk together, both still a little flustered. Sakamoto proposes they grab a drink and plan their day, to which Karen readily agrees, their feet poised to embark on their first date. Karen and Sakamoto walk hand in hand. A figure in a hoodie, Yoo Sung Kim, watches them from the foreground, his thoughts unreadable.
Yoo Sung Kim and Rika Kishimoto, in their perfect disguises, observe Karen and Sakamoto. Yoo Sung Kim expresses satisfaction, wondering if their special training was effective, while Rika Kishimoto agrees with a glint in her masked eyes.
Yoo Sung Kim urges Rika Kishimoto to hurry up and follow the couple. Rika Kishimoto, struggling to keep pace, calls out for him to wait. Karen and Sakamoto stroll past a bustling cafe, Sakamoto remarking on its fame, while Karen, engrossed in her phone, finds it appealing. Unbeknownst to them, the chairman's poorly disguised entourage lurks in the background. The chairman's face contorts in a furious snarl, a crimson aura of rage radiating from him as he curses the brat who dared to make his daughter wait. Enraged, the chairman stomps his foot, bellowing about Sakamoto making Karen wait for 5 whole minutes. His assistant desperately tries to calm him, pleading for him to settle down.
The assistant warns the chairman that their conspicuous behavior is drawing suspicious glances from citizens, but the chairman, in disbelief, questions how their perfect disguises could possibly fail.
The assistant explains their obviousness stems from having 9 people swarming together. He proposes a new strategy, splitting into pairs to tail Karen and Sakamoto more discreetly.
The chairman, accepting the logic, declares they will follow Sento's plan and move in pairs, to which his men promptly respond with a unified yes, sir.
Inside the popular cafe, the counter is brightly lit, displaying an array of treats and beverages.
A decadent parfait, layered with fruits, cream, and chocolate, is presented, eliciting a delighted wah from the person about to enjoy it.
The blonde woman, with a cheerful expression, questions her companion, Ryu-chan, about their inability to finish a single parfait. A moment of confusion follows, a simple huh hanging in the air.
The cafe bustles with patrons, yet the blonde woman senses an odd atmosphere, remarking on the peculiar vibe of the place. She observes the diverse crowd, noting a surprising number of customers, especially a few weird-looking middle-aged guys who catch her attention. The hooded man agrees, albeit with a slight hesitation.
The hooded man's expression darkens with suspicion, his thoughts revealing a strong intuition that these peculiar individuals are connected to someone named Tojo.
His gaze sharpens, focusing on one specific man with long red hair, scars, and sunglasses, who stands out even among the strange crowd.
The hooded man mentally notes the red-haired man's peculiar wig, yet finds an unsettling resemblance to Tojo, further solidifying his suspicions. Suddenly, the blonde woman excitedly exclaims that Moonshine City Aquarium boasts dolphins, oblivious to the hooded man's intense observations. The orange-haired man, on his date, suggests they prioritize seeing the dolphins, a plan the red-haired girl eagerly agrees to. The red-haired girl beams with delight, anticipating a day filled with fun and excitement. Hooded man's face contorts with exasperation, clearly overwhelmed by the situation and his companion's carefree attitude. From a distance, the orange-haired man chuckles, observing the hooded man's struggles and commenting that his date with Tojo seems to be quite the challenge. The scene shifts to Shibuya Station, where a system notification announces the train's imminent departure.
Inside the packed train, the orange-haired man struggles to maintain his balance amidst the throng, while the red-haired girl leans against him, looking overwhelmed by the crowd. The hooded man, with a concerned expression, steadies the blonde woman as the system alerts them that the train doors are closing, creating a tight squeeze.
The blonde woman, clearly distressed, shouts for people to stop pushing, her voice echoing the chaos of the crowded train. The blonde woman looks up at the hooded man, a question on her lips as she senses his discomfort.
The hooded man reassures her that they will arrive soon, despite the uncomfortable conditions, and she quietly agrees, a blush creeping onto her cheeks.
A system notification announces the doors are opening, and the crowd surges forward with an eek from the blonde woman, creating a moment of intense pressure. Realizing they might get separated, the hooded man quickly extends his hand, urging the blonde woman to take it. With a determined look, the hooded man pulls the blonde woman along, shouting this way as they navigate through the dispersing crowd. They emerge from the station, the sign for Ikebukuro visible in the background, signaling their arrival at a new location. Catching their breath, the hooded man and the blonde woman finally make it out of the crowded station, still holding hands.
The blonde woman shyly points out that they are still holding hands, prompting an apologetic response from the hooded man.
Their hands slowly separate, a lingering moment of connection passing between them. The blonde woman, blushing, expresses a quiet wish for him to hold her hand a little more gently next time. The hooded man is taken aback, a surprised okay escaping his lips as he processes her suggestion of a next time. Suddenly, the hooded man realizes they've missed the traffic light, and the blonde woman laments losing track of the orange-haired man and red-haired girl. The hooded man, regaining his composure, suggests they simply head directly to the aquarium, their ultimate destination, and the blonde woman readily agrees. Their plan to reach the aquarium quickly hits a snag as the bun-haired bodyguard exclaims in frustration, realizing the sheer number of people clogging the streets. The afro-haired bodyguard chimes in, lamenting their decision not to take the car and expressing disbelief at the weekend morning crowds, while the hooded young man internally observes the surrounding figures. He pulls his hood tighter, a bead of sweat forming, as the red-haired bodyguard's exasperated voice suggests better research was needed. The hooded young man, however, is more concerned, recognizing these individuals as the very gang members he encountered at Tojo's house. He quickly decides he must act with extreme caution, moving discreetly to avoid being recognized by the suspicious group as he walks alongside the blonde woman. Meanwhile, the red-haired bodyguard, with a sharp gaze, calls out to the afro-haired bodyguard, pointing out the hooded young man and the blonde woman as a bit suspicious. The afro-haired bodyguard, after a moment of confusion, identifies the hooded young man as Kim Yu-sung, a friend of Lady Tojo, and the blonde woman as Ms. Kishimoto, confirming their identities. Recalls a flashback to a few days prior, when these same friends visited Tojo's house to help her prepare for a date, noting that despite the hood, the young man's distinctive physique is unmistakable. With their target Tojo already lost in the crowd, the red-haired bodyguard proposes a new strategy. Simply follow the two young friends, a plan the bun-haired bodyguard readily agrees makes perfect sense. The red-haired bodyguard declares their new course of action, and the three bodyguards stride forward, now tailing the hooded young man and the blonde woman. Unaware of the new tales, Sakamoto and Tojo finally arrive at the aquarium, Tojo gasping in awe at the entrance while Sakamoto beams, happy to have reached their destination.
Sakamoto eagerly urges Tojo to head inside, as she internally bubbles with excitement for their date, while two familiar figures, the injured kendo guy and the beanie-wearing kendo guy, are seen in the background.
With a furious realization, the injured kendo guy identifies the man entering the aquarium as Sakamoto, the bastard responsible for their troubles. The beanie-wearing kendo guy confirms the identity of the piece of crap, Sakamoto, as the injured kendo guy rages at the injustice of Sakamoto leisurely enjoying a date after getting them kicked out of the kendo club.
His eyes burning with a cold, murderous intent, the injured kendo guy vows that this time, he will not let Sakamoto off easy, a sinister smile creeping onto the beanie-wearing kendo guy's face.
The narrator confirms, the hooded young man and Rika discreetly followed Tojo and Sakamoto into the bustling aquarium, keeping a watchful eye on their date.
Inside the dimly lit aquarium, the narrator admits that the poor lighting made it difficult to get a clear view of the couple, though Sakamoto and Tojo continue to share happy smiles.
Despite the visual challenges, the narrator, through the hooded young man's keen perception, asserts that one crucial detail was undeniably clear. That undeniable detail was Tojo's radiant, unadulterated happiness, her face alight with a genuine, joyful smile. Seeing Tojo's joy, the hooded young man concludes internally that their mission is accomplished, questioning if there's any need to continue their surveillance, as he and Rika share contented smiles. The scene shifts to Minami-Ikebukuro Park, an idyllic setting where people enjoy the sunny day, establishing a peaceful atmosphere. Rika exclaims in delight at the sight of an amazing picnic spread, excitedly pointing out the kimbap and inari sushi laid out before them. She continues to list the impressive array of food, including tempura, tamagoyaki, nikujiga, and even fruit for dessert, praising the hooded young man's efforts. He explains that they need to eat heartily to maintain their energy for continuing to tail the couple, suggesting they keep tabs on the date while they eat. Rika happily agrees to the plan, already munching on the delicious food with a cheerful expression. As Sakamoto asks Tojo about her enjoyment of the aquarium, she shyly confirms her fondness for the pretty fish. In the foreground, the hooded young man and Rika continue their surveillance, enjoying their picnic while keeping a discreet watch. Meanwhile, Tojo, her face flushed with nervous tension, hesitantly suggests to Sakamoto that they could begin eating the lunch she painstakingly prepared. From their concealed vantage point, Rika observes Tojo's visible nervousness. She notes to the hooded young man that it's Tojo's first time showcasing her cooking to the person she deeply cares for, explaining her tension. Rika recalls Tojo's intense dedication, showing text messages where Tojo sought advice on her lunchbox preparation, tirelessly practicing for 3 days and nights to perfect it. With a burst of determination, Tojo presents the meticulously prepared lunchbox to Sakamoto, a hopeful expression on her face as she declares, "Here goes."
Sakamoto's eyes widen in awe at the sight of the beautifully arranged bento. He exclaims his astonishment, asking if Tojo made it all herself and declaring it incredible.
Tojo, still a bit flustered, encourages Sakamoto to eat as much as he desires, assuring him she made plenty. Sakamoto happily picks up a rice ball, announcing his intention to start with it. Sakamoto takes a bite of the rice ball, his expression unreadable, while Tojo watches him with bated breath, her anxiety palpable.
A wide, satisfied smile spreads across Sakamoto's face as he savors the taste, a clear indication of his enjoyment.
Tojo's face instantly brightens with immense relief and joy as Sakamoto declares the food delicious. Emboldened, Tojo uses her chopsticks to offer Sakamoto another dish, suggesting he try this one next. Sakamoto looks surprised by her sudden initiative. Sakamoto hesitates for a moment, then opens his mouth to accept the food Tojo is offering. Tojo watches him with an intense, expectant gaze, her expression a mix of hope and apprehension as she awaits his reaction.
Sakamoto takes the bite, and Tojo eagerly leans forward, asking, "How is it?"
Sakamoto gives a cheerful thumbs up, confirming that this is delicious too. Tojo sighs in relief and expresses her gratitude, saying, "Really? Thank goodness." In the background, the hooded young man offers Rika a bite of his food. Rika, in turn, suggests Tojo should eat as well, offering her a piece, but the hooded young man declines. Sakamoto, with a warm smile, feeds a piece of food to a blushing Tojo, reciprocating her earlier gesture. Tojo, blushing deeply and covering her mouth, shyly agrees with Sakamoto's assessment, confirming, "Well, you're right."
Rika observes the happy couple, commenting on how well they seem to be doing. The hooded young man, however, muses that this smooth progression deviates from the original story's ending.
Rika, with a dreamy expression, admits her desire to go on a date like that someday, her eyes sparkling with longing. The hooded young man sharply points at Rika, reminding her of her past boasts about being a relationship guru, questioning her sudden desire for a date. Rika sheepishly confesses that she's never actually been in a relationship, having learned everything from manga. The hooded young man scolds her for acting so knowledgeable based solely on comic books. The hooded young man notices Sakamoto and Tojo packing up. He instructs Rika to get ready to follow them, while Rika continues to insist she has given good relationship advice in the past. The hooded young man dismissively responds to Rika, who, feeling ignored, shouts at him to stop. A subtle smirk plays on the hooded young man's lips, indicating his amusement at Rika's exasperation. Bright sunlight filters through the lush green trees, casting a peaceful glow over the scene. Tojo and Sakamoto stroll side by side, their expressions content and their body language reflecting a comfortable closeness. Still observing from behind a tree, Rika notes the positive vibe between the couple, wondering aloud if it's finally time for Tojo to confess her feelings. Suddenly, the hooded young man's eyes widen in shock, a surprised "huh" escaping his lips as he reacts to an unseen event. Purple, meticulously wrapped package lies on the ground, hinting at a new development or an unexpected gift.
The tension in the air becomes palpable as the mysterious package lies unattended, drawing the attention of Ruji, who spots a confrontation unfolding ahead.
One of the aggressors, wearing a beanie and bandaged arm, grins menacingly, declaring he's been searching everywhere for Sakamoto, calling him a pretty boy bastard. Sakamoto recoils in shock, while Tojo glares, a question mark hanging over the sudden aggression. From a distance, Ruji and Rika watch, visibly alarmed.
The other aggressor, with a neck brace, accuses Sakamoto of being a player, recalling a past incident where he stole a girl they were pursuing, and now he's seen with a new companion.
Rika anxiously suggests calling the police, but Ruji dismisses the idea, stating they'll intervene if the situation escalates, noting it would take too long for the authorities to arrive. Sakamoto angrily confronts the two aggressors, demanding to know how they dared show their faces, while the aggressor in the neck brace mockingly threatens to hospitalize him for a full month this time. Ruji's eyes narrow with recognition, realizing he knows the identities of the aggressors. The narrative reveals the aggressors are first-years expelled from the kendo club, who previously accosted Tojo in an alley, only for Ruji to intervene and save her. The beanie-wearing aggressor rages, explaining they were kicked out of the kendo club for lying about a fight with Sakamoto, lamenting the loss of seeing Senior Fuma's amazing body. Pointing accusingly, Tojo asserts their pathetic attitude is precisely why they were expelled from the kendo club, leaving them to flinch in response. The aggressor with the neck brace mockingly identifies Tojo as Senior Tojo, feigning surprise at her appearance, claiming she's wearing so much makeup they barely recognized her.
The aggressor with the neck brace continues to taunt Tojo, questioning why she has dolled herself up from her usual tomboy appearance, implying she's on a date with Sakamoto, the pretty boy bastard.
He continues, stating the feminine look doesn't suit Tojo, given her usual hobby of beating the absolute crap out of people, as both Tojo and Sakamoto glare. The aggressor with the neck brace snidely tells Tojo to stay home, claiming her current actions don't suit her, but Sakamoto fiercely cuts him off, declaring that Tojo is not to be disrespected by trash-talking punks. A new, imposing figure, Hayashi, emerges from behind the aggressors, a chilling smirk on his face, as one of the aggressors taunts Sakamoto for playing the hero of justice again, revealing they didn't come alone. The two aggressors eagerly turn to Hayashi, pleading for Big Bro to help them.
Hayashi's smirk widens as he addresses Sakamoto, asking if he's the one who dared to lay a hand on my little brothers.
The aggressors boast that their big bro Hayashi is a former hotshot boxer, claiming he'd still be active if not for a past incident where he beat someone during a drinking session. Sakamoto urgently tells Tojo to run, asserting he's their only target, but she defiantly refuses, unwilling to abandon him in such a predicament. Hayashi smirks, mocking Sakamoto and Tojo for playing house amidst the tense confrontation.
Hayashi suddenly lunges, seizing Tojo's arm with a forceful grip.
Tojo cries out in alarm as Hayashi pulls her closer, leeringly inviting her to have some fun with him instead of the pretty boy. Sakamoto screams Tojo's name in a fury, while Hayashi, still holding her, dismissively mutters about the annoyance. With a surge of rage, Sakamoto unleashes a powerful punch, demanding Hayashi get the hell off Tojo. As sounds of struggle echo, Ruji sternly tells Rika to wait, his eyes burning with resolve as she anxiously questions his sudden departure.
Tojo struggles desperately in Hayashi's grasp, screaming out Sakamoto's name.
Sakamoto collapses to the ground, coughing, as Hayashi mockingly declares he's nothing special and informs him he's taking his girlfriend. The aggressors laugh while Tojo desperately screams to be let go. Hayashi grins menacingly, assuring the struggling Tojo that Big Bro will love her enough to make up for his share, unaware of the shadowy figure of Ruji closing in behind him. Just as Hayashi gloats, the shadowy figure of Ruji appears behind him, his presence radiating an ominous purple aura. Ruji's gaze is sharp as he questions the identity of the man before him.
Hayashi's menacing grin falters, his eyes widening in surprise as he senses the new presence. He lets out a confused sound, still tightly gripping Tojo.
Before Hayashi can react, Ruji's hand shoots out, seizing Hayashi's wrist with incredible force. Hayashi screams in agony as purple energy crackles around the point of impact, demanding to know who Ruji is. A powerful impact ripples through the air, emphasized by dynamic speed lines and a visceral sound effect, signaling the sudden, overwhelming force of Ruji's intervention. Ruji's face is etched with fierce determination, his eyes burning with cold fury as he commands Hayashi to release his friend. The purple aura around him intensifies. Scene flashes to a montage of powerful figures, all imbued with a similar dark purple energy, hinting at the true depth of Ruji's formidable abilities and the world he inhabits. Ruji's voice cuts through the tension, his words echoing with an undeniable authority as he issues a stark warning to keep filthy hands away. With a final, chilling command, Ruji completes his statement to keep filthy hands off his friend. Hayashi, now sprawled on the ground, can only think in bewildered shock, wondering where this formidable opponent came from. Hayashi and his two remaining thugs are left stunned and disoriented on the ground, one of them calling out to his boss in alarm, while Hayashi remains deeply perplexed by Ruji's sudden appearance. Hayashi's shock quickly turns to rage. His face contorted, he shouts at Ruji, accusing him of throwing a sucker punch and having the audacity to look smug about it. Ruji stands tall, his back to the viewer, enveloped in a potent purple aura that seems to shimmer with raw power. Hayashi, still on the ground, struggles to comprehend the sheer physical presence of the man, musing on the intense training that must have forged such a tank-like physique. Hayashi, beads of sweat forming on his brow, attempts to rationalize his defeat, convincing himself that he was merely caught off guard by a cheap shot and that Ruji is nothing special. His internal monologue continues, dismissing Ruji as just an ordinary guy with a bit of muscle, someone who probably only knows how to throw a punch or two, nothing more. A new group of well-dressed individuals arrives, led by a long-haired man in sunglasses, the chairman. One of his subordinates expresses concern, questioning if it's truly acceptable to leave the situation as it is. The chairman remains silent, his expression hidden behind sunglasses, but a bead of sweat on his temple suggests deep contemplation or unease. A flashback begins, set a little while ago. The chairman's afro-haired subordinate frantically searches the park, panting heavily, wondering where Tojo and her companion could have gone. Subordinate reaffirms that they were just having lunch, lamenting that he only looked away for a second. His eyes then widen in recognition as he spots something and urgently calls out to the chairman.
The flashback continues, showing Tojo desperately struggling against Hayashi, who still holds her wrist tightly. She fiercely demands that he let go of her.
The chairman's group, now clearly agitated, advances. The chairman's fury is palpable as he questions the audacity of the bastard for grabbing Tojo's wrist. Another subordinate, off-panel, urgently asks the chairman if they should retrieve their weapons, indicating their readiness for a confrontation. Chairman, despite the urgency, calmly instructs his team to wait, his expression still unreadable behind his glasses. The scene returns to the present, with Ruji facing Hayashi and his goons. The chairman internally dismisses the skirmish as a mere kids' brawl that doesn't require their intervention. Ruji stands with his back to the chairman, his body still radiating an intense purple aura. The chairman's thoughts shift, directing his attention to the mysterious kid before him. The chairman's face contorts in recognition and distress, his hand touching his chin as he recalls that he has definitely felt this exact pressure before. Chains appear in the background, hinting at a past memory. Memory vividly resurfaces. The imposing figure of Ivan, the boss of the Russian Red Mafia, known as the God of Destruction, surrounded by chains and radiating a similar dark power. The chairman recalls the terrifying encounter in Japan when he crossed paths with Ivan alone, a moment that forever imprinted the feeling of that overwhelming power.
He remembers his younger self, trembling in fear, as he recounts that this was the very first time he had ever experienced such an intense and terrifying sensation.
The red-haired man's eyes are wide with a primal fear, recalling that raw, instinctual reaction to an overwhelmingly powerful presence, a sensation that could only be described as pure terror. He recognizes the chilling similarity, an aura identical to Ivan, a living legend of the underworld. A dangerous obsession ignites within him. He must have this power. Protagonist stands firm, a dark purple aura swirling around him as he declares his resolve. The original plot, or whatever fate dictated, no longer holds any sway over him. He takes a decisive step forward, the dark aura intensifying around his leg, vowing that from this moment on, he's simply taking out the trash in front of him. The blonde thug seethes, threatening him. "You bastard, you're dead."
The protagonist calmly addresses Tojo, telling him to take Sakamoto and retreat from the scene, leaving the conflict to him. Yusong Kim protests, declaring with fierce resolve that she refuses to lose to scum like them.
The blonde thug's face contorts in a furious snarl, screaming at the protagonist, "You bastard, don't just ignore me when I'm standing right in front of you." The protagonist's feet move with blinding speed, striking the ground with sharp, rapid impacts. A barrage of powerful punches, glowing with purple energy, land with explosive force. Two of Hayashi's cronies cheer him on, marveling at his supposed speed. "That's Boss Hayashi for you. You can't even see his fists, it's just after images."
Hayashi, mid-swing, boasts with a sneer, confident in his assault. "Hee, how do you like that? You can't even dodge a single."
His confident smirk vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed shock and confusion as he suddenly exclaims, "Huh?"
Hayashi's internal monologue reveals his utter disbelief. "This bastard, he just took all of that and didn't even flinch. What kind of durability is this? Desperation fueling his rage, Hayashi lunges again, yelling, damn it, then how about this?
Hayashi's fist connects with a heavy, resounding impact, the force visibly shaking the air. The girl with glasses gasps in horror, calling out Ruji in a worried tone. Ruji exclaims, "You Song Kim," his face etched with concern as the red-haired girl looks on in shock. Blood trickles from the protagonist's forehead, yet his expression remains utterly calm, his eyes sharp and unwavering amidst the dark aura.
The protagonist's eyes glow with a chilling resolve as he declares his next move, everything from this point on, is self-defense.
Hayashi barely manages a shocked "wah" as a fist glowing with ominous energy rockets towards his face. The protagonist unleashes a devastating punch, imbued with raw purple energy, landing with an explosive, concussive force.
A system prompt appears, outlining a critical rule, generally, the legal limit for permissible self-defense.
Exactly one hit, the system clarifies, as the protagonist's single, powerful strike connects with Hayashi's jaw, sending a shockwave through him. Hayashi is sent sprawling through the air from the sheer force of the blow, as Tojo screams in disbelief, "B-boss!" The system explains that any more than that, and it crosses the line into excessive force. The two thugs desperately try to rouse their fallen boss, shouting, "Boss, please wake up, boss!" The protagonist, observing the scene, thinks, "That's why I put everything into a single strike. How disappointing." Three thugs, including the now-conscious Hayashi, are united in a collective, blood-curdling scream of pure terror. "Hayik!" The protagonist's gaze intensifies, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple as he delivers a chilling warning. "You put your hands on my friends. I hope you're ready to pay the price." The loud thug continues his desperate threats, yelling, "My old man is a high-ranking officer. You know what's gonna happen if you lay a finger on us, right?" The protagonist simply observes, thinking, what a wonderfully cliché villain threat. Ruji's patience snaps. His hands clamp down on the thug's head, and he declares with cold fury, "Let me fix that rotten attitude of yours." The thug cries out in pain and fear, yelling "Ga!" and "Hayik!" A menacing smile spreads across Ruji's face as a dark purple aura erupts around him. He activates Iron Claw, and the thugs shriek in agony, begging for mercy. "It hurts. We're gonna die. Please spare us. We're sorry for everything." With a final burst of power, Ruji sends the remaining thugs sprawling to the ground, one of them letting out a desperate jaya as they crash down. Ruji stands over the terrified thugs, who whimper, "Hayik," and plead, "Please let us live, please."
Ruji turns his back on the cowering group, warning them to get lost. "And don't ever show your faces in front of Tojo or Sakamoto again." The thugs scramble away, stammering, "Why yes. Yes, sir. Of course."
As Ruji stands, a concerned Kishimoto rushes towards him, shouting, "Yuwa, run away, hurry, Ruji." Kishimoto immediately checks on Ruji, exclaiming, "Are you okay? You're bleeding from your forehead." Ruji simply responds,
Ruji casually dismisses his injury, claiming, "It's fine. A little spit on it and it'll heal right up." But Kishimoto, now fuming, snaps back, "Stop saying stupid things and let's get to a pharmacy. Right now."
Ruji, now with a bandage on his forehead, meekly agrees, "Yeah, okay, got it." He internally muses that he'd never seen Kishimoto quite this angry before.
With the immediate crisis resolved, Ruji and Kishimoto walk away, leaving the tense scene behind as the afternoon sun casts a warm glow.
As they continue their walk, Ruji and Kishimoto spot Tojo and Sakamoto sitting together on a park bench, seemingly deep in conversation. Observing the pair, Kishimoto thinks, "What's this?" The mood between those two is a little hard to interrupt. Ruji agrees, thinking, "Yeah, let's just wait a bit." Tojo looks at Sakamoto with concern and guilt, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Sakamoto. It's my fault you got hurt." Sakamoto shakes her head, insisting, "No, I'm the one who should be sorry. Those guys were after me from the start." Sakamoto looks at Tojo, hesitating before saying, Tojo." Sakamoto blushes, unable to articulate her thoughts, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. The deep blush, Sakamoto looks up, a single word escaping her lips, "Please." Tojo looks back, a nervous blush on his face as Sakamoto's plea hangs in the air.
Ruji and Kishimoto, witnessing the unfolding scene, exchange surprised glances, clearly taken aback by the sudden romantic tension.
Tojo, gathering his courage, finally asks Sakamoto directly, "Will you go out with me?" The air around them shimmers with a romantic glow. Sakamoto, overwhelmed and blushing, looks up at Tojo, echoing his sentiment, "Please, I want you to go out with me." Tojo's expression shifts, a shadow of conflict and sadness crossing his face, despite Sakamoto's heartfelt confession. Tojo remains silent, his lips pressed together, unable to form a response as the weight of his thoughts presses down. Tojo finally speaks, his voice filled with regret. "I'm sorry. I don't think I can give you a good answer." Sakamoto looks down, visibly hurt. Heartbroken, Sakamoto asks, "Why? Is it because I seem too boyish? If that's the reason, I can change starting now." Tojo replies, "It's not that. You're way too good for me, but I have my own circumstances." Sakamoto questions, "Circumstances?" Tojo confirms, "Yeah, actually, there's a girl I promised to marry when I was younger."
Tojo looks away, his gaze distant, adding, "At least until I meet her again."
Sakamoto, his gaze still distant, clarifies his feelings to Tojo, affirming he holds no intention of dating anyone else. Tojo's face falls, a blush of distress spreading across her cheeks as she processes Sakamoto's words. Turning to Tojo, Sakamoto then muses if he still holds deep feelings for her, admitting he can't quite recall the specifics but remembers liking her an awful lot. He continues, recalling how he cried his eyes out the day she moved away, a poignant silence hanging between them as Tojo listens. Tojo, looking downcast, softly asks if she was Sakamoto's first love. He confirms, stating that's one way to put it. As tears well in Tojo's eyes, Sakamoto confirms that the girl was indeed his first love. Sakamoto acknowledges her feelings with understanding as Tojo rises from the bench, declaring that if he truly doesn't want to, she will give up gracefully. With a forced smile and a wave, Tojo bids him farewell, expressing that today was truly fun before walking away. Sakamoto returns her wave with a gentle smile, a simple yeah escaping his lips as he watches her go. Tojo walks away with a determined stride, the sunlight casting long shadows as she exits the park. From a distance, Kishimoto anxiously wonders what they should do, but Ryu calmly instructs her to go on ahead, stating he will check on Tojo. Kishimoto expresses surprise at Ryu going alone, but he simply tells her he'll see her at school next week, already turning to leave. Kishimoto stands alone, her expression a mix of confusion and concern, wondering about Ryu's sudden change in demeanor. Ryu quickly makes his way, leaving Kishimoto to ponder why he suddenly seemed so sad. The scene shifts to an urban landscape, a modern building standing under the warm glow of the setting sun. Tojo sits alone at a bus stop, her shoulders slumped in dejection, the weight of the conversation clearly heavy on her. A pair of shoes steps into view, halting before the despondent Tojo, signaling a new presence.
Ryu, looking concerned, gently asks Tojo if she is all right. Tojo's eyes are swollen and red, tears streaming down her face as she struggles to contain her emotions.
Ryu gently wipes her tears, urging her not to be so upset and to cheer up, while Tojo huffs in protest. Tojo, still wiping her eyes, admits her embarrassment, having never cried in front of anyone else, but Ryu reassures her that they are friends, so there's nothing wrong with it. Tojo looks away, her expression thoughtful, as she quietly repeats the word friends to herself. Tojo then reveals to a surprised Ryu that she knew he and Rika were following her, asking him how long he'd known. Tojo continues, guessing he didn't trust her much if he knew since halfway through. Ryu, sweating profusely, internally questions if it isn't an unspoken rule in rom-coms never to get caught tailing someone.
Tojo playfully suggests that the people who gave her advice must have been worried, watching her all day. Ryu, flustered, quickly denies that was their intention.
Tojo's expression saddens again as she apologizes for failing, confessing she thought changing herself could win Sakamoto's heart. She continues, realizing she was merely fooling herself and that there was never any room for her to squeeze in from the start. Meanwhile, Sakamoto stands alone, his expression unreadable, surrounded by a soft, ethereal glow. Tojo clutches her chest, tears in her eyes, admitting the intense pain she feels, knowing there's no way to fix it. Tojo confesses that this overwhelming pain is a feeling entirely new to her, something she's never experienced in her life, while Kim Yusong listens, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. Her face contorts in anguish as she tries to articulate the depth of her despair, only managing a choked eye before being overcome. Tojo finally screams out her heartbreak, declaring that she truly and deeply loved him, her tears mixing with the metaphorical rain around her.
Kim Yusong observes her, a bead of sweat forming, admitting to himself that it feels strange. He initially dismissed her as merely a character from the manga Scrambled Love.
He reflects on his past interactions, recalling how he merely smiled and was polite to her on the surface, maintaining a facade. Internally, he had drawn a distinct line, believing these individuals were nothing more than fictional characters in a manga, unlike himself. But now, witnessing her raw, vivid pain, he questions if he can truly dismiss someone experiencing such profound emotion as just a character from a manga. Kim Yusong firmly tells Tojo to stand up, startling her into a confused "what?" With a stern finger point, Kim Yusong warns Tojo that screaming like that in public will lead to the police being called for disturbing the peace, leaving her utterly bewildered. Tojo's expression shifts from surprise to a silent, teary bewilderment, processing his unexpected reaction. Her eyes widen, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks as she looks at him, a flicker of something new in her gaze. Tojo, now smiling and winking, questions if his harsh words were appropriate for the situation, to which Kim Yusong responds, telling her to just laugh, as she looks better that way.
With a sudden movement, Kim Yusong pulls off his hoodie, revealing his sculpted physique, and urges Tojo to come on, leaving her wide-eyed.
Tojo, still confused, asks where they're going, as Kim Yusong hands her his hoodie, declaring they're heading straight to karaoke. Tojo questions the sudden change of plans, asking why karaoke, to which Kim Yusong explains it's for her to release all her pent-up frustration. As he adjusts the hood, Kim Yusong bluntly states that after letting it all out, she'll finally be able to accept the fact that she was dumped. Kim Yusong turns and walks away, leaving Tojo to call out after him, "Hey, wait a minute, Kim Yusong, hey!" Tojo looks on, exasperated, thinking to herself how utterly unpredictable Kim Yusong always is. Kim Yusong speeds off, pulling Tojo by the hand, as he thinks to himself, yeah, it's simple. Tojo glances at Kim Yusong, a happy smile gracing her lips, while he returns her gaze with a soft, knowing expression.
A man in a suit, visibly sweating, dabs his face with a handkerchief, letting out a sniff.
The man in the suit, dabbing his nose, remarks that her friend, Kim Yusong, is a very good guy, expressing his relief that the young lady has such a friend. The red-haired man in sunglasses lets out a thoughtful humph, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he adjusts his hair. As Tojo and Kim Yusong walk away, the red-haired man reflects, deeming Kim Yusong a rare find in such a harsh world.
The red-haired man continues his internal monologue, considering, yeah, perhaps if it were him.
Kim Yusong's determined face is shown as the red-haired man's thoughts conclude, hoping they will meet again if the chance arises. The red-haired man's final thought, a respectful address to Kim Yusong, young friend. Inside the karaoke room, Tojo passionately belts out a song, demanding Kim Yusong cheer louder, complaining his voice is too quiet while he meekly agrees, holding a tambourine. The relentless karaoke session continues as a vibrant speech bubble declares, "Yusong, it's your turn next." Ruji's face contorts in pure exhaustion, internally groaning, 3 hours in, how is she not tired yet? Miles away, Karen checks her phone, a worried frown on her face. They haven't replied in hours. She mutters, wondering aloud, are these guys okay? Karen stands wide-eyed amidst a formidable array of weights and gym equipment, declaring with astonishment, so this is a boys' room. Ruji stands beside her, a hint of awkwardness on his face. Her gaze lands on a heavy dumbbell resting on the wooden floor, and she points it out, oh, a dumbbell. Ruji explains calmly, of course you can't lift it. That thing probably weighs half as much as you do. Karen, shocked, gasps, what? Just one of these is that heavy? A narrative box then interjects, if you're wondering how this girl ended up in my room. The story rewinds to a bright afternoon as Ruji walked towards the station after school. Just like any other day, Karen, walking excitedly beside him, recounts a story, so then I said. Suddenly, a loud stomach growl echoes, and Karen looks down, a small O escaping her lips. Ruji turns to her, surprised. What, are you hungry? Karen, mortified, thinks that sounded like a thunderclap. Karen, slightly flustered, hesitantly asks, do you want to come eat at my family's restaurant? Ruji recalls, oh right, you said your family runs a restaurant. While Karen secretly rejoices, you're gonna feed me.
Ruji smiles warmly, his eyes closed in a moment of contemplation, thinking, well, it's just one meal, it shouldn't be a problem, right?
Scene shifts to reveal a quaint, traditional restaurant nestled amidst modern city architecture, its sign proudly displayed under the clear sky. Karen devours her meal with incredible speed, chopsticks a blur as food vanishes into her mouth.
Karen continues to eat with unbridled enthusiasm, even chugging from a soda can, prompting Ruji to caution her, slow down, you'll choke.
Finally, Karen lets out a satisfied phew, her face beaming with contentment as she finishes her drink.
Karen gives a double thumbs up to Ruji's mother, exclaiming, ma'am, this food is so delicious. She thinks, the best, the best. Ruji's mother beams, responding, oh my, it's so lovely to see you eating with such vigor. Karen giggles, hee hee. Thank you. As Ruji's mother kindly offers, eat up. I'll make more if it's not enough.
Ruji takes a sip of water, observing the scene, and thinks, I didn't think she'd enjoy fermented soybean stew this much. Looks like she's already won my mom over.
Karen suddenly grabs Ruji's arm with a bright smile, declaring, okay? Ruji, let's go. Ruji, caught off guard mid-drink, chokes and coughs.
Ruji stares in utter confusion, his hand covering his mouth as he sputters, "What? Go where?" All of a sudden, Ruji stands in his doorway, holding a tray of drinks, a look of resignation on his face. He thinks, I was a fool to think this would be a simple visit. I never expected her to ask to see my room. Ruji begins to say, "We can hang out while we drink," when Karen, already inside, lets out a small ah.
Karen sits comfortably, holding a rom-com manga she found, and teases Ruji, "Ehe Ruji, you like these kinds of manga?" Ruji stammers, that's, while internally panicking, "The rom-com manga I bought is reference material for the future."
Karen, still holding the rom-com manga, playfully remarks that Ruji has quite the dirty mind. Ruji's internal thoughts spiral, realizing she won't believe his explanation, and he desperately tries to clarify that it's not the original, scrambled love, just reference material. Karen quickly pulls back, laughing and claiming she was just kidding. She confidently states she knows Ruji prefers shonen manga, then pauses, questioning if she's correct. Her gaze shifts to a shelf filled with volumes of Golden Samurai. Karen points it out, asking Ruji if he likes this particular manga. Ruji's demeanor instantly changes, a wide smile spreading across his face as he pulls out a volume. He enthusiastically confirms it's his favorite, much to Karen's visible delight as she echoes his sentiment. Ruji proudly displays a first edition of the manga, explaining that he still rereads it from the beginning whenever the mood strikes him. Karen's eyes widen in awe, recognizing the rarity of a first edition. Karen's face lights up with an expression of pure joy and shared excitement, her eyes sparkling as she listens to Ruji's passionate review. Ruji, gesturing emphatically, elaborates on his admiration, citing the excellent psychological portrayal of the characters and the masterful resolution of the foreshadowing. Karen, still beaming, agrees wholeheartedly, noting she's never met anyone who loves it quite as much as he does. Karen, holding the manga close, joyfully exclaims that her papa will be incredibly happy to hear this. Ruji looks utterly bewildered, questioning her mention of her father. With a cheerful smile, Karen reveals that her papa is a manga artist, specifically the creator of Golden Samurai. Ruji's expression shifts to one of profound shock. Karen drops the bombshell, stating her father's name, Musashi Kishimoto. Ruji's face contorts in utter disbelief, his internal monologue exploding with the realization that Karen is the daughter of a manga legend. Ruji's mind races, connecting the dots. He acknowledges Kishimoto is a common surname but notes it's the same as Musashi's. He also observes Karen's blonde hair, suggesting a mixed heritage. The pieces click into place as Ruji recalls hearing that Musashi Kishimoto's wife was British, perfectly explaining Karen's appearance. He internally chides himself for missing such an obvious clue, while Karen looks on, slightly puzzled by his silence. Another wave of realization washes over Ruji as he remembers his upcoming visit to Karen's house during Golden Week. Karen, noticing his intense expression, tentatively calls his name. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ruji shouts Karen's family name and eagerly asks if he could get an autograph from her father during Golden Week. A surprised Karen quickly agrees. Karen then expresses her curiosity about something, and Ruji, still elated, eagerly asks her to elaborate.
Karen, with a thoughtful expression, asks why Golden Samurai is Ruji's favorite, considering her father, Master Musashi, has produced many other hit works. Ruji hesitates, searching for a response.
Ruji explains that while his father's other works are great, he's grown to appreciate Golden Samurai even more lately, though he claims there's no special reason. Karen nods, agreeing it's a masterpiece. With a knowing smile, Karen begins to speak, hinting at something specific about Volume 5 of Golden Samurai. The panel shifts to a dynamic illustration of the protagonist from Golden Samurai, a blonde-haired samurai. Karen's thought bubble continues, revealing her focus on this particular character.
The scene darkens, showing a distressed, monochromatic image of Ruji. His internal thought is a fierce warning, "Don't you dare."
An intense, black and white shot emphasizes a hand reaching out, accompanied by Ruji's continued internal declaration, "Touch my friend with those filthy hands." Karen is shown with a sweet, closed-eye smile, holding the manga open to an image of the protagonist. The narration concludes her thought of the reliable and kind Ruji. The next day, a bright establishing shot shows the school building under a clear sky, marking a new chapter.
A sign for the student council room is visible. Dialogue bubbles indicate someone expressing surprise and questioning an event during Golden Week.
A new black-haired girl, the student council president, asserts that she needs help on that day, confirming her previous statement. Ruji looks perplexed, wondering why she needs his help, while internally panicking about potentially missing his chance to meet Master Musashi. The student council president explains the school is engaged in an exchange program with a Russian sister school, and a student is arriving after Golden Week.
The male lead, accepting the inevitable, agrees to help. The girl then eagerly proposes the 28th, the first day of the holidays, for their outing. He internally sighs, realizing he must now juggle his appointments to make space.
Her response is instantaneous and boisterous, laughing as she warns him not to back out. The male lead, caught off guard by her speed, thinks to himself how incredibly fast she is. As the male lead turns to leave, he tells her she can head back now. He wonders about her sudden good mood, while other students in the background comment on the hot place the classroom has become. Lost in thought, the male lead considers his schedule, contemplating asking Kishimoto if he can shift their plans to the 30th instead, letting out a weary sigh. The scene shifts, revealing the sign for classroom 2B, signaling a change in location or time. A friend approaches Yusong, asking if he's heard the latest news. Yusong, looking calm, inquires about what news he's referring to. His friend recounts the story of the infamous delinquent duo from the freshman class, the ones recently kicked out of the kendo club. Yusong feigns ignorance, asking who they were again. Yusong's friend, smiling, explains that the delinquents suddenly stopped coming to school and processed their transfers today, finding it strange they both left at the same time. His friend speculates if they angered someone, noting their capability for such mischief. Yusong, with a slight smirk, dismisses it, stating they surely have their own reasons. Yusong internally acknowledges the delinquents received their just desserts, relieved they can no longer harass Tojo and Sakamoto. Suddenly, a voice announces that class has already begun. Against a backdrop of glowing roses, the teacher's voice commands everyone to take their seats.
The new English teacher, Nani Mizuki, smiles brightly as she instructs the class to open their English books.
A question appears on the classroom screen. Which of this and this is cheaper? Yusong, looking somewhat annoyed, provides the answer. Left apples are $5 cheaper than right bananas.
The new English teacher, Nani Mizuki, 24 years old, smiles as she continues, stating, well, since today is the 24th.
Chibi versions of Yusong and his friend react with visible stress to the mention of number 24, realizing what it implies. The teacher's voice continues, asking if the person sitting behind them could read next, causing Yusong to look surprised while his friend beams.
A hand rests on a desk, indicating the student who has been called upon to speak.
Yusong stands, introducing himself as James from England, stating his purpose to experience Japanese culture. He then poses a question to the class, asking if they can recommend a good place. The other students in the classroom are visibly impressed, exclaiming about Yusong's flawless pronunciation and calling it insane. Nani Mizuki, looking flustered but impressed, asks Yusong what would be a good answer to his own question.
After a brief pause, Yusong confidently recommends Osaka, detailing its popularity among foreigners and its rich tourism resources, including Kyoto, Nara, and Kobe.
Nani Mizuki is left speechless, staring wide-eyed, while a chibi Yusong in a thought bubble wonders about her stunned reaction.
As the class applauds, Yusong internally notes Nani Mizuki's shocked expression, while his classmate, Ruji, enthusiastically praises his crazy good English.
Still visibly flustered, Nani Mizuki attempts to regain control of the class, awkwardly referencing the text they had just read.
Yusong maintains a calm, observant gaze, his expression unreadable as he watches Nani Mizuki's reaction. Nani Mizuki stammers, her eyes wide with panic as she tries to articulate the translation of the text, clearly still rattled.
A soft ah escapes Yusong's lips as he confirms his internal suspicion, realizing the depth of Nani Mizuki's reaction. As Nani Mizuki scribbles on the blackboard, her face contorted in a terrified expression, Yusong wonders if she is genuinely scared of him. Yusong's thoughts drift, contemplating the possibility that Nani Mizuki's fear is directed specifically at him. He recalls the outlandish rumors circulating about him, like being a yakuza handpicked by a mob boss, which might explain the fear. As Yusong walks, students whisper about him, fueling his internal monologue about the ridiculous rumors, such as him single-handedly defeating a biker gang. Despite the students' fearful gasps, Yusong muses that an adult like Nani Mizuki has never shown such profound terror towards him before.
Approaching the teacher's office, Yusong resolves to act completely normal, hoping to prevent any further misunderstandings about his true nature.
A single, choked syllable escapes Nani Mizuki's lips, her mouth agape in utter disbelief at what she's reading. Staring at Yusong's impeccably clean student record, full scholarship, top of the class, student council secretary, Nani Mizuki cries out in utter disbelief, "No way!" Her eyes spiral in frantic thought, unable to reconcile the pristine student records with the pervasive rumors of Yusong being a yakuza heir, wondering if this is some elite training. A wave of panic washes over her as she considers the terrifying possibility. Is Yusong merely pretending to be a model student as part of a deeper, more sinister Yakuza plot? Her face contorts in pure terror, a dark, unsettling aura manifesting around her as her imagination runs wild with Yakuza scenarios. Just as her fear reaches its peak, Yusong's voice cuts through, introducing himself, but in her mind, he appears as a monstrous, scarred figure, eliciting a terrified eek from her. Nani Mizuki immediately overcompensates, nervously inviting Yusong in and denying any nervousness or investigation, while Yusong, utterly deadpan, notes her obvious panic. Yusong observes Nani Mizuki's overt terror as she internally screams about being caught snooping and fearing Yakuza retribution, imagining his menacing presence. Yusong calmly states his purpose, reminding Nani Mizuki that he's merely there for a scheduled career counseling session, instantly deflating her wild imaginings. A wave of profound relief washes over Nani Mizuki, her face breaking into a wide, joyful smile, her eyes closing in pure, unadulterated happiness. Nani Mizuki quickly recovers, eagerly inviting Yusong to sit and immediately launching into questions about his future plans, to which he hesitantly begins to respond. Yusong admits he's unsure about his future, but mentions potentially taking over the family business, sending a fresh wave of shock through Nani Mizuki. Nani Mizuki's worst fears explode into a terrifying hallucination, seeing Yusong as a scarred Yakuza boss surrounded by his gang, as the real Yusong innocently calls out to her. Cautiously, Nani Mizuki asks about his parents' profession, and Yusong calmly reveals they run a small diner in Setagaya. Nani Mizuki repeats a diner in surprise, while Yusong, sensing her odd reaction, asks if there's an issue.
Nani Mizuki's face lights up with relief, enthusiastically declaring her desire to visit the diner, while Yusong quietly hopes his simple explanation has finally cleared up the persistent misunderstandings. Returning to a normal counseling session, Nani Mizuki asks about his best subjects, and Yusong promptly replies, math and science. Nani Mizuki smiles, suggesting that with his aptitude, Yusong should consider pursuing a degree in STEM fields in the future. Nani Mizuki's smile fades as she candidly expresses her disagreement, stating that choosing a career solely based on current aptitude is naive.
Yusong, with a firm gaze, declares his desire to pursue what genuinely brings him joy, not just what he's good at. Nani Mizuki acknowledges his point, agreeing that aptitude and passion are distinct, while Yusong's thoughts hilariously spiral into engineering major PTSD at the mere mention of STEM.
She then admits her own path wasn't always clear, revealing she never initially intended to become a teacher, prompting Yusong to ask about her original aspirations. With a bashful smile, Nani Mizuki asks Yusong to promise not to laugh, to which he readily agrees, his curiosity piqued.
A moment of anticipation hangs in the air as Nani Mizuki gathers her thoughts, about to reveal a hidden dream.
With a soft, wistful smile, Nani Mizuki confesses her true ambition, to become a voice actor.
The narrative shifts to a flashback showing a younger Nani Mizuki in middle school, utterly captivated by a character from a robot anime. However, an older teacher's pragmatic advice echoes, telling young Nani Mizuki that hobbies can wait and a stable job should be prioritized. Young Nani Mizuki looks downcast, internalizing the teacher's words and believing it was the natural course to follow, sacrificing her dream for stability.
The narration reveals her deep regret upon entering college, seeing a poster for a voice actors event, a stark reminder of her abandoned dream.
Nani Mizuki reflects on the profound realization that her life is her own, yet she allowed a single piece of advice to entirely reshape her future.
With a warm smile, Nani Mizuki advises Yusong to thoroughly consider his decisions, emphasizing that her counsel comes not as a teacher, but from a place of personal experience.
Yusong listens intently, understanding that this is not a directive, but genuine advice from someone who has navigated similar life choices. Nani Mizuki looks at him expectantly, asking if he understands her heartfelt message. Yusong respectfully acknowledges her advice, addressing her as teacher and expressing his gratitude. A male colleague, having observed the interaction, wonders if the student was the infamous Yusong Kim.
He continues, questioning if Yusong is indeed the rumored heir to a Yakuza family, as Nani Mizuki types at her desk, looking slightly annoyed.
Male colleague enthusiastically recounts the wild rumors surrounding Yusong, from Yakuza heir to single-handedly defeating a biker gang, before Nani Mizuki interjects, dismissing them. She concludes her defense by describing Yusong as a very thoughtful student as he walks away, his back to the viewer. Nani Mizuki declares her resolve to no longer judge students by their appearance, causing her colleague to sheepishly backtrack, claiming he was only repeating rumors. A serene smile graces Nani Mizuki's face, reflecting her newfound perspective and inner peace. Scene transitions to Golden Week, establishing the new setting in front of Sensoji Temple in Asakusa, Tokyo. A wide shot reveals the bustling temple grounds, filled with numerous people enjoying the holiday. Yusong stands amidst the crowd, checking his phone and musing that he seems to have arrived early for his appointment. Suddenly, Yusong's eyes widen in surprise as he spots someone and exclaims, calling out to Chairman. The woman he addressed, with long dark hair and an annoyed expression, turns her head slightly, her face obscured by shadow. Kumiko, her face contorted with anger, steps forward, demanding if he has any idea of the situation.
Her finger jabs accusingly as Kumiko loudly asks Kim Yusong if he even knows what time it is, her frustration palpable.
Kim Yusong checks his phone, pointing out that they still have 10 minutes before their agreed meeting time. Kumiko, however, scoffs, lecturing him on common sense, stating that a gentleman should arrive at least 30 minutes early when meeting a lady. Kim Yusong awkwardly apologizes, but a thought bubble questions if she should have just scheduled the meeting earlier. Kumiko, with a satisfied smirk, declares she will let his tardiness slide this one time, but demands something in return. She points towards a busy shop, her voice firm as she instructs Kim Yusong to buy her the matcha ice cream from there. Kim Yusong's brow furrows in annoyance, questioning why he should fulfill such a request. A chibi version of Kumiko appears, radiating irritation, followed by a sharp bonk sound effect. With a visible bump on his head, Kim Yusong reluctantly pays the cashier while Kumiko happily enjoys her matcha ice cream, a satisfied hum escaping her lips. As they walk, Kumiko savors her ice cream, exclaiming that this is the exact taste she craved. Kim Yusong, also enjoying his, expresses his pleasure that it suits her taste. Kim Yusong muses that they are simply wandering aimlessly and asks Kumiko for suggestions on where to find a gift for the exchange student, causing her to gasp in sudden realization. Kumiko quickly declares she hasn't forgotten and urges Kim Yusong to follow her, fanning herself to hide her flustered expression. Kim Yusong, however, observes her, concluding that she clearly did forget. Kumiko's face tightens in stress as a voice from her earpiece addresses her formally. The voice continues, directing her to a craft shop 2 blocks away and instructing her to suggest choosing a gift from there. Akagi Minami, with Akagi Shinjiro beside her, delivers further instructions through the earpiece, reminding Kumiko to act naturally and display more feminine charm. The screen reveals Akagi Minami and Akagi Shinjiro, identified as the butler and maid of the Saionji family, discreetly observing from a car. Their mission, ensuring Lady Kumiko's date is a resounding success. Inside a shop, a magnificent, multi-armed Buddha statue stands tall, drawing an appreciative gasp from Kumiko. Kumiko gazes at the imposing statue, suggesting it would make a wonderful gift, even thinking it perfect as a house decoration. Kim Yusong looks at her in disbelief, while the shopkeeper laughs heartily, praising her keen eye. Kumiko flinches, letting out a small shriek as Akagi Minami's urgent voice cuts through her earpiece, admonishing her that this is not the appropriate time for such thoughts. The shopkeeper and Kim Yusong both express concern, asking if Kumiko is feeling unwell. She quickly assures them she's fine, claiming she just suddenly got chills. Kumiko mentally tells Akagi Minami to lower her voice, while in the background, the shopkeeper suggests to Kim Yusong that he also buy a Buddha statue, to which Kim Yusong politely declines. Akagi Minami, looking stern, reminds Kumiko through the earpiece that they are in Asakusa for a date, not to admire Buddha statues, before instructing her to look behind her. As instructed, Kumiko turns to see Kim Yusong standing idly, staring expressionlessly at his smartphone, clearly disengaged from the date. A chibi Kumiko appears, embarrassed by the realization that she's boring Kim Yusong, as the narrator emphasizes a basic rule of dating: never bore your partner. She grumbles in understanding.
Kim Yusong looks up from his phone, startled, realizing he had completely forgotten something important. Kumiko suddenly declares she has something urgent to do and, grabbing Kim Yusong, rushes out of the shop, leaving the bewildered shopkeeper calling out after her, asking about his collection.
A pair of feet, one shoe untied, are visible as a voice calls out, asking if the chairwoman is all right. Kim Yusong looks at Kumiko with concern, asking if anything bad happened during their sudden departure. Kumiko, trying to appear unfazed, assures Kim Yusong that it was nothing more than a momentary dizziness, eagerly suggesting they move on to their next destination. Their next task is clear: proceed to a traditional clothing shop to explore kimonos and yukatas. Kim Yusong, taking the lead, informs Kumiko that he has already made arrangements with the shop owner, guiding her forward as she acknowledges his preparations. They arrive at Wagiya, a traditional clothing shop, its display window showcasing an array of beautiful kimonos. Inside, the shop owner presents a striking blue kimono on a mannequin, asking for their opinion.
Kumiko, with a discerning eye, asks if this is all they have, declaring that price is no object and demanding to see the finest item in the entire shop.
The shop owner's expression shifts, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as a fiery aura flickers around her, hinting at a hidden agenda.
With a flourish, the shop owner presents a dazzling, high-end kimono, proudly announcing its half-million-yen price tag.
Kumiko casually remarks that it's nice but asks to see more, leaving Kim Yusong utterly dumbfounded by her exorbitant standards. Time passes as Kumiko continues her meticulous selection, the clock on the wall ticking away. Kumiko finds herself torn between a yukata and a kimono, both equally appealing, while Kim Yusong offers his simple opinion that both look pretty. The shop owner, sensing Kumiko's indecision, suggests she try them on herself, emphasizing that even for a gift, personal fitting is the best way to decide. Kumiko turns to Kim Yusong, seeking his affirmation on the idea of trying on the garments to help with her choice. With a satisfied smile, the shop owner leads Kumiko towards the changing room, Kim Yusong watching them go. As Kumiko enters, the shop owner lets out a sinister chuckle, peeling off her face like a mask to reveal a younger, sharper visage beneath. The disguised figure, now revealed as Minami, enthusiastically welcomes Kumiko, who stares back in utter shock at the sudden revelation. Minami dramatically announces herself as a ninja of the Saionji family, a master of the Koga school's techniques, confirming that the shop owner willingly lent them the premises. Minami, with overwhelming eagerness, urges Kumiko to change quickly, promising to make her as beautiful as possible, while Kumiko protests, unprepared for the sudden transformation. Meanwhile, Kim Yusong remains oblivious to the commotion, a question mark hovering above his head as he notes the unexpected noise from inside. He is completely engrossed in his phone, having just achieved a win with a 9-hit combo in a fighting game. Kim Yusong sits calmly, still absorbed in his mobile game, utterly unaware of the dramatic events unfolding just beyond his sight. A close-up reveals a glimpse of Kumiko's hair adorned with an exquisite floral ornament, petals softly cascading around her. Kim Yusong's eyes widen in stunned surprise, his face flushing with a deep blush as he finally registers Kumiko's presence. Speechless, Kim Yusong can only stare upwards, his mind reeling from the sight before him.
Kumiko stands gracefully in a stunning kimono, her expression one of slight surprise, as Kim Yusong continues to gaze at her, completely captivated.
A close-up on Kumiko's profile reveals a pensive, almost serious expression, hinting at the depth beneath her radiant appearance. The subtle flush on Kumiko's cheeks deepens, her gaze still averted, as if lost in a moment of quiet contemplation, or perhaps a budding embarrassment. A surprised gasp escapes Kim Yusong's lips, a bead of sweat forming as a blush spreads across his face, completely captivated by the sight before him. Kumiko's eyes widen in shock, her own cheeks now a vibrant red, as Kim Yusong's heartfelt compliment echoes, "You're beautiful."
Still flustered, Kim Yusong manages another compliment, affirming that the traditional attire suits her perfectly.
Kumiko's elegant kimono, adorned with intricate floral patterns, is shown in detail, emphasizing the beauty that has left Kim Yusong speechless.
Kim Yusong watches her, a faint smile playing on his lips, still processing the stunning transformation.
Kumiko, now brimming with confidence, asserts her seriousness, fanning herself dramatically as Kim Yusong applauds her amazing presence. Beaming, Kumiko announces her intention to change into a yukata as well, while Kim Yusong, now settled with a game controller, tells her to take her time. The metallic click of a door handle turning signals Kumiko's departure to change. A glimpse of Kumiko's kimono as she moves away, the fabric shimmering with its elegant design. Kumiko's expression shifts to one of deep thought, a single bead of sweat indicating her internal struggle.
She clutches her cheeks, a blush still present, uttering a soft "ah" as she grapples with her emotions. Turning away, Kumiko covers her face, overwhelmed by her feelings, wondering aloud, "What do I do?"
Kumiko steps out, radiant in a stylish purple dress, sparkling as she walks, leaving Kim Yusong in awe behind her. Kumiko observes her surroundings, noting how her presence with Kim Yusong, the president, attracts attention, realizing they are in the famous Nakano Broadway. Kim Yusong suggests lunch after their shopping, questioning the grand scale of their outing, while Kumiko confidently offers to call a car, confirming her suggestion to visit the area. Kim Yusong turns in surprise, startled by the sudden appearance of a man in sunglasses behind him, uttering a confused sound. Kim Yusong points accusingly at the man, recognizing him as the vice president and demanding to know why he is there. A door swings open, accompanied by the cheerful jingle of a wind chime, signaling an entrance. Kumiko smiles warmly, touching her ear, expressing her pleasure at someone's arrival. Kim Yusong flashes an awkward smile while the vice president covers his face in mortification, and a female assistant looks on with annoyance, surrounded by a crowd. Kim Yusong and Kumiko look back, puzzled, as Kim Yusong wonders if what they just saw was real.
They realized the commotion was just a couple taking a selfie in the background, not paparazzi interested in them, much to Kim Yoo-sung's and the vice president's slight embarrassment. Kumiko suggests they get going, and Kim Yoo-sung quickly agrees, as the vice president and the female assistant continue to look at their phones.
The female assistant lets out a frustrated sigh, a sweat drop on her face clearly indicating her exasperation with the day's events. The male assistant, still reeling from a near miss, stammers that it was a close call. The female assistant, clearly exasperated, reminds him she warned him not to get too close.
The male assistant stresses the importance of their mission, reminding her they need to report to the young lady and can't afford sloppy work. Internally, the female assistant curses Kim Yoo-sung, believing he's oblivious to the young lady's affections.
The male assistant sternly advises his partner to keep her personal feelings about Kim Yoo-sung in check, especially around the young lady. She curtly acknowledges his words. Meanwhile, the male assistant battles a sudden urge, wondering if there's a restroom nearby while trying to maintain focus on their mission.
A traditional bell rings, and a cheerful voice announces their arrival with a warm welcome. Into the cozy ramen shop, adorned with classic Japanese lanterns and bottles.
Kim Yoo-sung beams, gesturing around the ramen shop and proudly declaring it his favorite spot. The young lady beside him hums in acknowledgement, observing the surroundings. Kim Yoo-sung encourages the young lady to choose her meal, while she, with a slight nod, states she needs to use the restroom quickly. Sudden, agonizing cramp seizes the male assistant's stomach, causing him to gasp in pain, his hand instinctively clutching his abdomen. The female assistant, alarmed by his sudden distress, asks what's wrong. The male assistant, grimacing, struggles to explain that his stomach suddenly flared up. Sweat beads on the male assistant's face as he mentally curses the bad ice cream he ate earlier. His female colleague, exasperated, reminds him she warned him not to overindulge, then quickly tells him to discreetly slip away to the restroom since the young lady will be eating soon. Apologizing profusely, the male assistant bolts away, declaring he can't hold it any longer. The female assistant lets out a long, resigned sigh, watching him go. Emerging from the restroom, the male assistant lets out a triumphant phew, a look of pure relief washing over his face as he mutters about his survival. Kim Yoo-sung cheerfully informs the young lady that he unexpectedly ran into the vice president, who mentioned he was hanging out in Nakano with Minami today. Behind them, the male and female assistants look utterly stunned by this revelation.
Kim Yoo-sung's thoughts reveal his reasoning. He felt he owed the vice president a lot, so he decided to treat him to a meal as a gesture of gratitude.
The young lady, feigning composure, stammers that she understands and invites them to join her. Internally, she's reeling, questioning why the two are together and realizing this wasn't in any of her reports. Kim Yoo-sung remarks on the unexpected student council gathering. The young lady formally invites the vice president and Minami to take a seat. The male assistant nervously agrees, while Kim Yoo-sung internally despairs over his fun date being ruined.
The four individuals, including Kim Yoo-sung, the young lady, and the two assistants, are now awkwardly seated together at a table in the ramen shop.
The female assistant whispers an apology to the young lady, explaining that her idiot brother ran into Kim Yoo-sung while at the restroom. The young lady whispers back, accepting the situation and advising her to simply act natural for now. A steaming bowl of ramen, garnished with various toppings, sits invitingly on the table, its rich aroma filling the air. The young lady stares at the ramen with a surprised "oh," while Kim Yoo-sung beside her wonders internally if she's never seen it before. Kim Yoo-sung directly asks if this is her first time having ramen. The young lady admits she's only ever seen it on TV. The male assistant internally muses that the young lady, being rich, likely hasn't experienced such commoner food. Kim Yoo-sung, oblivious, advises her to taste the broth first, nodding to himself. The female assistant, however, sharply interjects, calling his previous question rude to the young lady. Both Kim Yoo-sung and the female assistant eagerly lean in, asking the young lady how the ramen is and if it suits her taste.
The young lady's eyes widen in delight, a soft escaping her lips before she exclaims with genuine surprise, "It's delicious."
Kim Yoo-sung smiles warmly, expressing his happiness that she likes the ramen, while the young lady continues to eat with a contented smile. Kim Yoo-sung generously offers for her to eat as much as she wants, as it's on him. The young lady politely declines, stating she's already full. Seizing the opportunity, the male assistant declares he'll eat more in her stead, only to be immediately shut down by the female assistant, who reminds him of his recent stomachache. Inside a claw machine, a cute plushie slips from the grasp of the claw, eliciting a disappointed cry of "ah" from an unseen player. The young lady pouts in disappointment, lamenting that she was just a little more away from winning the cute plushie. The female assistant, with a confident smile, offers to win it for her if she wants it that badly, though she internally notes that the young lady has already spent 1,000 yen. The arcade's competitive spirit surges as a virtual battle concludes with a decisive blow. The red-clad avatar lands a final, powerful strike as its player victoriously declares, "Ha ha ha, how do you like that? I won." Kim Yu-sung, Vice President, a smug grin plastered across his face, taunts Kim Yu-sung, who sits beside him at the arcade machine. "Ha, looks like the rumors about Koreans being good at games are just a bunch of nonsense," he proclaims, further rubbing in his victory. Kim Yu-sung's face contorts in a furious snarl, a purple aura of rage radiating from him. He seethes internally, questioning, "No, but the vice president keeps crossing the line, doesn't he?" His thoughts burn with resolve. How dare he mock a Korean when it comes to games? "I'll destroy him." Meanwhile, the vice president's eyes gleam with malicious intent, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His internal monologue reveals his true motives. "Kim Yu-sung, how dare you not know your place and receive the young lady's affection? I'll make you pay." Kim Yu-sung expresses frustration, stating, "We still have rounds left." The vice president's smirk widens. He confidently retorts, "Haha, bring it on as much as you want." The tension between the two rivals escalates.
On the game screen, Kim Yu-sung's black-clad avatar retaliates with a swift kick, catching the red-clad opponent off guard. A surprised, drawn-out escapes the vice president's lips as his character takes a hit.
The black-clad avatar follows up with a fiery, devastating strike, engulfing the red character in a burst of crimson energy. The impact sends shockwaves across the screen, signaling a powerful counterattack. With a final, flaming punch, Kim Yu-sung's character delivers a decisive KO, leaving the red avatar sprawled on the ground. The vice president stares in disbelief, uttering a stunned, "Huh?" Kim Yu-sung is now ecstatic, mocking his opponent. "Where did the guy who was talking smack about Koreans go? Try a little harder." VICEPRESIDENT. The vice president, however, is in utter shock, exclaiming, "This can't be happening. There's no way I could lose." The vice president's eyes narrow, a flicker of renewed determination replacing his shock. "Ugh." In that case, he mutters, clearly formulating a new plan to regain his pride. He sharply calls out Kim Yu-sung, catching the younger man off guard. Kim Yu-sung, looking surprised, responds with a hesitant, "Yeah?"
The vice president points dramatically towards a punch machine, a determined glint in his eye. "We're settling this one more time with that," he declares, leaving Kim Yu-sung utterly stunned.
Kim Yu-sung, still reeling from the sudden challenge, asks, "The punch machine?" The vice president leans in, lecturing him with intensity. "That's right. If you're a man, you shouldn't rely on games. You settle things with your body."
Flexing his impressive chest muscles, the vice president taunts Kim Yu-sung, "Ha, are you scared, Kim Yu-sung? How does it even make sense to hide those muscles?" His arrogance knows no bounds. From the sidelines, the female assistant throws her hands up in exasperation, exclaiming, "You idiot, brother, what on earth are you doing?" The young lady simply observes, speechless.
Vice President, still shirtless, confidently declares to a hesitant Kim Yu-sung, "Well then, you've agreed to the match." Kim Yu-sung, caught off guard, protests, "When did I ever?" With a cunning smirk and a finger to his lips, the vice president presses on, "What so? Are you actually scared?" His words are a direct challenge to Kim Yu-sung's pride. Kim Yu-sung's face shows clear conflict and a bead of sweat rolls down his temple. The vice president's voice echoes in his mind, "If so, I'm disappointed, Kim Yu-sung." Having accepted the challenge, the vice president stands before the punch machine, stretching his powerful arms, preparing for his turn. Kim Yu-sung watches, a mix of apprehension and curiosity on his face.
With a ferocious yell, "Hi-ya!" the vice president unleashes a powerful punch, his muscles bulging with raw force. His face is a mask of intense concentration and determination. A blur of motion and raw power, the vice president's fist connects with the punch machine, glowing with a crimson energy. The impact sends a visible shockwave through the air, highlighting the immense force behind his strike.
Punch machine's digital display flashes brightly, then settles on a staggering score, 960. The numbers glow red, indicating an exceptionally high impact. The female assistant exclaims in surprise, 960 points, while the young lady, holding her fan, marvels, "That's a new record." The vice president's raw strength has clearly left an impression. The vice president, having showcased his immense power, taps Yu-sung Kim on the shoulder, declaring, "Now, it's your turn." The surrounding crowd buzzes with anticipation. The female assistant urgently pleads, "Chairman, please stop them." But the young lady, intrigued, secretly thinks about witnessing Yoo Sung Kim's full power, then openly declares, "If the machine breaks, we'll cover the costs, so hit it as hard as you want." Yoo Sung Kim comically weeps, internally begging for the challenge to stop. "No, I'm telling you to stop him." Yet the crowd cheers him on. "Go for it. You can do it." Resigned, he sighs, "Fine, I get it." Yoo Sung Kim cracks his knuckles, a look of deep frustration on his face as he questions, "Damn it, how did it come to this?"
His expression turns serious as he realizes, actually, the score bet isn't even the problem. The real problem is. He continues his internal monologue, "Since my body is under the muscle gag character buff of this manhwa."
The visual manifestation of his muscle gag character buff ripples across his shoulder, hinting at immense, uncontrollable power. With eyes glowing intensely and an aura of raw power emanating from him, Yoo Sung Kim thinks, "I feel like I might smash this punch machine to pieces in one shot." His eyes burn with fierce determination as he makes a decision. Screw it, since it's come to this, it's all or nothing. A silent promise hangs in the air. He can't guarantee the machine's survival. He winds up his fist. A powerful vortex of energy forms around it. Yoo Sung Kim thinking, if it's gonna break anyway, let's at least make it look clean. His fist connects with the machine in a blinding flash, a surge of raw power erupting on impact. The vice president, who had been observing confidently, recoils slightly, a bead of sweat forming as he exclaims, "What?" The female assistant points in shock, yelling, "Why, Yoo Sung Kim? Where exactly did you hit?" She then gasps, "You bent the steel frame of the machine."
The female assistant scolds him, "Why, Yoo Sung? Where were you looking when you swung?" Yoo Sung Kim, dejected, thinks, "I had high hopes, but that was a total lack of focus." Another person in the crowd boos.
Wave of relief washes over Yoo Sung Kim's face as he internally exclaims, "Nice, at least it's not a total wreck." He quickly plots to brush off the incident as a mere mistake. Yoo Sung Kim's relief is short-lived as he stares at the punching machine, which has now completely detached from its base, prompting him to question, "Why is that?" A heavy silence falls over the group as they stare at the completely destroyed machine, the sound of failure echoing in the air. Yoo Sung Kim's internal silence stretches on, reflecting his utter shock at the outcome. The vice president stands tall, arms crossed, observing Yoo Sung Kim's distressed expression in the foreground, a silent judgment in his gaze. Vice president subtly adjusts his sunglasses, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he utters a contemplative "Hm."
With a hand covering his amused expression, the vice president magnanimously declares, "I'll call it a draw for today."
Pointing confidently at Yoo Sung Kim, the vice president proclaims, "Next time, I'll win by a landslide." Yoo Sung Kim, still processing, mutters, "Right?" He then thinks with a hint of relief, "Well, I guess that worked out somehow?" The scene shifts to a bright self-studio sticker booth, the young lady reflecting on the recent events. It was a bit chaotic.
The young lady continues her thought, "But since we're all here together, as Yoo Sung Kim suggests to the group, why don't we take some sticker photos to commemorate the day?"
The young lady's eyes light up, asking, "Sticker photos?" The female assistant claps her hands in delight as the young lady exclaims, "Oh, that sounds like a great idea." The camera flashes, capturing the first joyful group photo with Yoo Sung Kim, the young lady, the female assistant, and the vice president all smiling brightly.
Another flash, and a second photo is captured, this time with the group making hilarious, exaggerated expressions, showcasing their camaraderie.
The camera clicks once more, capturing the group in a lively pose, complete with playful bunny ears and wide, joyful smiles. Another flash illuminates the scene, immortalizing their fun with quirky sunglasses and finger hearts, a testament to their carefree spirit. A hand holds up a vibrant photo collage, showcasing a series of candid and comical moments from their outing, each frame brimming with laughter. Minami smiles, admiring the printed photos and declaring they turned out great. Shinjiro, however, looks annoyed, complaining his picture was taken mid-blink. The protagonist smiles, looking at the photos. The group laughs together, with Minami playfully wrestling with the other female assistant, their bond evident in their joyful antics. Yoo Sung and the protagonist smile warmly. Protagonist beams, holding the photos close, agreeing that these simple moments of fun are truly enjoyable. Yoo Sung, with a charming smile, suggests they cap off their perfect day with a finale at a karaoke room. The four friends head towards a brightly lit building, the sign above clearly indicating a karaoke establishment ready for their next adventure. Inside the karaoke room, Shinjiro belts out a song with exaggerated passion, his powerful voice shaking the room as musical notes emanate from the screen. The others look on, a mix of amusement and slight bewilderment. The protagonist takes her turn at the microphone, bathed in the soft glow of the disco ball, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she prepares to sing. Yusong enthusiastically gives a double thumbs up, cheering on the protagonist, while Manami and Shinjiro clap along, all enjoying her performance. The protagonist and Yusong share a microphone, their voices blending in a duet, their smiles reflecting the pure joy of the moment. A close-up captures the protagonist's radiant smile, her happiness palpable as she immerses herself in the song.
Yusong's face mirrors her joy, a wide, contented smile as he sings, music notes surrounding him. As night falls over the city, a voice reminds everyone to get home safely, marking the end of their eventful day. The protagonist, seated in the back of a car with her assistants, waves goodbye to Yusong, telling him she had a lot of fun today too.
Manami and Shinjiro look utterly exhausted but wide-eyed, Manami exclaiming that she seriously had way too much fun.
The protagonist listens intently, her expression serious, as Shinjiro apologizes to her from off-panel.
Shinjiro and Manami slump in their seats, explaining they got too caught up in the fun and missed their departure time, feeling inconsiderate. The protagonist looks at them with a questioning expression. The protagonist's gaze is steady, her face unreadable as she processes her assistant's apologies. A soft smile finally graces the protagonist's lips, a silent reassurance to her worried assistants. The protagonist reassures her assistants that it's okay, affirming she had more than enough fun today. In a fond memory, the protagonist recalls the simple happiness of waiting for someone for the first time and sharing ice cream with Yusong. Back in the present, the protagonist gazes at the photos in her hand, a wistful expression on her face as she thinks about how long it's been since she felt such joy. The protagonist looks at her loyal companions, Manami and Shinjiro, expressing her gratitude for them always staying by her side. With a gentle bow of her head, the protagonist conveys her eternal gratitude to Shinjiro and Manami, who watch her with touched expressions. As Manami sheds a tear, Shinjiro looks on with deep emotion. The protagonist's inner thoughts conclude that today will become a precious memory. Shinjiro softly calls out to her, "Miss." Manami reassures her still emotional companions, reminding them this isn't the end of their chances. She asks if they'll help her properly next time, to which they enthusiastically respond, "Of course, miss."
With a whoosh, a white van speeds through the city streets. From inside, the two companions vow to make their next date a successful one, letting out a celebratory "Yua dash."
A hand meticulously sketches on a digital tablet, bringing manga panels to life, depicting a character alongside mysterious silhouettes. The artist, a man with his hair tied in a bun, sits hunched over his glowing screen, completely absorbed in his creative work. He continues to work diligently, the soft sounds of his stylus tapping against the tablet filling the quiet room. Suddenly, a cheerful voice pierces the silence as a young blonde girl, Rika, bursts into the room, excitedly calling out, "Papa!" Rika reminds her father about her friend visiting tomorrow, asking if he'd forgotten. He calmly assures her that he remembers, as she's mentioned it several times. A close-up reveals her father's warm smile as he internally expresses his own anticipation for the visit, thinking, "Papa's looking forward to it too." He then mentions the friend by name, Kim Yusong, the one Rika is always talking about, a knowing smile on his face. A vibrant collage of manga characters, bathed in purple light, hints at the imaginative world the artist brings to life.
A young man, Kim Yusong, appears flustered and anxious, letting out a nervous, "Ah."
Yusong bows deeply to Rika's father, exclaiming, "It is an honor to meet you, Kishimoto-sensei." The sensei, in turn, recognizes him as Yusong and comments on how he looks like a protagonist from an old-school boys' manga.
Yusong's eyes widen in realization, a thought bubble forming above his head, this person is actually.
The truth dawns on Yusong as he realizes Kishimoto-sensei is none other than the legendary manga god, Musashi. Kishimoto-sensei suggests they head inside, explaining that his wife went to great lengths to prepare for Yusong's visit. Kishimoto-sensei's wife, a kind-faced woman, smiles warmly, saying, "Oh my, you really shouldn't have." She then urges everyone to eat before the food gets cold, addressing Yusong as Ryu-chan. A magnificent spread of food covers the table, from a glistening steak to a perfectly baked pizza. The wife invites them to eat, while Yusong marvels at her incredible cooking skills.
The family and Yusong gather around the dining table, and Yusong expresses his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the meal."
Kishimoto-sensei leans in, a sly grin on his face, mentioning that Rika has been talking about Yusong quite a lot lately, causing Yusong to flinch in surprise.
With a knowing smirk, Kishimoto-sensei adds that this is the first time their daughter has been close with a boy, intensifying the awkward atmosphere.
Yusong's face contorts in panic, his thoughts racing about the awkward atmosphere and the need to clear up any misunderstandings. He stammers, Rika and I are... Yusong quickly clarifies that they are just regular friends, explaining how he helped her when she was lost on her first day of school. Rika, however, interrupts, scolding him for saying such things while they're eating, warning he might make someone choke. Kishimoto-sensei laughs, explaining that he was just worried since Yusong is Rika's first male friend and he might have bad intentions. Rika quickly defends Yusong, saying he's not that kind of person. Yusong muses internally that having a daughter makes it a sensitive subject. Yusong reflects, imagining himself in Kishimoto-sensei's shoes, thinking, even if it were me. He continues his internal monologue, concluding that if he had a daughter as cute as Rika, every guy who approached her would indeed look like a wolf. Rika, meanwhile, admonishes her father for saying weird things in front of Ryu-chan. Rika looks on with a slight blush and a confused expression, uttering a questioning, The two young people exchange an awkward glance across the table. Rika starts to speak, while Yusong remains silent, lost in thought.
Rika, noticing Kim Yuzeon's gaze, questions him directly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Kim Yuzeon, caught off guard, quickly deflects, It's nothing." His thoughts betray his fluster, leaving him speechless.
Rika, clearly embarrassed, exclaims to Kishimoto-sensei, "Papa, you're making me act strange too. Stop saying anything now." Kim Yuzeong, equally flustered, tries to reassure her, "Rika, I'm fine, so please calm down." Kishimoto-sensei smiles warmly, remarking to Maria, "Rika's all grown up now, honey. She even knows how to be embarrassed about boy trouble." Maria, agreeing, adds, "That's true. She looks so much like you when you were young." Kishimoto-sensei continues, a nostalgic smile on his face, "I always thought of her as a little kid, but..."
His thoughts drift, echoing a younger Rika's voice, calling out to him, "Papa. Papa."
A radiant young Rika, clutching a bunny plushie, beams brightly as her voice from the past declares, "When Rika grows up." Hand covers a mouth in a gesture of deep thought or suppressed emotion, a subtle sound of realization hanging in the air. Rika offers a sweet smile, a soft chuckle escaping her as she observes the scene, lost in a moment of quiet reflection.
Kishimoto-sensei extends an invitation, "Would you like to see my studio after we finish eating?" Kim Yuzeon's eyes widen, "Really?" He enthusiastically accepts, "If I could, then of course I'd love to." Kishimoto-sensei's studio. Kishimoto-sensei smiles, "All right, then shall we go?"
A soft sigh of anticipation escapes Kim Yuzeong, echoing in the spacious hallway. Kim Yuzeong, beaming with pure joy and clutching a bag, declares, "To think I get to see Kishimoto-sensei's studio and even get an autograph. I have no regrets." Rika, amused by his enthusiasm, asks, "Are you that happy, Ryu-chan?" As they walk, Kim Yuzeong affirms, "Of course I am. They're the author I respect the most." Rika simply replies with an understanding, "Yes, yes." With a flourish, a hand gestures towards a vibrant, manga-filled room as Rika proudly announces, "Tada, this is Rika's suite."
Kim Yuzeon looks around in awe, exclaiming, "It's like a manga library in here." Rika giggles, replying, Everyone says that, just like Ryu-chan."
Rika states, "Well then, I'll go get some tea and snacks. Wait here for a bit." Kim Yuzeong, with a casual smile, responds, okay." Rika peeks from behind the door, playfully warning him, "Don't touch anything while I'm gone, okay? I'll be super angry if I catch you." Kim Yuzeong, with a casual smile, agrees, yeah. The door clicks shut. Kim Yuzeong sits on the floor, deep in thought. He muses internally, come to think of it, this is my first time being in a girl's room. For some reason, it feels a bit strange. He decides to shake off the awkwardness, thinking, stop overthinking it and just wait while playing a game. His hands grip a glowing smartphone. Suddenly, the door creaks open and a cheerful Maria peeks in, calling out, "Hello," startling Kim Yuzeong. Kim Yuzeong, wide-eyed, stammers, ma'am?" Maria smiles warmly, telling him, "Just call me Maria." Kneeling, Kim Yuzeong's thoughts race. Is it really okay to call a friend's mother like that? He then nervously asks Maria, "What brings Maria here?" Maria grins mischievously, revealing her purpose, "To show you our daughter's dark past." Kim Yuzeong repeats, "Dark past?" With a dramatic flourish, Maria presents a photo album, announcing, "Tada, a photo album capturing Rika's growth."
Maria points to the album, narrating, "This was Rika at 1 year old, this was Rika at 2. Kim Yuzeong, though intrigued, thinks, Is this okay?"
Maria exclaims, found it. A photo from when Rika and I went to ManhwaCapped. Kim Yuzeong's eyes widen in disbelief. ManhwaCapped? The revealed photo shows Rika and Maria in full witch cosplay. Rika as an adorable apprentice and Maria as a stunning, confident sorceress. Maria explains, "I was actually a cosplayer back in the day." Kim Yuzeong thinks, as expected, a manga artist's daughter? I guess cringe past is genetic after all.
Maria excitedly declares, "Found it. Her dark past. Kim Yuseong, bewildered, exclaims, huh? Thinking, was that not her dark past just a moment ago? Kim Yuseong stutters, this is, as the image reveals Rika in a stunning gothic cosplay, a truly unexpected dark past.
Rika's daughter's voice echoes, calling out to her mother in the sudden, shocking reveal. Rika's eyes widen in absolute horror and embarrassment, her face draining of color as her past is laid bare. Rika, reeling from the exposure, turns to her daughter, demanding to know why you actually showed him. The young girl, however, simply beams with a mischievous grin, confirming yes, as Kim Yuseong stands by, visibly flustered. Kim Yuseong forces a strained smile, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. His internal thoughts betray his composure, acknowledging the situation as nothing short of a disaster. Rika frantically shakes Kim Yuseong, vehemently declaring, I don't do cosplay anymore. Okay, I swear. Kim Yuseong, taken aback, hastily reassures her. Huh? Okay, I believe you. Rika continues, insisting, that was just a mistake I made during my rebellious phase. Rika's daughter, peeking from around the corner, waves goodbye with a cheerful, then have fun. You two mama will get going now, while a chibi Rika in the background screams in utter humiliation. Don't ever come back in here. Both Rika and Kim Yuseong are left kneeling on the floor, utterly defeated and speechless, the weight of the revealed past settling heavily between them.
Rika, still visibly distressed, pleads with Kim Yuseong, you won't tell anyone about this, right? He quickly responds, HUH? Of course not, adding in his thoughts, besides, there's no one for me to tell anyway.
Rika's face is a mix of embarrassment and despair, a soft UH escaping her lips as she struggles to process the situation. Kim Yuseong offers a comforting smile, trying to alleviate her distress, telling her, you don't need to be so embarrassed.
He continues, relating to her struggle, everyone goes through a middle school syndrome phase at least once. Rika, however, thinks to herself, but Ryu-chan couldn't have had one like that. Kim Yuseong, with a thoughtful expression, admits, I was pretty serious about it when I was in middle school. Rika, surprised, questions, really? Ryu-chan was?
Rika eagerly responds, yes. Kim Yuseong pulls out his phone, offering, sure, do you want to see a photo? Rika watches with anticipation as Kim Yuseong, his face partially obscured, finally announces, found it. Kim Yuseong extends his phone towards Rika, simply stating, here. Rika lets out a startled gasp, as she prepares to see his own hidden past. Rika's eyes widen in pure shock as she gazes at the phone screen, a gasp escaping her lips. This is... The image reveals Kim Yuseong's own dark past, a dramatic Gothic-inspired photo with text proclaiming, the dark dragon inside me is howling, oh destiny, despair before the power of darkness. Rika exclaims in disbelief, that's Ryu-chan. Rika, still in chibi form, stares at the phone, bewildered, muttering, you were so small and cute in middle school, how did you end up so burly? Kim Yuseong, slightly embarrassed, wonders internally, is that the problem here? Kim Yuseong explains, a confident smile on his face, I felt so weak and unmanly that I started working out before entering high school. It was a growth spurt period, so I shot up in height too. Rika, now smiling, muses, if I had transferred 2 years earlier, could I have seen Ryu-chan like this? With a small thought, what a shame. Kim Yuseong playfully challenges her, why? Are you saying you don't like how I am now? Rika, flustered, quickly denies, what are you talking about? She then confesses, do you have any idea how much I like the Ryu-chan of NOW? Leaving Kim Yuseong with a confused HU. Rika's face flushes crimson as she covers her mouth in a moment of acute embarrassment, a startled H escaping her lips. Kim Yuseong looks at her, a blush creeping onto his own cheeks, softly calling out, Rika, as the tension builds. Both Rika and Kim Yuseong stand in a moment of awkward silence, their faces flushed, the air thick with unspoken emotions and sparkling effects. Rika begins to speak, her words faltering, ILI as Kim Yuseong looks on, his expression a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Rika quickly pivots, her hands clasped nervously, declaring, I think of you as a really good friend. The sudden declaration leaves Kim Yuseong visibly surprised. Kim Yuseong's face falls slightly, a forced smile appearing as he responds, why yeah, of course. His internal thoughts echo, a really good friend, the disappointment clear. In a final, strained attempt to normalize the situation, both Rika and Kim Yuseong force wide, somewhat awkward smiles, Rika emphasizing, exactly, a good friend, and Kim Yuseong echoing, yeah. The tension lingered in the air as both Rika and Kim Yuseong stood awkwardly, their forced smiles fading into embarrassed silence. Breaking the quiet, Kim Yuseong's voice called out, prompting Rika to look up, her expression shifting to a slight surprise as she responded, yeah?
With a broad smile, Kim Yuseong thanked Rika for the invitation, expressing his delight at meeting Kishimoto-sensei and even getting an autograph.
Rika, blushing slightly, declared the day an unforgettable core memory before humbly stating that Kim Yuseong had been helping her since his first day, making him welcome any time if this visit helped pay him back even a little. Kim Yuseong simply acknowledged her words with a soft, appreciative yeah. Kim Yuseong, holding a shopping bag, politely declined, stating he had already intruded long enough and should head home for dinner.
Rika's expression brightened as she remembered his upcoming family trip, asking where they were heading, to which Kim Yuseong replied, Hawaii.
Kim Yuseong wished her a blast and reminded her to pack sunscreen, while Rika playfully thought about how much he'd miss her, adding that she wouldn't be seeing her Ryu-chan for a week. Kim Yuseong pondered, imagining himself swimming, and mused that with his current physical prowess, he could probably just swim to Hawaii. He then considered blowing his allowance on a plane ticket, prompting Rika to tease him about finally using common sense. Rika waved goodbye, saying she'd see him back at school, and Kim Yuseong echoed her sentiment with a simple yeah. With a warm smile, Kim Yuseong bid her farewell, promising to see her at school. As Kim Yuseong departed, Rika stood frozen, a deep blush creeping across her face, lost in thought. Kim Yuseong walked away, gazing at the twilight sky, a single word echoing in his mind, honestly. In a flashback, Kim Yuseong and Rika sat on a park bench, eating gimbap. He downplayed the meal, saying it was no big deal, but was glad she liked it. Rika's voice filled the air, urging him to tell his mom how delicious it was, then reflecting on how hard he worked for Tojo, and how anyone willing to go that far for someone else. Another flashback showed a distressed Rika confirming something with a shaky "why as Kim Yuseong, grabbing her hand, urgently stated they would lose them at this rate and commanded her to grab my hand. Back in the present, Kim Yuseong smiled warmly, his eyes closed, as he continued to walk away. He continued his stride, leaving Rika behind, who watched him depart with a pensive expression. His footsteps echoed softly as he walked away, a clear sound of his departure. Later, dressed more casually, Kim Yuseong walked down a busy street, checking his phone, contemplating that he had finished all the manga on his list and should grab a bite before heading back. Kim Yuseong looked up from his phone, the thought of a good meal lingering in his mind. His steps carried him forward as he mused, wondering if he should just head to his usual ramen joint.
Suddenly, a panicked cry pierced the air, "Out of the way!"
Kim Yuseong's expression shifted to one of confusion, caught off guard by the sudden shout. A sharp impact echoed nearby as something struck the pavement with force. He looked up to see a girl, clad in a distinctive hat, plummeting towards him from above. "Huh?" he uttered in disbelief. She fell. An unexpected sight was revealed, causing a momentary, stunned realization. Panty. Before he could fully process the bizarre situation, the girl's foot connected directly with his face. What the hell just happened? He thought, dazed. Kim Yuseong lay stunned, blood trickling from his nose, as the girl's legs hovered above him. This was certainly an unexpected turn of events, straight out of a rom-com. Snapping back to reality, Kim Yuseong caught the falling girl, his face contorted in a grimace. Wait, no, this is bad. He realized the situation escalating. He steadied the girl, who simply scoffed. Kim Yuseong, exasperated, thought, I catch you from falling and all I get is a tip. You completely ruined my outfit too.
As they stood, a group of men rushed towards them, one shouting in Russian. Kim Yuseong, still reeling, began to question, "Hey, what the hell is?"
The girl abruptly grabbed Kim Yuseong's arm, urging him, "No time to explain, just help me." He responded with a bewildered, "Hey."
The girl dragged Kim Yuseong down the street, prompting him to warn her, "Where are you going? That's a dead end." She reacted with a surprised, "Huh?"
Taking charge, Kim Yuseong declared, "Follow me, this way." The girl quickly agreed, "Alright." They burst into a ramen shop, the bell above the door jingling as a voice welcomed them inside. Crouching low behind the counter, they watched as their pursuers ran past the shop, one pointing the way forward, shouting, "Let's go there." Peeking cautiously over the counter, the girl confirmed, "They're gone."
They slowly rose, the girl exhaling in relief, while Kim Yuseong remained on edge, scanning their surroundings.
The girl thanked him for the save, but Kim Yuseong retorted, "I just got dragged into this against my will. Now spill. Why were those guys chasing you?" Sitting down, the girl introduced herself. "I'm Sasha. What's your name?" Kim Yuseong responded, "Kim Yusong." Sasha, surprised, asked, "Wait, you're not Japanese? A tourist?" Kim Yuseong clarified, "I'm a second-generation Korean resident," to which Sasha simply acknowledged, "Ah." Kim Yuseong's patience wore thin, his eyes glowing red as he demanded, "Stop changing the subject. Who were those guys and why were they after you?" Sasha, looking nervous, mumbled, "It's complicated. I'd rather not say." Fed up with the evasiveness, Kim Yuseong stood to leave. "Right, I'm out of here then. Good luck running for your..." Sasha quickly interjected, "Wait a sec. He heard Sasha's exasperated thought, it's common sense for a guy to just help without asking questions. Kim Yuseong scoffed internally, what kind of twisted logic is that? Sasha, desperate, blurted out, fine, I'll pay you, look, it's all in cash. Kim Yuseong's eyes widened in surprise. Sasha held up thick stacks of cash, gleaming under the light, a substantial offer. With a firm handshake, Kim Yuseong declared, deal. You've got yourself a bodyguard. He mentally calculated the manga volumes he could buy, while Sasha silently scoffed, TCH, so you can be bought. Resigned, Sasha adjusted her hat and conceded, alright, fine, guess there's no point hiding it anymore. Her long, flowing blue hair cascaded down, a subtle shimmer hinting at something more.
She then casually revealed her father was a powerful figure back in Russia, leaving the young man utterly bewildered by the sudden confession.
Her expression remained calm as she continued, connecting the dots of their perilous situation.
The young man's mind reeled as he recognized her from a popular anime, Scramble Love, realizing she was a super popular Russian character.
He frantically tried to recall her full name, remembering only Alec, one of the main heroines. A montage of vibrant, stylized characters flashed across the screen, hinting at the expansive world of Scramble Love and its diverse cast. He struggled once more to pinpoint the full name of Alec, the popular Russian heroine, a detail that now felt critically important. The mundane sounds of a retail store faded as a clerk bid them farewell, marking the end of their quick shopping trip. Sasha emerged in a new, more practical outfit, posing confidently and asking for his opinion. He agreed the clothes were much more suitable for movement. Sasha then promptly reminded him of his duty to protect her until 7 p.m. He questioned her readiness, but Sasha assured him she could handle things on her own after that, then surprisingly asked about local sightseeing spots for her first time in Japan. The young man's face contorted in disbelief at her request to sightsee while being chased, but Sasha calmly explained her strategy. She reasoned that a crowd would make it significantly harder for their pursuers to make a move, a logic he reluctantly conceded. Narrative officially introduced her, Alexandra Ivanovna Romanova, known as Sasha, a popular Russian heroine from the original work. He realized Sasha should have first encountered the protagonist, Ruji Sakamoto, leading him to ponder if his intervention had altered the timeline.
A flashback showed him pulling Sasha along as they fled, reinforcing his internal question, was this a moment before her official debut in the story?
He glanced over his shoulder, still unsure why a main heroine was being chased in the first place. As Sasha ran beside him, he inwardly debated whether his intervention was even permissible within the established narrative.
His face contorted in a grimace, recalling a past moment where he felt insulted by an offer of money.
However, the sheer amount of money Sasha offered was simply too substantial for him to refuse, overriding any previous reservations. He resigned himself to the task, wondering if he could truly last the full 6 hours, while Sasha smirked mischievously from behind him.
Sasha, with a confident wink, believed she had a keen eye for assessing people's capabilities. She was certain the young man was strong enough to endure for the required 6 hours, an assessment made purely on instinct. Sasha urged them to move, knowing that lingering would compromise their location, but their escape was abruptly halted by a shout from off-screen.
Men in suits burst into view, closing in rapidly as the young man questioned how they had found them so quickly.
Sasha revealed their pursuers were elite former KGB agents, a fact that left the young man comically confused, mistaking KGB for a brand of liquor.
One of the agents lunged forward, his foot striking out with precision as the young man desperately tried to evade. A swift punch was thrown, aiming directly for the young man. He reacted with wide-eyed surprise as the attack closed in. With a sudden burst of resolve, he managed to block the incoming strike with his arm, a sharp glint in his eyes marking the true start of the fight. His face contorts in a snarl as he prepares for the next move.
With effortless strength, he lifts one of his attackers high into the air.
The man is slammed to the ground, the impact sending shockwaves through the street. A young man and woman turn, startled by the commotion.
He forcefully pushes her back, intent on facing the threat alone.
He mutters to himself, certainly. Attackers advance, their presence radiating menace. The man watches them, his expression grim. He thinks they're on a different level than neighborhood thugs. He grimaces, but unfortunately for them, in a rom-com, he unleashes a barrage of rapid strikes, overwhelming his opponents. He grits his teeth, good at this rate I can do T before declaring, everyone step back. He lands a devastating punch, crackling with energy.
The force of the blow sends his opponent reeling, the man grunting in pain.
Captain Boris stands tall, radiating an aura of authority. He looks down, questioning who is this giant now, attacking me out of nowhere? He admits, that actually hurt more than I expected. He pauses, then muses, but I wonder.
She exclaims, it's no use. No matter how strong that man is. She continues, he can never defeat Captain Boris. Captain Boris's eyes narrow, a sinister glow emanating from them.
A sigh escapes him as he reflects. Sigh, I knew that money seemed too easy to earn. I shouldn't follow anyone anymore, no matter who they are. He exhales, a faint smile playing on his lips.
His eyes flash with determination, for now.
He declares, I'll end this quickly.
Captain Boris recoils, surprised by the sudden move.
The man grabs Captain Boris by the face, his grip like iron. A predatory grin spreads across the man's face. He lunges forward, delivering a powerful blow. It hurts.
Don't tell me this is. A struggle ensues as a powerful fist connects.
An armbar.
A menacing grin spreads across the attacker's face, a surge of power emanating from him.
He unleashes a devastating punch, the impact creating a visible shockwave.
Caught in a precarious position, the victim struggles.
This bastard, a joint lock. My hip. I'm going to get seriously injured. With a final, brutal strike, the attacker sends his opponent crashing down.
Two men in suits look on with disbelief and concern.
The defeated attacker lies sprawled on the ground, the victor standing over him. Joint injuries lead to muscle loss. Are you going to take responsibility if I can't go to the gym? He defeated Boris? The scene shifts to an abandoned warehouse, dust motes dancing in the dim light. An older man with a distinguished beard and glasses, wearing sunglasses, speaks into a modern smartphone. The camera focuses on a ceiling fan in a large, dimly lit room. Yes, it's me, Tsar. Captain Boris has been defeated. He's an Asian male, about 190 centimeters tall, with black, disheveled hair. Could it be
the Black Yaksha?
Is it him? This is an advertisement for QIscans.org announcing that chapters 1 to 19 are fully released. This is an advertisement for Manhwa.com announcing a merger of several scanlations and promoting their services. Black Yaksha. Is it him? It's true. He was just seen fighting in Akihabara a moment ago, so the rumor has spread all over Tokyo. A hand grips a computer mouse, the click echoing with a sharp, decisive sound. The camera focuses on a woman with her back to us, her long dark hair tied in a ponytail, staring intently at a screen. But is Black Yaksha really that strong? Isn't it an exaggeration? If he's such an incredible guy, why did he suddenly disappear without a word? I heard he was the strongest hitman in the underworld. You newbies really don't know anything. Figure cloaked in black, with a hood obscuring their face, stands bathed in an eerie purple glow. This is Kotaro Fuma. Although it was only a single appearance, Black Yaksha made it to the finals and became a legend. A hand gently touches a face, a moment of deep contemplation. Silence hangs heavy. Her eyes, sharp and piercing, fix on something unseen, a hint of suspicion or perhaps disbelief in her gaze. Is it true that Kotaro Fuma has appeared? Her arms rest on a table, her posture tense, as if bracing for impact.
A woman with striking purple hair, dressed in a tactical jacket and cropped turtleneck, moves with purpose, her hand reaching out.
Hand turns a doorknob, the sunlight streaming through the door creating a dramatic effect. She stands on a street, her distinctive purple hair flowing, looking towards the cityscape. Her gaze is distant, her lips slightly parted as she speaks. Father.
A title card appears, hinting at the story's genre and perhaps a new beginning.
Group of maids, their faces beaming with joy, welcome someone back. Oh, they really greet you like this? He looks overwhelmed, while the maids seem ecstatic and one girl looks on with surprise. The place you said you wanted to go was a maid cafe? Of course, if you come to Japan, you obviously have to go to a maid cafe. Please sit this way, master. Sightseeing while being chased. You're really too carefree. You beat them all up earlier, so we should be fine for a few hours.
I don't like it, but I already received the advance payment, so I can't help it. I should order omuris hihi.
By the way, it's strange. There's nothing on the internet about the fight on the street earlier. That's probably because of the EMP. The combat agents of the E company scatter EMPs when executing an operation and start by disabling the surrounding electronic devices. What is E? The E company is a giant Russian military corporation. That stands for the Easter Egg Company. Why is such a great place trying to kidnap you? I told you earlier, didn't I? I am the child of someone in a pretty high position. Did you, master? Thought I had adapted quite well to otaku culture, but this is just, here is your ordered omuris. Naya. Thank you for the FO. Master, please wait a moment. Naya.
There is a ritual you must do before eating, Naya. Now, follow me, Naya. What are you going to do now? Now become delicious. Mo kyun. Oishiku nair. The world around him dissolves into a flurry of hearts as a weird girl unleashes a dazzling, almost overwhelming, display of affection. He recoils, blood splattering from his mouth, utterly bewildered. WTF. A girl in a cap, Solar, chuckles, such Momo with a mischievous glint in her eye.
The girl in the cap, Solar, questions the weird girl, why aren't you doing it? The weird girl hesitates. I don't have to. Solar insists, you can't do that, Naya. It's our cafe's rule, Naya. He groans, sweat beading on his forehead as a blush creeps up his neck. The sheer, overwhelming cuteness is taking its toll. He clutches a glowing pink heart, his face flushed. Momo, Kyun. Solar bursts into laughter. Wahahaha. What is that? Nico-eared waitress smiles brightly, holding a tray. Then please enjoy your meal, Naya. He sits, overwhelmed by the purple aura emanating from him. Solar, sitting opposite, remarks, so fun. He sighs, I'm already tired. But then, taking a spoonful of food, he admits, but it still tastes good. The Nico-eared girl beams, her fangs showing. Was the meal delicious, Naya? Look stunned. Wait, that headband couldn't be. The Nico-eared girl grins. Of course, the last place gets the cat ear headband, Naya.
The weird girl explains the stakes. You have to wear the cat ear headband until the next game is over, Naya. And make a cat sound at the end of every sentence, Naya. He stares in horror, while Solar grins gleefully.
Trembling, he asks, are there any other penalties? Solar replies, what, you just have to win. Are you scared? His eyes narrow, a determined glint appearing as the purple energy crackles around him. Alright, since it has come to this. Glares, gripping his cards tightly. I will definitely win, he declares, facing off against Solar in a tense card game. The weird girl is hidden from view, but her happy, excited expression is implied by the triumphant sound effect. Stands with his eyes closed, purple energy swirling around his head, a blush on his cheeks. Solar asks, you have something for it? It'd be a penalty. The weird girl chimes in, that's right, Naya, try saying anything, Naya. His face contorts in anger and frustration, purple energy pulsing around him. Let's play one more round, Naya. Solar erupts in laughter, finding his predicament hilarious.
Solar continues to laugh. It really doesn't suit you. His expression darkens, eyes filled with rage. Damn it. I'll definitely win the next round.
Someone, presumably a master, is wished a good day as they walk away, their athletic shoes making a soft sound.
Solar smiles warmly, her eyes sparkling. It's already almost 5 o'clock. We didn't get to do the sightseeing you wanted, is that okay? He replies, it's okay. Thanks to you, I had fun.
As they walk away, a contemplative silence hangs in the air. He turns to Solar, a serious expression on his face. Actually, I have a confession to make. Solar looks back, a hint of confusion on her face. Solar reveals, the people you fought on the street earlier are bodyguards hired by my dad. His eyes widen in disbelief. What? Her expression shifts to one of remorse. I'm sorry for lying. Since I finally came to Japan, I wanted to do some sightseeing, so I secretly sneaked out of the hotel. I didn't know things would get this big. Solar looks at him, her gaze steady. So it's okay for you to go back now. I will contact the bodyguards and head to the hotel too. As the sun sets, casting a warm glow, Solar looks up at the sky, a helicopter in the distance. Thank you so much for today. A sinister smile spreads across an older man's face, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Ha, I finally found you. He stares in shock as the helicopter hovers menacingly overhead. What? Solar's eyes widen in alarm and disbelief. How did you get here?
The older man's voice echoes, it is a personal matter.
The older man's voice echoes, it is a personal matter. A tense collage of faces, a woman with fierce eyes, a monstrous visage, a man with a confident smirk, and another with a stern gaze. Announcement: Manhwa.com offers chapters up to 25 exclusively. They urge readers to follow for faster updates, premium quality, and a large library, encouraging support by continuing on their site. A separate announcement details a merger between Night Scans, Aurora Scans, Quantum Scans, and Leviathan Scans, combining forces to bring a massive variety of incredible series, lightning-fast releases, and a thriving community. Title card: I became the villain's daughter-in-law. The older man, his face set in grim determination, walks forward, hands in his pockets. Behind him, a young man and woman stand, their expressions a mix of apprehension and surprise. The older man's words, "This is personal business. My daughter," hang in the air. Woman, Sasha, nervously apologizes to her father for sneaking out. The man beside her adds that they were just heading back. The older man dismisses their excuses, stating that it no longer matters. A close-up on a pair of intense, dark eyes. A thought forms. Papa? So that man is Sasha's father? The younger man, Yoo Kim, looks between the older man and Sasha, a hint of confusion on his face. He questions why two Russians are speaking Japanese. A small, barely audible escapes him. Sasha, now wearing a baseball cap, looks bewildered. She asks, "I happen to hear that the Black Yaksha had appeared in Tokyo." Her expression shifts to alarm as she adds, "Why are you bringing up the Black Yaksha all of a sudden?" Yoo Kim, pointing at himself with a wide, almost mocking grin, asks, "Me?" The older man's voice booms, "Did you really not know? That Japanese man you've hired as your bodyguard."
A close-up of the older man's face, his sunglasses reflecting a purple hue. He declares he is the legendary hitman.
A shadowy figure, cloaked and masked, stands ominously. The words "who vanished without a trace 10 years ago" are spoken. Yoo Kim recoils in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. The older man reveals, "The Black Yaksha, Kotaro Fuma." Yoo Kim stammers, "What the heck is he talking about?" The older man, his face contorted in rage, shouts, "Now, Black Yaksha, today, we settle the score from 18 years ago once and for all."
Yoo Kim, looking closer, asks, "HMM? Who are you?" The older man replies, "My name is Yoo Kim."
The older man, Yoo Kim, stares intently at Yoo Kim. He asks, "Do you happen to know a man named Kotaro Fuma?" Yoo Kim denies it. "No, I've never heard that name before in my life."
An awkward silence hangs between the three. Yoo Kim and Sasha stand opposite Yoo Kim, the tension palpable. Yoo Kim, with a sigh, tells Sasha, "Well, since your dad's here, I'll get going. Sasha, get home safe." Sasha responds with a hesitant, "Oh, yeah."
Yoo Kim, a sly smile on his face, muses, "There must have been some kind of mistake. I don't know who this Kotaro Fuma guy is, but I guess we look alike." He then pauses, a thought striking him. "Wait." Yoo Kim confronts Yoo Kim, demanding, "How did you defeat Boris, the captain of my elite guard?" Yoo Kim, feigning ignorance, asks, "Boris?" Yoo Kim, a bead of sweat on his brow, looks back at the scene. He asks, "Is he talking about that huge guy that fought earlier?" He then sheepishly adds, "Could you tell him I'm sorry?" Yoo Kim's eyes narrow behind his sunglasses, his expression hardening. He states, "I really thought he was a kidnapper, so I didn't hold back when I hit him." A close-up on a polished leather shoe, implying a sudden movement or action. Yoo Kim's face contorts in shock and realization, his eyes wide with disbelief. A powerful impact is shown with a violent burst of light and energy. Yoo Kim stands amidst a swirling purple aura, his fist clenched, ready for a fight. The background shows a city in ruins. Hand grabs a black trash bag, a book visible inside, surrounded by glowing blue energy. Yoo Kim stares in horror, his mouth agape, as he clutches the trash bag. He shouts, "What do you think you're doing?"
"You blocked that? Interesting. Show me what you're capable of."
"Damn it, the manga I bought today. How dare you ruin my manga? I'll never forgive you."
The two face off, a clash of energies building between them.
A powerful aura erupts from Yoo Kim as he prepares to strike. He unleashes a devastating blow. The man with blue hair braces for impact, his fist clenched. He counters with his own powerful strike. Ugh, fascinating. Oh, it's a real riot.
"Why are you doing this to me?" "Because you are an extraordinary genius."
"What are you talking about now? If I'm a genius, why are you hitting me?" An ordinary high school student with no combat training defeated Boris, the captain of my elite guard, with his bare hands? That is absolutely, fundamentally impossible. So, man with blue hair unleashes a blinding surge of energy.
"Come work under me. I will help your talent blossom."
He extends an offer, his power radiating. It's not a normal rom-com.
That offer, that's a line straight out of a shonen fighting manga. It might have looked like a rom-com at first, but it's different now.
The reason I've been training my muscles every single day since I arrived in this world. Reason I keep getting caught up in fights. And the reason I have this ridiculous superhuman strength that makes me look like a muscular gag character, it all leads to one conclusion. This manga has changed tracks. It's shifted from a rom-com to a fighting manga. I'm certain, because this manga is serialized in Jump, then I'll be surrounded by dangerous people like this. Boy becomes subordinate, and my life will be in constant danger.
What do you say? If you become a scholarship student of our company,
I'll provide your tuition, colleges, a house, a car, everything you desire. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he clenches his fist, radiating a dark aura.
His confident smile falters, replaced by a look of surprise.
I refuse. If this is a Jump-style fighting manga, even a guy as strong as this old man is destined to be defeated by the protagonist eventually. A chibi-style character with sharp teeth stands triumphantly over the defeated blue-haired man. In that case, staying close to the protagonist, Sakamoto. Fine then. Die instead. Why is he so extreme? The blue-haired man unleashes a powerful punch, engulfing the black-haired man in a burst of energy. He's really trying to kill me. Since he's Sasabe's father, I wanted to go easy on him, but a close-up on the black-haired man's eye, filled with a mix of shock and determination. An opening, the black-haired man seizes the chance, his eyes glowing as he lunges forward with a sword. The two fighters stand facing each other, the sunset casting a warm glow. The man with graying hair turns, his expression unreadable against the vibrant sky. Oh no! The blue-haired man prepares another devastating strike. He slams his fist into the black-haired man's face. Let me give you a piece of advice, boy. Close up on a powerful fist crackling with energy. When you strike a person, no matter who the opponent is, you must do it with the intent to kill. The black-haired man's eye widens in shock as the advice sinks in. A blinding flash of light erupts from the impact. Advertisement for cartoon. Merger announcement for QI scans. Blue-haired man lands a brutal blow, the force of the impact sending shockwaves. It was close. I survived because I barely managed to shake his hand off. But that attack just now, what the hell was that?
Двойной орел императора.
What? The elderly man unleashes a devastating kick imbued with crackling energy.
The Emperor's secret martial art? My eyes can't keep up with these attacks at all.
Papa, stop. The young man braces himself, fists clenched. If you don't want to die, work under me. If you do, I shall pass down all the techniques I know to you. You have immense talent. The fact that you actually blocked my attack, which even elite guards wouldn't withstand, proves it. All the weak in the world submit to innate power. I will give you strength. Beating someone to a pulp and that's all he has to say? This guy is a real edgelord here.
No.
I have precious people I've met here. There's no reason for me to throw all of that away to choose you. Young man counters with a furious blow, meeting the elderly man's attack head-on. None at all. So just give up already, old man. That's an admirable conviction. However, that opinion, I will crush it. The young man's face contorts in pain as he's hit by a powerful blow.
The two fighters clash again, locked in a brutal exchange.
The young man struggles, the force of the impact evident.
The elderly man charges forward with immense power, his fist glowing.
An explosive impact as the elderly man's fist connects with the young man.
The elderly man's eyes narrow with fierce determination as he prepares another strike.
He unleashes a devastating punch, the air crackling with energy.
The young man grabs the elderly man's arm, struggling to resist the onslaught.
Arg. Compared to Boris, whom I fought the other day, he's on a completely different level. Stop.
Papa, please stop. This man protected me, so why the hell? Step aside, Sasha. This isn't over yet. No. If you won't back down, Papa, then I won't.
Sasha. If they interfere with a fight, you'll show no mercy even to your own daughter?
A tense standoff as the fight escalates. You talk too much. It's time we end this.
The battle intensifies with a powerful blow. A flurry of deadly projectiles rains down. This is
the Black Kickshaws kunai.
A sudden, close-quarters attack. A swift counterattack connects. Situation shifts as a new fighter enters the fray.
You're
the acting 17th head of the Fuma ninja clan, Fuma Yukika. Fuma, the man you're looking for, Fuma Kotaro, is my father. We lost contact after leaving the village 10 years ago. They said the Black Yaksha had a daughter, so it was you. Take this medicine for now. What is this? There's no time for a long explanation. It's a pill passed down through our clan for generations. It'll help bring out the power within you. I don't know what you're doing, but you're mistaken if you think I'll just stand by and watch.
Kim Yu-sung. Hurry and eat it. I'll hold him off while you get ready.
Whatever it is, for now, as long as it doesn't kill me. It's hot. What the hell is this? Kek Kim Yu-sung?
Ki Wook.
Awa. A blinding light erupts, engulfing everything in its path. The screen displays a collage of menacing figures, hinting at a formidable threat. An announcement declares a merger between several scanlations, promising a vast array of series and a thriving community. Kim Yu-sung's body erupts with raw power, his eyes glowing with intense energy. His eyes flash with a golden light, radiating immense power. As if a third eye opens, radiating a powerful blue aura.
A massive, inscrutable energy is emanating from him and me.
Woman observes the situation, noting, the effect is better than I thought. He's emitting a tremendous amount of energy, as if all the chi in his body has been unblocked at once. But the pill's effect only lasts 5 minutes. Can Kim Yu-sung take that man down within that time? Interesting. Is this the most dangerous power of the East? To think you could wield this much chi just by taking a small pill.
The elderly man faces a group, stating, I don't know why you like me, but one thing I know for certain is.
Keek. K-ha-ha-ha. Hey, brat, listen well to what I'm going to say. Words like those are nothing but the excuses of the weak. It is the principle and the law of nature that the weak are stripped of their rights and freedom by the strong. So, if you want to convince me, take me down right here. That's assuming you actually can. The elderly man lunges forward, his fist crackling with energy, ready to strike. The elder lunges forward, his fist crackling with energy, ready to strike. A blinding flash erupts as their fists collide, the force of the impact staggering the younger fighter. Damn it, he really is strong. But elder's eyes narrow, a confident smirk playing on his lips as raw energy pulses around him. The younger fighter braces himself, his gaze intense. I can see it, he's fast, but it's clear now.
The elder unleashes another powerful strike, his movements fluid and precise. The younger fighter attempts to block, but the sheer force is overwhelming.
With a surge of power, the elder thrusts his fist forward. I can see his movements. Elder's eyes glow with intensity. Now, a blinding flash of light erupts as the two fighters clash. The impact sends shockwaves through the area.
Their fists meet with explosive force, the air crackling with raw power.
The ground trembles beneath their feet as they exchange blows. Elder's eyes widen in disbelief. How can this be? I'm actually being pushed back by some brat's attack. The younger fighter unleashes a barrage of powerful punches, each one imbued with immense force. The elder struggles to defend himself, gritting his teeth. Kook, this guy. He notices a change in his opponent's fighting style. His movements have improved noticeably. Younger fighter's expression is determined, his fists clenched. However, the elder lets out a guttural roar, gathering his power for a counterattack. Crag. His eyes gleam with renewed ferocity. Here it comes. He launches a devastating strike, the force of it evident even from the visual. A sinister laugh escapes him. Ha, you fool, that's an attack you can't block. Younger fighter's expression is one of grim determination, sweat beading on his forehead.
Surrounded by intense flames, he readies himself. That's right. Keep holding on tight. He executes a swift, powerful kick, the motion blurring with speed.
The elder's face contorts in pain and surprise as the kick lands. The impact is devastating, sending a wave of energy outwards. The elder's body strains under the force of the blow, his face a mask of agony.
The younger fighter, radiating power, maintains his aggressive stance, ready for the next move.
The elder is sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. He groans in pain. Kook. Me, the one called the strongest in the world. Me, Ivan Romanova. Losing to a mere Japanese schoolboy.
This makes no. Sorry, but I'm Korean, you know.
Wadash. He won. He defeated Father, the head of the Master Egg Company, and the winner of the GOF, the god of destruction, Ivan. Kim Yu-sung. I can't believe he actually pulled it off. He won by catching him off guard, but I didn't expect him to go this far. How on earth could he be that strong? Kim Yuzeong. Kim Yuzeong, are you okay? I'm sorry, Sasha. Even though he was your father, I ended up fighting him. That doesn't matter. I'll take care of the aftermath, so just go for now. Are you sure you'll be alright? My father isn't someone who'd be finished by something like this. I'll contact you if I need to, so hurry and... Looks like he's exhausted all of his stamina. I'll take Kim Yuzeong with me, so you'd better get out of here before a crowd starts gathering. Ugh, then I'll leave it to you. Huh? That man lying there, what is it? What happened? What the hell happened here?
Golden Week is over.
Is this the after effect of the battle? Why on earth did I stir up so much trouble? Since that day, not a single related article or piece of information appeared online, which was chilling. Hi, yo, did you have a good vacation? That's what makes it feel even more unsettling. Alright, settle down, settle down. We have a transfer student in our class today. She is an exchange student from our sister school in Russia. Huh? Russia? Could it be? A pair of sensible loafers and white socks are shown as a soft voice says, "Hello." A close-up reveals a girl with striking light blue hair, her expression serene. Young man with sharp features and dark hair, sporting a bandage on his cheek, looks on with a wary expression. The girl with blue hair smiles brightly, announcing, "My name is Alexandra Ivanovna Romanova." She continues, her smile unwavering, "Please feel free to call me Sasha." The young man's eyes widen in disbelief, his face contorted in shock. I knew it.
Sasha, now at a desk, beams. My hobbies are shooting, horseback riding, anime, and reading. She adds, and something I've recently come to like is. A hand points directly forward, a decisive gesture.
Sasha points at Kim Yuzeong. That person right there, she declares, Kim Yuzeong. Kim Yuzeong recoils, his face a mask of confusion and alarm. What? He exclaims. What's going on? A voice asks, Kim Yuzeong, followed by another's bewildered question. What's with this sudden confession of love?
A young man with blonde hair leans back, a smirk on his face. This is straight out of a romantic comedy, he remarks.
Clothes on Kim Yuzeong's face, sweat beading on his forehead. His thoughts race. I ask this how my life as an extra comes to an end. Sasha grins, pointing a finger with playful confidence. Is it true that you like Kim Kun? This panel is an advertisement for recruitment. This panel is a collage of character art. A student asks Sasha, "You're Russian." Another chimes in, "How did you learn Japanese?" Surrounded by classmates, Sasha replies, "I taught myself by watching anime." A student asks, "What do your parents do?" And another asks, "Where do you live now?" Kim Yuzeong looks troubled as a voice asks, "So, earlier, is it true that you like Kim Kun?" Sasha smiles mischievously. "It's true. He's helped me out a great deal, and besides," she adds coyly, "a man stronger than my father is exactly my type." Whispers fill the air as a student asks, "Kim why so?" Again, another voice wonders, "What about Kishimoto and Tojo?" A third adds, "And there's a rumor he's got something going with the student council president too." Kim Yuzeong and a blonde girl look exasperated. "No, no," Kim Yuzeong exclaims, "the bad rumors just keep piling up."
A girl with blue hair and a boy with brown hair are depicted in a cute, chibi-like style. The blonde girl ponders, HMM. Kim Yuzeong, looking smug, tells the blonde girl, "Quick work, Ryuchan. Snagging a foreign girlfriend the second I step out for a little trip." The blonde girl retorts, "Hold on, you've got it all wrong."
Blonde girl, Rika, says, "UGH, just now, that sounded exactly like a rom-com lead's excuse." Kim Yuzeong, sweating profusely, thinks to himself, "She's not wrong, so I've got an comeback." Sasha, surrounded by classmates, smiles. "Sasha's one of the original heroines, too. So it's bizarre that she'd confess to me, of all people." Her thoughts continue, "By rights, this kind of attention should be aimed at Sakamoto, the protagonist." Kim Yuzeong lounges on a chair, seemingly relaxed. Text boxes describe his situation. A quiet, easygoing, perfectly ordinary background character life, and the exhausting protagonist life, largely into every incident and disaster. He worries, "I guess it because I'm unintentionally throwing OFF the original storyline, and, at this rate, my peaceful extra's life is going to fall apart." Kim Yuzeong looks taken aback as Rika calls out to him, "Hey Kim, why you song, Rika-chan." A new character, Karen, appears with a wide smile. "Karen," she exclaims, "came by to hang out." It feels like it's been a while, huh? Did you have a good break? Oh, it's Yusong. A stern, blue-haired woman glares, her expression one of intense displeasure.
The blue-haired woman addresses the two boys. Sorry, but you over there, mind backing off a little? Yusong looks surprised, asking, huh? Me?
Ha! Yusong retorts, his eyes wide with annoyance. And who are you to boss me around the first time we meet? The blue-haired girl smirks. Heh, I am the girl who's going to be Kim Yusong's girlfriend. The other students react with disbelief. What? Don't make me laugh. Kim Yusong. Yusong's face flushes as he exclaims in disbelief. Yusong tries to placate the situation. Everyone, please don't get the wrong idea. Why on earth, when did I, without even realizing it, become Rika's boyfriend? Yusong's eyes darken with a mix of confusion and dread. A girl with blonde hair, looking flustered, exclaims, I mean, it's not like that, okay? Where's this even coming from? Ryu-chan and I are just friends.
Wait, so I had it wrong this whole time, the blue-haired girl muses with a sly smile. In that case,
I suppose this one's mine for the taking then, she whispers suggestively. Yusong stammers, hey now. As the situation escalates, someone shouts, don't go racing ahead on your own while people are still talking. You, come with me. Kim Kuin, a girl says hesitantly. Yusong looks bewildered. A girl with glasses and braided hair asks, mind if I ask you something? Below, a tiny Yusong pops up, asking, oh Iase, what's up? I think I missed something during Matsuda-sensei's class, so could I take a look at your notes? Yusong replies, oh sure, hang on a sec. A hand offers an orange notebook. Here you go.
Thanks. I'll return it once I'm done copying, the glasses girl says. Yusong waves dismissively.
I figured the class rep was supposed to be a top student, a blonde girl questions, looking confused. Yusong explains, she is around 10th in our year, give or take.
The class rep? Then why's she borrowing notes from you? Yusong confidently states, I'll have you know I'm pretty sharp. Oh yeah? So what was your rank? The girls press. Yusong internally fumes, these guys, did they seriously assume I was bad at school?
Top of the year. The girls gasp in unison, wait.
I mean, Yusong does kinda look like he'd struggle with school, a new male student comments with a wide grin. Yusong snaps, quiet, you. If he hadn't enrolled as the freshman rep, I'd have reacted the same way you two did. Yusong retorts, what's that supposed to mean, I look like I struggle?
'Cause I know he's actually a really good guy. You think so too, right Kishimoto? We all do. Yeah, totally. Once you get to know him, he's super sweet. Huh? Where you off to, Yusong? Yusong replies, bathroom. Did we embarrass you? Getting all shy on us. Yusong thinks, why are these guys acting like this today, of all days? Yusong thinks, why are these guys acting like this today, of all days? He decides to keep his distance from Sasha and steer clear of the gang. A group of students, including Sasha, are seen in the cafeteria. Yusong finds himself surrounded by a group of girls, including Sasha, who seem overly familiar. Yusong is overwhelmed by the attention, exclaiming, so much for avoiding them. This is exactly where I end up. The girls latch onto him. One of them exclaims, the least you can do is show your girlfriend around school. Kim Yusong. Yusong protests, what are you talking about? You've never been my girlfriend. While another warns, back off. You're making Yusong uncomfortable.
Yusong is annoyed, thinking, TCH, damn it, that lucky bastard. Why's it always Kim Yusong? He laments, more pointless misunderstandings are piling up by the second. Yusong changes the subject, asking, now that I think about it, you've all got midterms coming up. How are your studies going? The girls react with surprise and dismay. The girls are annoyed. One says, we're trying to eat here. Could you not bring up exams? Yusong quickly apologizes, oh, right. Sorry. The girls are visibly relieved. One exclaims, yes. Dropping the exam talk actually worked. Alright, what's next?
One of the girls, overwhelmed by the thought of midterms, laments, I really should have kept up with my studying. Another girl complains, same here, no matter how much I cram, history just slips right out of my head. Why are there so many dates to memorize? A third chimes in, for me it's classical literature. Japanese is hard enough on its own. And another adds, and classical lit is mostly written in archaic language.
Yusong sees his opening, thinking, oh. A perfect opening. Now's my chance. Yusong suggests, if it's that rough for all of you, why not start a study group? just the three of you. One of the girls exclaims, "That's it," while another agrees, "Genius."
One girl asks, so whose place should we meet at? Another offers, my house has tons of spare rooms. We could make it a study sleepover. The third reluctantly agrees. Not thrilled about it, but I'll cooperate for now. Yusong thinks, sure. You three knock yourselves out. Yusong grins manically, thinking, yes, I'm home, free all the way to the weekend.
He continues his thought, because I have something of my own to take care of from now until the weekend. Yusong sighs in relief, thinking, finally.
He excitedly exclaims, it's done, the home gym of my dreams. Yusong, blushing slightly, thinks, with the money I made guarding Sasha over Golden Week, I went and set up a whole lineup of new workout gear. What a beautiful sight. He declares, all right then, time to put it to good use. Yusong prepares to start his workout, announcing, starting with the bench press. Straining with the weight, he exclaims, HRRH, and declares, man, this is the good stuff. Mid-bench press, Yusong is startled by his phone ringing, thinking, a call this early in the morning. He answers the phone, saying, hell, before being interrupted by a voice on the other end, Ryu-chan, look out your window. You're all set, right? Confused, Yusong asks, out the window? Set for what? The caller reminds him, we made plans yesterday, remember? A study group at Karen's place. Yusong is shocked, thinking, what? Since when did I? Meanwhile, someone is waving from a window, calling out, over here, Ryu-chan. Hurry and come down, let's head over together. What is going on? And who are all these thug-looking big bros? A collage of intense faces, some human, some monstrous, all bathed in an eerie purple light.
You're here, Ryu-chan? Get in, quick. These guys are Sasha's bodyguards.
Hello. This is Sasha's uncle, Captain Boris. And that's the guy from the other day. He doesn't speak Japanese, but despite his looks, he's actually a sweet guy.
What's going on here? Boris is my shadow. If I want to go out on my days off, I have no choice.
Still sitting in the same car as the guy I beat to a pulp just a few days ago. Uncomfortable. Hello there, oh yes. Welcome, everyone. Hi. Karen's father. I've already met, but it'll be awkward if I act like I know him, so I'll just play dumb.
Hello, my name is Kim Yusong. Right, come on in.
To think he's such close friends with our Karen. Perfect, as my hand-picked son-in-law candidate is going smoothly.
Now that I think about it, It's been a while, Captain Boris.
What? By the way, what's with those injuries? Well,
this person here.
Kim Yusong did this to me. What is he saying? Why is he pointing at me? He says he was injured in a fight with Kim Yusong. What the heck is going on? It wasn't just me. Even the Tsar suffered great injuries. He says the great Ivan was also injured because of Kim Yusong. What? He injured Ivan, the god of destruction? How could such a thing? I'm screwed. Forget studying. I'm about to get kicked out. Wait, maybe not? If I get kicked out, can I just go back to my happy home workouts? Yusong is a free-spirited gym rat. A win-win, wishful thinking. As expected of my son-in-law candidate. Say what? A son-in-law candidate? Papa, I told you not to say weird things when my friends are over. And my apologies. God, my inner thoughts just slipped out.
This is total chaos. That was just Boris's idea of a joke. He loves joking around. I'm sorry for Papa's weird jokes too. Somehow things seem to have settled down.
Alright, before we start studying. Yes, overall, you're weak in STEM subjects. A lot of people give up on these, so you can get average marks just by memorizing the formulas. Your goal is to memorize every formula within the exam range. I organized them at home. We're having a pop quiz later, so don't slack off and get to memorizing. Gloom. Yes, sir. Your grades are average, but you don't have a subject you stand out at. You're especially weak at memorization.
So, change your study method and try creating your own mnemonic associations. It'll be way easier to remember than before. Okay, I'll give it a try.
Yusong, what about me? It's going to be hard for you to understand classical literature overnight. Your only option is to grind through as many practice problems as possible. I made these for myself, but I guess we're doing them together. Great, let's get started then. Study sessions start.
열심.
1 hour later. 2 hours later. Okay, we've studied long enough. Let's take a break. Yes. Karen, can I use the kitchen for a bit? I don't mind, but why the kitchen? Everyone looks exhausted, so I thought I'd whip up some snacks. Step right up, step right up. Shaved ice is served. Woa! Korean-style bingsu. I tried this in Shinokubo. This is amazing. Beautiful. Eat whichever one you like. I made a few different kinds. I have to take a picture. Here, let's swap bites. Say huh? I'm fine. My arm is getting tired. Is it good? Now feed me some too. Just that's a bit.
Rou-chan. Try mine too. Why is everyone acting like this all of a sudden? You have to try mine first since I'm the host.
Me first. Hurry up and eat, Ryu-chan. No, wait. All this time, I've been such an idiot. I just assumed those two were dating.
Kya. What are you talking about? Ryu-chan and I are just friends.
What? So I've been misunderstanding this whole time. In that case, to be honest, my heart was drawn to Kim Yu-sung ever since he comforted me so kindly. But if they aren't dating, then that means I have a chance too.
Finally.
Midterms are over. I did way better than usual.
Good work. This is just the result of your hard work.
To celebrate the end of midterms, why don't we all go to karaoke together? Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, karaoke's on me. What? You did well on the exam? Why was it so hard for me then? You should have studied more.
But setting the exam aside, are you aware that another nasty rumor has been pinned on you lately? What is it this time? That on the streets you fought 20-1 against the Russian mafia. Don't tell me it's about what happened during Golden Week. Was there a witness? Haha, the Russian mafia. It's not like this is some movie. To think there are actually idiots who seriously believe that. They say it even happened right in the middle of Akihabara. Well, I wonder if it's really a false rumor?
Sasha. Going to karaoke? All right. The time has come to let you hear my heavenly voice.
Fireworks. What song are you going to sing? Oh, Kenshiro Yanazu. Now, knock it off and let's get going.
Shibuya.
Karaoke. So exciting. Hey, aren't you guys hungry though? It's already lunchtime. Then, let's go to the handmade burger place right up ahead and... Kayak. Watch where you're going, you idiot. What? You're the one who suddenly... Rika, are you okay? My wallet is gone. That guy from earlier must have stolen it. Wait here for a second. Ryu?
I'll be right back with it, so go inside.
Ooh, this is a pretty good haul.
Why is a high schooler carrying around so much money? Will we be okay though? If Big Bro Kanzuya finds out.
Huh? What's that sound? FTHT.
Hey, step on the gas for now.
Try keeping up, you dumbass. Even so, there's no way a person can catch up to a bike. Monster, how can a person move at this speed? Hand over the wallet. We're sorry, please forgive us.
Wallet. Why yep, right here. Then, I'll be taking my leave. Don't ever do this kind of crap again.
TCH. I'm so glad I found it.
Because Rika said karaoke was on her. I can't miss out on free karaoke. Bye. Today was fun. See you at school.
Well, that was pretty fun. Now to head to the gym for today's workout. Big bro, please wait a moment. Big bro. I followed you because there's something I absolutely must tell you. Who are you?
Please take me. As your disciple.
What's going on over there? Isn't that the son from the Korean restaurant? What the hell are you saying out of nowhere? Who are you? It's only natural that you don't know. My name is Kanzuya Goto. Big bro. Yeah, alright, so get up first.
Please feel free to call me Kazu. I said alright. Come on.
By the way, how old are you? I turned 17 this year. Big bro, why do you look so old? The truth is, I am the leader of the biker gang, Hyaki Yagyo. I'm sorry to say, the guys who caused trouble by stealing the wallet earlier are members of our gang. Didn't that conversation finish earlier? Why did you chase me all the way here? That is because you are a true man, big bro. What kind of nonsense is this now? When I was young, contrary to my large build, I had a timid personality. I was bullied. I was terribly bullied both inside and outside of school. I thought that if I became a truly strong man, that matched my build, and eventually became a tough biker gang member. As I looked on the outside, even becoming the leader, but that was merely me pretending to be strong. For someone like me who was bullied for being weak, to hang around with bastards who torment the weak felt empty. However, seeing you, big bro, I realized something, that the strength of a true man is like that.
A speed faster than a bike without even relying on one, and not showing off.
But using your strength to retrieve a friend's wallet.
That the exact image of a true man is you, big bro. I was just trying to go to free karaoke.
Just what on earth do you expect to learn from me? I'm not that kind of person.
Seriously, why do annoying things like this keep happening? How should I shake him off? Please, big bro.
A light bulb moment, an idea sparks. However, there is a condition. A condition. 3 days. I will acknowledge you as my official disciple. Just you wait. So that you can't disrupt my daily life.
I'll work to the bone with all my might.
This is an advertisement banner. This is an advertisement banner.
Young and I am, wait for me.
I thought he'd have good stamina given his size, so I planned to push him hard with a morning workout. He sweats, a bead of moisture tracing a path down his temple. His eyes narrow, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. His opponent, a hulking figure in a tracksuit, strains with every step. His face contorts in exertion, a guttural grunt escaping his lips. But this is pathetic, he gasps, his voice strained. How disappointing. A sudden thought strikes him. Wait, why am I disappointed? This actually makes it easier to get him to give up on being my disciple, he muses. Then, a more troubling question arises. Did I subconsciously expect him to be a decent workout partner? Title card. I fell into an unknown manhwa. A wash of blue, clouds drifting lazily across an endless sky. All right, he calls out, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure before him. Next is the pull-up bar. Give it a try, he instructs, his tone firm. The other man, his face etched with a mixture of dread and determination, nods. His hand grips the cold metal bar, knuckles white with strain. A faint purple aura emanates from the point of contact. The strain intensifies, the bar groaning under the immense pressure. His muscles bulge, veins popping as he pushes himself. RGH, he roars, his eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity. A wave of purple energy erupts around him. Oh? The observer's eyes widen in shock. Oh? The man on the pull-up bar strains, his body trembling with the effort. NGH.
His legs dangle precariously, the muscles in his arms quivering with the immense exertion. The sound of his struggle fills the air. Gasp, he cries out as the man on the pull-up bar collapses, hitting the ground with a violent thud.
Oh boy, he mutters, a look of disbelief on his face as he approaches the fallen trainee. Just one. What is this guy? He's not muscular. He's just out of shape. This isn't working. With your level of stamina and strength, there's no way you can. He trails off as the other man pleads. Please, Enno, young and I am. 3 days. You said you would watch me for 3 days. The trainee cries, tears streaming down his face as he clings to his instructor. But if you can't even do a basic pull-up, the instructor retorts, his voice cold. How are you going to survive the rest of the training? I know that, the trainee wails, his face contorted in anguish. If you look at it another way, he argues, a flicker of desperation in his voice. If I were already strong, I wouldn't need to become your hyung. He closes his eyes, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Ugh. Please, hyung, the trainee begs, clasping his hands together. Fine, we still have plenty of time before school starts. For the next 2 hours, you're going to follow my lead on the pull-up bar, he declares. Yes, hyung, the trainee replies, a hint of resignation in his voice. Jump, the instructor commands. The trainee leaps, grabbing the bar. Hold, he adds. Hold on, the trainee grunts, his body shaking violently as he struggles to maintain his grip. He collapses onto the ground, panting heavily, while the instructor stands over him, arms crossed, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He walks through a schoolyard, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder, the afternoon sun casting long shadows.
He actually managed to do it, he remarks, a hint of surprise in his voice. For 2 whole hours. I plan to make him quit by giving him a brutal morning workout.
But seeing his grit actually motivated me to take this seriously. This is bad. He seems like a decent guy, but a biker gang member is still a biker gang member. If he actually passes this 3-day test.
Yuzion.
Satoru, did you hear that rumor? That someone amazing is coming back to school soon. You know our school's 3 great beauties, right? 3 Great Beauties? Never heard of them. You don't know Ichijo Academy's 3 Great Beauties? Are you even a guy? Cut the nonsense and just explain it so I can understand. Alright, Ichijo Academy's 3 Great Beauties are: first, the Student Council President, Sayonji Kumiko. Isn't that obvious? And finally, the highly anticipated last one. The hottest rising actress, Minato Now. Minato Now? Isn't she a super famous celebrity? She goes to our school? Yep, exactly. She's so famous that even is finally coming back to school soon. That's it? That's the rumor? What do you mean, that's it? As a VIP member of Minato Now's fan club, I won't let that slide. Sigh, no wonder you know so much. I'm heading ahead, man. Hey, I'm too busy working out to care about stuff like that. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Why don't you join the fandom too?
Oh. Welcome, Kim Kuan.
Hello, head coach Nikiyama. Is that your friend behind you? He's got quite a build.
He said he wanted to work out with me, so I brought him along. Could he try it out for about 3 days first?
Of course, how could I say no to you? He already has such a great physique. I have high expectations. Go change first. The head coach seems to have high expectations. This is bad. This guy is completely out of shape. Arg. Young Nim, save me. This is too fast. We're barely even jogging. Press the stop button. Why yes, sir. Struggling at this speed. This is a classic case of someone who only built up their size. Compared to his muscle strength, his coordination and cardiorespiratory endurance are terrible. Well, if he's in this bad of a shape, even I might find it tough. Even the head coach is giving up. Is this karma at work? The gym is a place of intense training, pushing limits to the breaking point.
One man, determined, vows to build up his stamina. His companion offers a simple
Suddenly, one of them drops to his knees, shocking his companions. Hey, why are you getting down on your knees? One exclaims. He expresses his gratitude. Thank you so much, head coach. I'll do my absolute best, he pants, exhausted.
Later, one of them announces, I'll head out now. The other replies, sure. You worked hard today.
As one man leaves, a strange aura emanates from another, who looks unwell. Ugh, he groans. Are you okay? The first man asks, concerned. Despite his condition, he assures his elder, I'm fine, Hyung Nim. He grits his teeth, determined to become your disciple. Hyung Nim, this is nothing. Meanwhile, a young man ponders, I can't keep putting this off. He seems to be wrestling with a difficult decision. His internal monologue reveals his concern. He's working so hard. If I don't tell him now. He approaches the other man, stating, before it's too late, there's a promise I need from you. The other responds, what is it, Hyung Nim? Just say the word. If you really want to be my disciple and become a real man, he begins, his expression serious. As of today, he continues, the weight of his words palpable.
Quit the biker gang.
Demand hangs in the air, met with stunned silence. The ultimatum is clear, if you can't do that, then there will be no training.
His gaze hardens. And I won't accept you as my disciple.
The condition is stark, leaving no room for negotiation.
This is an advertisement page for cartoon.
This is a merger announcement for QI Manga. Same stunned reaction as before. I'm the president of Hyaki Yagyo, he declares, and I'm supposed to quit being a biker?
He reflects on his biker gang, they're the comrades in arms, who took me in when times were tough.
He continues, think about it carefully. In truth, whether or not the biker gang is none of my business. He pauses, then adds, only a meaningful team when you are proud of it, something more fierce than yourself. You must have something precious to you too, don't you? He asks, probing for a deeper connection. For instance, your family. The question hangs heavy, prompting a moment of introspection. He hesitates, then softly admits, yes, I do. My mother. A flashback reveals a tender moment. Ever since my father ran off when I was 3 years old, she has raised me all on her own up until now.
The biker president, deep in thought, finally concedes.
He admits, yes, I feel like I've only ever thought about my own wounds until now. He declares, I won't step foot in a biker gang ever again. A chibi version of Yusong grins, announcing, since the weekend's starting tomorrow, be prepared for all-day training. Another chibi version excitedly replies, yes, big bro. A soft, blurred background of vertical lines. The sign for DUI gym is visible on a brick wall. Yusong enters the gym, greeting the owner. Hello, gym owner, HAA. The biker president is intensely working out on a machine, grunting with effort. HAA, hiya. The gym owner tells Yusong, yeah, that kid has been working out since an hour before you arrived. He then shouts to the struggling person, go to, watch your breathing, tighten your core. Biker president responds, yes, gym owner. He continues his workout grunting. A chibi figure remarks, he's a kid with grit at least. Another voice adds, he has the strength, so he handles anaerobic exercises quite well. Yusong smiles, thinking, I know, right? He then says, his grit at least is. Birds fly past a building's balcony. A faint ugh is heard. Close up on their legs as they walk. Yusong's voice is heard. It's hard to walk, big bro. The gym owner explains, you used muscles in both your upper and lower body, so that's to be expected.
The biker president, looking exhausted and teary-eyed, says, tomorrow is the last day, so I've planned even more grand training. Be ready. Yusong responds, thank you for your teachings, big bro.
Yusong unzips his bag. A chibi figure looks on curiously. Yusong offers a package, saying, I cooked a little. He explains, it's before mealtime, so take it home and eat with your mother. The biker president exclaims, what, you mean you cooked this yourself, big bro? Your mother needs to eat too, so I made plenty, Yusong adds.
A chibi Yusong states, I'm actually quite good at cooking. He continues, I tried making it in a Chinese style. It should taste alright. A voice calls out, big bro.
The biker president cries, whoa, why are you crying? Yusong thanks him, big bro, thank you so much. He adds, even though the leader of those troublemakers came and pestered you to take him on as a disciple, Yusong proclaims, I truly respect you, big bro. As they move, onlookers comment, Mom, why is that giant man crying? And my goodness, dear, it's rude to stare. Yusong quickly says, that's okay, but quit it in the street. The biker president, with a determined expression, declares, I'll finish tomorrow's training safely and I'll definitely become your disciple, big bro.
A musical note floats by, indicating a pleasant mood.
The biker president, with a content smile, thinks, I'm a truly lucky guy to have met such a great big bro. He continues, it's a good thing I quit that biker gang, and calls out, big bro. A close-up of the biker president's face, looking slightly bewildered. The injured men plead, please help us, big bro. The biker president looks on, confused. A clock shows the time. Song is preparing to lift weights, looking around. He wonders aloud, what is it? Go-to's late. It's the last day. Did he quit? No, he's not the type to lack grit like that. I should have gotten his phone number. His broad back is turned, a silhouette against the bright light of the window.
Tick. Tock. The clock's hands move, indifferent to the waiting. I'll be heading in now. Alright, get home safe.
Go-to didn't come in the end. Well, it's better not to get involved in trouble anyway. I'm planning to live as an ordinary extra. I'm not in a position to take on disciples or anything. Man cries, tears streaming down his face, clutching a gift. The other man looks on, flustered. Still, I'm a bit disappointed. What? Excuse me, you're big bro, right? What's this about, big bro? Did Go-to send you? Yes, Kazuno, big bro Go-to asked me to tell you that he can't make it today. So something really did happen. I've delivered the message, so I'll be going now. Wait a second. The scene shifts to an empty hallway with large pillars, bathed in the warm glow of sunset. A roar of engines fills the air as two motorcycles speed forward, kicking up dust. You've finally arrived. Devil Riders I leader MOU. Kanzuya Go-to. Hayaki Yagyo I former leader Kanzuya Go-to. I heard my underlings were indebted to you. MOU. Goku underlings, you say? To be precise, they're your former underlings. Thanks to you, we were able to take over Hayaki Yagyo voluntarily. Nonsense, Hayaki Yagyo doesn't belong to anyone. Is that so? Doesn't look like your underlings think the same way.
I'm sorry, Kanzuya. We had no choice, in order to survive.
Now, you bastard, I won't let you get away with this. Stop, I'll be the one to block you. Hayaki Yagyo I current 4th President I Mito.
Mito, you traitor.
The muscle soreness from training with big bro. You there, stop. Lone figure walks away into the sunset, the warm light casting long shadows. His eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A young man, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, looks on with a mix of confusion and concern. Big bro? A series of Korean text and logos are displayed.
A stark warning flashes across the screen, warning. Reader that does not support our website has been detected. Please read this series on our website n-thundrscanis.com to support us in continuing to publish more amazing series with the best possible quality and translation. Thunderscan's team.
The scene opens on a tense standoff. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the sunset while two others confront him. "Who the hell are you?" one shouts, while the other stammers, "BBRO. What are you doing here?" The man in the center, radiating an aura of calm confidence, speaks. "Go to. I heard you were in trouble." Shock registers on the faces of the two men. "What?" one exclaims. The other, with a bandaged head, asks, "The new boss betrayed you?" The first man confirms, "Yes, Mito, the current boss. He had been secretly working with MAOU, the leader of the Devil Riders." The man with the bandaged head questions, "So what exactly is this Mao guy after?" The other man speculates, "Most likely, he wants to become the strongest gang in Tokyo. If the merger goes through, they'll even take over Hyaki Yako's territory, something they could never lay a finger on before."
A close-up on a man's determined face. He states, "So go to Winter to take responsibility and stop it himself."
The man in the jacket looks at the other two. "Take me there." The other man stutters, "Why yes, huh?" His gaze intensifies as he clarifies, "To where he is." A group of motorcyclists approaches, their expressions stern. One of them asks, "Your go-to's boss?" The man's gaze is sharp, his expression unreadable. He states, "Then he must be the former leader of Hyaki Yako, the living legend." The motorcyclists react with surprise and disbelief. "Mishima Ryohei?" one shouts. Another questions, "Mishima Ryohei?" Amidst the confusion, one of the men asks, "Who's that?" Before quickly retracting, he says, "No. Never mind." Frustrated, he demands, "Then who the hell are you?" A small, chibi-style character pops up, saying, "Let's just say I know the guy." The scene shifts to a confrontation, with one man asking, "So you've actually chosen to stand with Go-To? You've got guts." Biker in the helmet, his face obscured, proposes, "Join me instead and forget about Go-To." He continues, "Then I'll give you a cheat seat at my right hand, the future strongest biker in Tokyo." The two men locked in combat, their wooden swords clashing, are interrupted. "Hey, that's not where this conversation was going," one shouts, while the other simply calls out, "BRO."
A warning rings out, "Don't let him talk you into it. He's a villain who'd do anything to fulfill his ambitions." But the other retorts, "Shut up. I'm talking to him right now."
The biker in the helmet, his hand outstretched, urges, "Well, what are you waiting for? Come join." Biker's words are met with a scoff. "How ridiculous." Then a bewildered question, "What?" The man in the jacket, his face contorted in disbelief, exclaims, "That's as childish as it gets. And what exactly are you planning to do after becoming the strongest?" He then declares, "I'll make everyone weaker than me kneel at my feet."
He counters, "That only works because your gang's still small. If you really became the biggest biker gang in Tokyo like you claim, do you think the police would just sit back and watch?" The other man, now on the ground, vows, "T then will beat down anyone who comes after us." A dismissive grunt. "Ha."
He questions the man's arrogance. "Don't tell me, you actually think you can beat someone with a gun using your bare hands? You arrogant." The biker leader shouts, "Attack." Below, a promise is made. If words don't work, then a beating will. The scene is chaotic as the bikers surge forward. The man watches them, his expression thoughtful. Laughter erupts from the bikers. "Ha ha ha, you really think you can take on all of us by yourself?" He surveys the overwhelming number of opponents surrounding him. There certainly are a lot of them, but
He surveys the overwhelming number of opponents surrounding him. There certainly are a lot of them. But
a determined glint flashes in his eyes as he prepares to face the onslaught. His fist connects with an opponent, the impact sending shockwaves. He swiftly dispatches another foe with a precise strike.
more enemies close in, their numbers seemingly endless.
He weaves through attacks, his movements impossibly agile. A powerful kick sends an opponent flying backward. He continues his relentless assault, carving a path through the crowd. The enemies press in, their desperation mounting.
He anticipates a strike and dodges just in time.
His counterattack is swift and brutal. He stands amidst the fallen, momentarily catching his breath. More enemies emerge from the shadows, undeterred. He grits his teeth, ready for the next wave. He charges again, his resolve unwavering. A powerful energy surges around him as he prepares a devastating strike.
He unleashes a sweeping attack, clearing a wide area.
The force of the attack knocks multiple opponents off their feet. He lands gracefully, surveying the scene. A new, more formidable opponent appears. The new arrival exudes an aura of immense power. He faces this new challenger, his expression hardening. The air crackles with tension as the two titans prepare to clash. New opponent makes the first move, a devastating strike aimed directly at him. He braces himself, ready to defend against the overwhelming force. The impact is cataclysmic, shaking the very ground. Dust and debris fill the air as the battle rages on.
The engine roars to life, a primal force unleashed as a writer declares, "I won't let this stand."
Man's face contorts in terror, eyes wide with panic. Bro, look out!
A guttural roar erupts, filled with pure malice, die.
A figure in a sleek helmet speeds forward on a powerful motorcycle, the machine a blur of motion.
The motorcycle rider, now visible, charges towards an opponent who readies a blade, the air thick with anticipation.
A young man's face twists in a grimace of pain and defiance, a powerful aura flaring around him as he grits his teeth.